The old doctor, accompanied by a nurse, enters the room, calling out to Kusanagi, who stands by the sink. Kusanagi stares at his reflection in the mirror, his face and neck still marked by bandages, a lingering testament to his recent ordeal. From above, the old doctor meticulously examines Kusanagi, who lies shirtless on the hospital bed while the nurse observes nearby. The old doctor expresses his utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock, as the nurse beside him shares a similar stunned expression. Kusanagi sits up in bed, completely healed, as the old doctor explains that he was in a critical state from a traffic accident, yet recovered as if by holy magic. Kusanagi, deep in thought, acknowledges his body's automatic healing by holy magic but questions the mention of a traffic accident. Kusanagi pulls at his hospital gown, asking if his magic power was depleted, which only causes the old doctor to question what he means by magic power. The nurse's face shows clear alarm and confusion at Kusanagi's words. The old doctor's expression mirrors the nurse's, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as he tries to process Kusanagi's strange claims. The old doctor, attempting to assess Kusanagi's mental state, calmly asks him to state his name and the current year. Kusanagi confidently states his name as Ichikami Minato and believes the current year to be 1970. The nurse speculates if Kusanagi's condition is a sequela, while the old doctor concludes it appears to be a severe case of memory impairment. The old doctor corrects Kusanagi, stating his real name is Kusanagi Minato and that the current year is actually 2022. Kusanagi's eyes widen in profound shock and confusion as the gravity of the doctor's words begins to sink in. Kusanagi internally observes the genuine concern on the old doctor and nurse's faces, realizing they are not attempting to deceive him. Kusanagi gazes at a modern, flat-screen television, marveling at its thin design and the incredibly clear image, questioning if it's truly a TV. His eyes fall upon a calendar, confirming the date is indeed October 2022, decorated with festive Halloween imagery. Kusanagi stares with wide-eyed wonder at the small, unfamiliar device the nurse holds, a tablet he has never encountered before. A wave of distress washes over Kusanagi as he grapples with the overwhelming evidence, internally questioning if he has truly awakened in the future. The old doctor explains that the calamity Kusanagi spoke of occurred 50 years prior and has not resurfaced since. Kusanagi, utterly shocked, demands to know if the calamity truly hasn't returned and what became of the monsters, to which the old doctor calmly replies that while monsters exist, they are few and the world is largely peaceful. Kusanagi's expression softens as he contemplates the possibility that, if the doctor's words are true, the world has finally achieved peace. A profound sense of relief washes over Kusanagi, his eyes closing as he repeatedly expresses his gratitude for the peaceful state of the world. The narration reveals a pivotal moment from 50 years prior. Ichikami Minato, surrounded by powerful magic, sacrificed himself against a colossal, fiery entity to save the world from a great calamity. The old doctor, with a grave expression, directly states to Kusanagi that he cannot be Ichikami Minato. Kusanagi's mind races with the profound realization that he died during the calamity and subsequently reincarnated into the body of Kusanagi Minato. Weeks passed since Kusanagi's shocking realization that he had been reincarnated as Kusanagi Minato. The world continued, oblivious to the profound shift within him. He now found himself in a modest apartment building, a new chapter unfolding in this unfamiliar life. Kusanagi, now in Minato's body, stepped into his new room, a simple space. He observed his new surroundings, a thought forming in his mind. So this is Kusanagi Minato's, my room. Reviewing the documents, Kusanagi learned more about Minato's past. His parents had passed away when he was a child. The records detailed Minato's difficult upbringing, revealing he was eventually kicked out by his foster parents and sent to a boarding school. Kusanagi continued to read, noting that Minato had been getting by on his parents' inheritance. I see, he mused. Lying on the bed, Kusanagi pondered his existence. There's no such thing as reincarnation magic, he thought aloud. He stared at Minato's ID card, questioning the nature of his new reality. So my reincarnation was a work of God, or was it all by chance? The ID card identified him as a Kamu Magic Academy student. Magic Academy, Kusanagi thought. Back in my day, there was no reason for one to exist. A slight smile touched Kusanagi's lips. Seems interesting, he admitted, the prospect of magic schools piquing his curiosity. Suddenly, a vibration from a phone in his bag startled him. What the dash? Kusanagi exclaimed. He pulled out the phone, seeing an incoming call from Tadano Kun. Who's this? What is this? What should I do? He wondered, bewildered. Kusanagi hesitated, staring at the ringing phone, uncertain how to proceed. With a dismissive gesture, Kusanagi tossed the phone aside. Well, who cares, he declared, turning away. Despite his indifference, the phone continued to vibrate, the persistent call refusing to be ignored. A message then appeared on the screen. Tadano Kun, I heard you've been discharged. Come to school already. I don't got enough money. The scene shifted to the grand, almost regal Kamu Magic Academy, bathed in sunlight as students milled about. Kusanagi, now in a crisp school uniform, walked through the academy grounds. So this is Kamu Magic Academy, he observed. He looked up, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Going to school as an adult kinda gets my heart pumping, Kusanagi thought. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. That's great and all, but his thoughts trailed off. His attention was drawn to a green-haired combatant unleashing a powerful, glowing magic attack, energy radiating outwards. Kusanagi watched the green-haired combatant's display of magic, a red shield shimmering before him. What the hell is that magic? He exclaimed. A look of profound shock and disappointment crossed Kusanagi's face. What the hell is that magic power? He reiterated. Another student nearby recoiled, seemingly overwhelmed by the magic demonstration. Kusanagi observed other students, including a blue-haired female student, walking with an almost imperceptible green aura. Clutching his head in disbelief, Kusanagi's frustration boiled over. Why is it so disappointingly shit? He cried out internally. He gestured in exasperation, comparing the current generation. Compared to newbie magicians from my time, it's like a tenth of that power. Can these guys even succeed as magicians? Walking dejectedly, Kusanagi mused on the state of magic in this era. Drunk on peace, is it? He thought, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Finally, Kusanagi arrived at his designated classroom, marked simply as 2A. Kusanagi stepped into his new classroom, 2A, taking in the scene of other students already settled. He observed the unfamiliar faces, a quiet thought echoing in his mind. So this is my classroom. Settled at his desk, Kusanagi's excitement was palpable. He mused, it's like a blast from the past. I'm so excited. A more pressing question then arose. Speaking of, do I have any friends here? Suddenly, a loud oi boomed through the classroom as Tadano violently slammed his foot onto Kusanagi's desk. Tadano, flanked by his two cronies, glared down at Kusanagi. Fucker, you ignored my text, didn't you? He snarled, his voice dripping with disdain. Even though you're just Kusanagi. Kusanagi, seemingly unfazed, tilted his head slightly. And you would be? He questioned, a hint of genuine bewilderment in his tone. Kusanagi's innocent question ignited a furious spark in Tadano's eyes, his face contorting with barely contained rage. Roaring in indignation, Tadano delivered a furious kick, sending Kusanagi's desk and Kusanagi himself flying backward. You dare to forget me, Tadano-jun, he bellowed. Still seething, Tadano jabbed a finger at Kusanagi, his voice laced with contempt. You powerless piece of trash. A sudden realization dawned on Kusanagi as he pulled out his phone, a contact named Tadano-kun visible on the screen. A wide smile spread across his face. Ah, Tadano-kun, I remember, he thought, completely misinterpreting the situation. I see, a friend of mine. Tadano, a smug grin now replacing his anger, extended a hand. You finally remembered, you spaz, he sneered. You know what being a friend means, right? To Tadano's utter shock, Kusanagi beamed, eagerly grasping his hand. Yeah, let's get along, he exclaimed, completely oblivious to Tadano's true intentions. Tadano recoiled in horror, snatching his hand back. Not that, he shrieked, clearly not expecting such a genuine, friendly response. Abandoning all pretense, Tadano roughly grabbed Kusanagi by the collar, revealing his true intentions. Hurry up and give us your money, he demanded. You got plenty left in your parents' inheritance. Kusanagi's expression hardened as a chilling realization settled in. I get it, he thought. Kusanagi Minato was being bullied. He then looked up, a sharp "her" escaping his lips. Enraged by Kusanagi's defiance, Tadano drew back his fist, ready to strike. Don't get so full of yourself, he roared, his face contorted with malice. Just as Tadano was about to deliver a devastating blow, a cheerful voice cut through the tension. Good morning, said Mizuha, as she gracefully entered the classroom, completely oblivious to the brewing conflict. Mizuha, radiating an aura of innocence and charm, stood bathed in a gentle glow, her presence momentarily halting the hostile atmosphere. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with warmth, and a genuine smile lit up her face, a stark contrast to the dark expressions moments before. Every detail of her pristine uniform, from the neatly tied red bow to the intricate brooch, seemed to gleam, emphasizing her refined appearance. Even her legs, adorned with stylish straps, seemed to shimmer, highlighting her graceful and elegant demeanor. Mizuha's sudden appearance completely disarmed Tadano, who instantly became flustered and blushed, while Kusanagi merely looked on, still confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Attempting to recover his dignity, Tadano pointed a finger at Kusanagi, his voice still shaky. "Don't forget it, scrub." Kusanagi sighed in exasperation, muttering, "Geez." In the background, Tadano, having seemingly forgotten Kusanagi, continued his bullying, violently kicking another student. The classroom atmosphere shifted as the lesson began, the blackboard displaying the day's topic. Today's lesson is about the Great Calamity. It detailed how, in 1970, the great sage Ichikami Minato sacrificed himself to end. The teacher, a stern figure, continued the lecture, explaining the event as the final calamity, known as the Great Calamity. Kusanagi, however, seemed less than engaged, slumped over his desk. Vivid illustration filled the screen, depicting the great sage Ichikami Minato, a pioneer of magic, enveloped in brilliant arcane energy. The narration explained, but the pioneer of magic, the great sage Ichikami Minato, thought differently. Back in the classroom, the teacher's voice continued to narrate the heroic tale. He didn't give in, and defeated all the monsters by himself. The story unfolded, and at last, he confronted the calamity's boss, the demon god, whom he crushed at the risk of his own life. Mizuha listened intently, while Kusanagi remained subdued. The teacher then posed a question to the class. "Now then, who exactly was Ichikami Minato?" Instantly, Mizuha's hand shot up. "Yes, Mizuha, answer this one," the teacher prompted. With confidence, Mizuha responded, "The only survivor of the first calamity, and the first magician, and the reason that Kamu Magic Academy was built." Blue-haired female student, with sparkling eyes, declared that the first magician was not just the hero of the world, but the idol of every magician. The instructor at the front of the class confirmed, adding that he was indeed the sole survivor of the first calamity and the first human to wield magic. He continued, explaining that this magic academy was founded with the singular purpose of cultivating many more magicians like Ichikami Minato, the greatest magician in human history. Tadano, visibly flustered, desperately wished for the incessant lecture to end. Internally, Tadano lamented that he hadn't anticipated such torture, regretting his decision to even come to school. Yet, as he recalled the old doctor's words, a sense of resignation settled over him. The world was at peace. Outside the window, the mundane buzz of unseen creatures echoed the quiet monotony of the classroom, contrasting sharply with Tadano's inner turmoil. Gazed out at the clear blue sky, a stark reminder of the world's profound, almost unbearable peace. The instructor announced the end of today's class, reminding the students that their magic power assessments would be held tomorrow. A male student leaned over Tadano's desk, mockingly asked if he'd heard correctly about the magic power assessment, then sneered about how fun it would be to see his dogs hit magic power. Tadano's irritation flared. He wondered if this guy would ever shut up, concluding there was no point in staying. As Tadano turned to leave, a male student's taunts followed him, questioning whether his parents also lacked magic power. A chorus of mocking laughter erupted from a group of male students, their derision aimed squarely at Tadano's retreating back. Tadano paused, turning back with a cold glare, and spat out a single, cutting insult. The male student's face contorted in rage, his fist clenched as he roared at Tadano to get off his high horse. Suddenly, a male student ignited with a fiery aura, a blazing magic circle forming beneath his feet, while a dark, ominous portal ripped open above, threatening to engulf the classroom in chaos. Panic seized the other students. The blue-haired student cried out in disbelief, while another male student frantically questioned the use of magic within the classroom. A torrent of raw, unbridled fire magic surged upwards, a pillar of destructive energy threatening to consume everything. Amidst the escalating inferno, Tadano remained eerily calm, his expression unperturbed as the magical onslaught intensified around him. The male student unleashed his attack, sending the blue-haired student flying backwards from the sheer force, while Tadano stood his ground. Tadano's composure held firm, his eyes fixed on the approaching wave of destructive magic, his stance unwavering. A deafening explosion of fire and energy ripped through the classroom, forcing students to shield their faces from the blinding light and intense heat. The blue-haired student, terrified, desperately protested that magic shouldn't be used over such a trivial squabble. With a desperate plea, the blue-haired student cried out, warning that someone would inevitably get hurt. The male student, defiantly pointing, angrily declared that Tadano was the one trying to pick a fight, insisting it wasn't his fault. Debris scattered across the classroom floor, a testament to the destructive power unleashed as the lingering rumble slowly faded. A thick cloud of smoke billowed through the air, obscuring the view as the remaining students stared in stunned silence at the aftermath. Lingering smoke slowly began to dissipate, revealing a student standing amidst the chaos, his form still partially obscured. As the last wisps of smoke cleared, Kusanagi emerged, standing tall and composed, an undeniable aura radiating from his relaxed posture. The blue-haired female student stared in wide-eyed astonishment, a clear look of shock plastered across her face, mirroring the confusion of her fellow students. Kusanagi, with a calm, almost playful smirk, declared, "You got me." A red-haired student cried out in disbelief, realizing he's unscathed after taking my magic head-on. Another student, equally bewildered, questioned, "What's happening here?" Kusanagi, in a moment of internal reflection, assessed the situation. "If it's level 1 magic, I can defend it with my magical barrier." Kusanagi stood, his back to the bewildered students, his thoughts hardening. "I tolerated because he was a child, but..." Kusanagi's gaze sharpened, his expression turning cold and resolute. "He needs to be punished." The students recoiled in alarm, their faces etched with fear and confusion as an unseen pressure built around them. Above the stunned students, a brilliant cascade of blue magical particles erupted, spiraling upwards with immense power. One student gasped, realizing, "I can't move," while another cried out in panic, "What's happening?" Blue-haired female student's eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling as she questioned, "What is this magic?" A student's panicked voice echoed, "What's happening?" as Kusanagi stood at the epicenter of a raging storm of purple and blue electrical energy, completely unfazed. The red-haired student stared, utterly overwhelmed, as Kusanagi's formidable magical aura pulsed intensely between them. Kusanagi's eyes glowed with intensity as he extended his hand, the crackling purple and blue lightning surging outwards. The red-haired student's face contorted in pure terror, utterly paralyzed by the sheer force bearing down upon him. An adult male, clearly an instructor, burst into the scene, demanding, "What was that sound just now? Is someone using magic here?" Kusanagi maintained his relaxed posture, subtly gesturing as he addressed the agitated adult, while the other students watched cautiously. Kusanagi let out a subtle breath, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he prepared to speak. Kusanagi offered a disarming smile and a casual wave, suggesting, "Maybe someone was using magic outside." Kusanagi continued, spinning a plausible tale. "It's possible that a student outside of this department is using magic as he wishes. Magicians are so keen on using their magic." Kusanagi, with a confident smile and a pointed finger, affirmed, "That came from outside." The adult pondered, If it's Kusanagi saying this, it must be true." Convinced by Kusanagi's explanation, the adult declared resolutely, "I am going to go find the culprit. The rest of you, get back to your seats." Kusanagi offered a seemingly apologetic wave to the students, stating, "Sorry for the trouble." He then added, with a hint of mischief, "Maybe I'll consider this evidence to close this case down." The blue-haired female student watched Kusanagi with a suspicious glance, a bead of sweat forming on her temple, clearly not buying his act. As Kusanagi casually walked away, the red-haired student glared after him, seething with frustration. "Damn you, Kusanagi." Kusanagi cast a dismissive glance, a faint smirk touching his lips as he thought, could they ever even take a monster down? Dismissive thoughts about the weakness of others crossed a student's mind. With resolve hardening in his gaze, he considered the situation and decided he should go check it out himself. His destination was Old Shibuya, a once thriving district now reduced to a desolate landscape of crumbling buildings under a dark, ominous sky. Under the luminous full moon, Tadano moved with incredible agility, a vibrant green energy propelling him forward on a magical platform. His movements were light and swift, each step imbued with a soft blue glow as Tadano navigated the ruined city. Tadano paused on a rooftop, observing the devastation below, a silent thought passing through his mind that Shibuya had truly changed a lot. With a surge of power, a magical sigil flared beneath his foot, enhancing Tadano's speed as he launched himself onward. Tadano became a blur of motion, streaks of emerald energy trailing behind him as he cut through the night. Propelled by another powerful magic circle, Tadano soared through the air, his speed almost blinding. Tadano continued his rapid traversal, noting internally that he didn't sense any monsters around, concluding that while everything was in ruins, it looked like the police had already taken all of them out. Suddenly, Tadano's eyes sharpened beneath his hood, a faint, distant monster's aura had just registered on his senses. Without hesitation, Tadano launched himself off the rooftop, diving towards the source of the aura with incredible speed. Rain began to fall as Tadano descended, enveloped in a vibrant green aura and a swirling magic circle, his destination now clear. The source of the aura revealed itself as two monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes, letting out a guttural, terrifying roar. Tadano landed powerfully, a shield of green energy radiating from him, positioning himself protectively in front of a terrified purple-haired female. A flash of red and blue energy indicated a rapid, decisive strike as Tadano engaged the monstrous threat. In a swift, brutal display of power, Tadano stood victorious over the fallen monsters as the purple-haired female slowly looked up from behind him. Tadano turned his masked gaze towards the trembling woman, his expression unreadable. The purple-haired female, a police badge visible on her uniform, was visibly shaken and on the verge of tears. Tadano's attention was drawn to her police badge, a thought crossing his mind, a police magician? Turning his back, Tadano offered a parting warning, telling her to be careful next time before preparing to leave. The purple-haired female stammered, attempting to express her gratitude. Tadano's foot, radiating a soft blue glow and a faint magic circle, indicated his rapid departure. She finished her thanks you very much, but he was already gone, leaving only faint trails of energy in his wake. Purple-haired female pondered the identity of her mysterious rescuer, wondering who that was, acknowledging that they seemed like a truly great magician. As Tadano soared through the night, he affirmed his decision to keep his face hidden, reasoning that since he had just reincarnated, he didn't want to stand out. Tadano's thoughts shifted to the weakness he had witnessed, surprised that the police magician was almost killed by such a low-level monster, and noting that the police's magic levels had gone down a lot. His expression hardened as Tadano concluded that it wasn't just the students but the police as well, confirming his belief that the magicians in this timeline had certainly become weaker. A subtle smile plays on Tadano's lips, a silent acknowledgement of his superior power in this era of weakened magic. His expression remains, a quiet confidence settling in as he processes the full extent of this world's magical decline. Tadano floats amidst a vibrant blue aura, green magic circles swirling beneath his feet, realizing that even in this time period his immense powers are desperately needed. He propels himself through the night sky, leaving trails of emerald energy, deciding it's time to annihilate all the surrounding monsters. Back in a classroom, a male teacher stands before a colossal crystal device, announcing that today they will be measuring their magic power. The male teacher emphasizes the importance of accurately recording both magic amount and attribute, as these are crucial values for any aspiring professional magician. Tadano reacts with visible shock, internally questioning if he truly can't measure his power without using such a primitive device. He rubs his temples in frustration, lamenting that not only the students but even the teachers lack such basic knowledge, stressing that magic perception is the very foundation of magic. The blue-haired female student approaches Tadano, who is still lost in thought, asking if now would be a good time to speak. Observing from a distance, another male student whispers that Mizuha-san and Kusanagi are speaking to each other, an event he finds quite significant. The blue-haired female student introduces herself as Mizuha Yuika, the second daughter from the esteemed magic noble house of Mizuha. Tadano stares blankly, a question mark hovering over his head, openly asking what a magic noble even is. The blue-haired female student looks utterly baffled by Tadano's ignorance, explaining that they are from the leading 4 noble houses, the very heads of all magicians. Tadano is stunned, thinking that nothing like nobility existed in his time, and he has never even heard of this Mizuha family. His eyes narrow, a calculating and analytical gaze assessing the situation with silent intensity. Tadano internally critiques the blue-haired female student's magic power, finding it to be quite lackluster for someone from a prominent magical family. The blue-haired female student glares at Tadano, furious that he isn't more grateful after she so generously initiated a conversation with him. A red-haired male student watches from the side, seething with anger at the prick who is yapping with Yuika. The blue-haired female student's irritation grows, finding Tadano increasingly annoying the more he talks. She takes deep breaths, reminding herself to calm down and uphold her dignity as a noblewoman, while Tadano internally wonders what is wrong with this chick. The blue-haired female student ponders Kusanagi-kun's mysterious ability to emerge unscathed from a magical attack yesterday, convinced there must be a significant reason why. Her thoughts linger on yesterday's events, but the male teacher's voice cuts through, instructing everyone at the back to prepare. Tadano grins excitedly, declaring it's his time to get measured, much to the exasperation of the blue-haired female student. With a knowing smirk, the blue-haired female student decides she will observe Tadano's true power during his upcoming assessment. The red-haired male student steps forward, a confident smirk on his face, as he charges fiery magic in his hand, proclaiming that his mighty self is up next. He places his hand on the crystal measurement device, which immediately flares with intense red energy, captivating the male teacher and a blonde female student. The crystal measurement device flares violently, revealing the incredible surge of power from Tadano, whose magic power registers at a staggering 1,000. The system confirms Tadano's attribute as fire, and he exclaims that his power is even greater than before, reaching a new peak of 1000. Next in line is Mizuha Yuika, the blue-haired student, who steps forward, already radiating a subtle blue aura. She places her hand on the crystal, and a serene blue light immediately emanates from the device, indicating a potent magical flow. The blue energy coalesces, forming intricate, shimmering water bubbles that float around the crystal, a clear manifestation of her elemental affinity. The system announces Mizuha Yuika's magic power at an astounding 2000, confirming her attribute as water, drawing gasps of awe from the observing students. Tadano beams, declaring that both he and Mizuha Yuika possess magic power at the absolute pinnacle of this year's level, destined to become fantastic magicians. Mizuha Yuika maintains a composed, slightly proud expression, basking in the acknowledgement of her exceptional magical talent. The students express their admiration, praising Tadano as a fire magic prodigy and gushing over Mizuha Yuika's lovely display of power. Kusanagi, witnessing the display, internally questions Mizuha Yuika's top score of 2000, cynically thinking that it's not much better than an amateur's performance. Mizuha Yuika turns her gaze towards Kusanagi, a smug smirk playing on her lips as she inwardly challenges him, thinking this is the true power of House Mizuha. Kusanagi fumes internally, finding Mizuha Yuika's proud expression unbearable, while she simply lets out a small, satisfied hum. The announcement rings out for the next student, Kusanagi Minato, who stands ready, a hint of apprehension in his expression. As Kusanagi approaches, other students whisper, recalling that he was ranked at the very bottom last year, questioning his magical talent despite his academic prowess. Tadano, with a cruel sneer, mentally insults Kusanagi, calling him talentless and an utter failure, urging him to embarrass himself further in front of Mizuha Yuika. Mizuha Yuika watches Kusanagi with a knowing smirk, inwardly challenging him to reveal his magic power, confident that he won't surpass her score. Kusanagi steps up to the crystal measurement device, his back to the onlookers, as Mizuha Yuika watches expectantly from the side. Kusanagi reflects, wondering what he can do in this situation, recalling how difficult it was when he used to stand out too much in the past. Kusanagi's eye narrows slightly, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face, as he dismisses his past worries with a resolute, internal nah. With a determined expression, Kusanagi places his hand firmly onto the surface of the crystal measurement device. Instantly, a blinding, multicolored aura erupts around Kusanagi, shimmering with raw, untamed energy that radiates outwards. The device itself becomes a conduit for an immense power surge, enveloped in a colossal vortex of rainbow-colored lightning and energy that threatens to overwhelm the room. Kusanagi's eyes gleam with fierce determination as he internally declares his intent to give it his all, challenging the device to measure the power of a great spirit, if it even can. The entire hall is consumed by the overwhelming, multi-hued magical energy as Tadano and the other students recoil in utter shock from the sheer magnitude of the display. The energy surges beyond the confines of the room, erupting into the sky as a colossal, ethereal figure of pure light towering over the academy itself. Mizuha Yuika is stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief and a bead of sweat tracing her temple, utterly overwhelmed by the unimaginable power she just witnessed. A student lies unconscious on a bench, a single exclamation mark hovering above him, hinting at a sudden, unseen event. A blue-haired student, her eyes wide with shock, cries out in confusion, questioning the sudden, overwhelming events unfolding around her. Amidst a chaotic surge of energy, a complex measuring device begins to crack and distort, emitting a rapid, breaking sound. The device's crystalline structure shatters violently, releasing a blinding burst of multicolored energy and crackling lightning. A colossal beam of pure, radiant light descends from the heavens, striking a distant, ornate castle with immense force, enveloped in swirling arcane energy. The energy culminates in a massive, blinding explosion of light, radiating outwards with devastating power, engulfing everything in its brilliant, destructive aura. From an elevated perspective, the aftermath reveals a fiery inferno, with Tadano and another combatant barely visible below, caught in the immense, burning chaos. Blue-haired student recoils in terror from the blast, letting out a desperate scream as she tries to shield herself from the overwhelming power. Two students, a male and a female, are thrown back by the shockwave, their faces etched with fear as they desperately try to brace against the unseen force. A male student looks on in wide-eyed disbelief as fragments of the shattered device and shimmering energy fly past him, reflecting the chaos of the explosion. Amidst the smoking ruins, Tadano stands with an air of nonchalant confidence, remarking that the device broke after he only got a little serious. Tadano observes the other students, internally noting that nobody present could sense his true magic power, questioning their potential to become true magicians. An older man rushes in, anxiously asking if anyone is hurt, to which the kneeling students quickly reassure him that they are okay. The older man then turns to Kusanagi, asking if he is alright, to which Kusanagi responds with a hesitant, "I guess." The man comments on Kusanagi's luck for being in the middle of the explosion. Surveying the destruction, the older man expresses his astonishment, stating it's the first time he's seen a measuring device completely destroyed, wondering if it was defective. His expression turning serious, the older man worries about the implications, explaining that now they won't be able to determine Kusanagi's magic power or attribute. Kusanagi questions if that is a problem, and the older man clarifies that students are typically split into groups for combat class, implying Kusanagi's unknown stats will complicate things. The older man calls out to Tadano, requesting if he could take Kusanagi into his group for the combat class. Tadano, with his distinctive red spiky hair, stands with two other male students, all exuding a confident demeanor. Close-up reveals Tadano's sly, knowing smirk, his eyes obscured, hinting at his hidden capabilities. With a confident grin, Tadano readily agrees to the older man's request, who responds with a relieved great. Tadano then turns to Kusanagi, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, and declares that he is looking forward to their time together. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined cityscape identified as Old Shibuya, with crumbling buildings and debris scattered under a clear sky. A fearsome, scaled monster resembling a wolf prowls through the ruins, a stark reminder that these severely destroyed places are still inhabited by dangerous creatures. The older man explains to Kusanagi and the blue-haired student that the current Shibuya has been abandoned due to lingering threats. He continues, explaining that academy students are required to assist in these efforts, but reassures them that since most monsters have been dealt with by pro-magicians, they shouldn't worry too much. The instructor's voice continues, reassuring the students that they should be capable of taking out a few monsters, as they'll be working in groups. Student Promo Art, however, inwardly expresses his surprise at the unexpected practical class. Kusanagi, still recovering, looks out a hospital window at a city in ruins. He questions if he truly arrived here last night, finding the entire situation unsettlingly strange. Kusanagi observes a defeated monster, certain he had eliminated all threats, yet an unsettling feeling persists as he can still sense other monsters lurking nearby. Two more menacing monsters appear, confirming Kusanagi's suspicions. He ponders why creatures are appearing in an area showing no signs of a recent disaster. Two excitable female students eagerly declare their competitive spirit, ready to challenge each other. Student Promo Art observes them, finding their carefree attitude concerning for a practical class. Student Promo Art looks on with a hint of worry as the blue-haired female student stands with a serious expression, the ruined cityscape looming in the background. An instructor, gesturing energetically, announces the official start of the practical class, urging all students to work effectively as a team. A large boot steps forward and a stern voice calls out, "Oi," directed towards Student Promo Art, who stands alone in the distance. Student Promo Art is caught off guard, showing visible surprise as he's forcefully pushed, indicating a sudden act of aggression. A red-haired student, flanked by two smirking companions, dismissively tells Student Promo Art to stay put and not interfere with their plans. Student Promo Art clenches his fist, asserting that he won't go easy on his aggressor this time, while the red-haired student's voice condescendingly warns him not to get carried away. The red-haired student vehemently insults Student Promo Art, calling him bottom of the barrel scum, while Student Promo Art calmly suggests he simply ignore him if he dislikes him. Enraged, the red-haired student continues his tirade, questioning why Mizuha would show any interest in someone he deems literal trash. Student Promo Art looks utterly bewildered by the sudden outburst and the mention of Mizuha, his expression a simple question mark. A realization dawns on Student Promo Art and he playfully asks if the red-haired student might have feelings for Mizuha. The red-haired student's face contorts into a mask of pure, unbridled fury, his anger radiating intensely. Student Promo Art maintains a composed demeanor, calmly observing the red-haired student who is now engulfed in a furious, fiery aura. Consumed by rage, the red-haired student unleashes a powerful fiery attack, cursing Student Promo Art as a bastard and declaring him dead. His companions recoil in shock. As the red-haired student charges his attack, another student tries to intervene, urging him to stop, but the red-haired student dismisses him, stating it's too late for apologies. The intervening student desperately tells the red-haired student to look behind you, but he scoffs, believing it to be a childish trick and refusing to be fooled. The red-haired student's confident smirk falters, his eyes widening in a sudden, bewildered what, as he finally senses something amiss. Behind the three stunned students, a colossal, terrifying demonic soldier manifests, its dark, imposing form radiating an ominous purple aura. The three students are gripped by sheer terror, their faces contorted in disbelief as one of them cries out, "No way?" The demonic soldier looms menacingly, its presence overwhelming as the students collectively question, "What? Why? How?" in utter shock. The monstrous demon soldier towers over the petrified students, who can only stare up in horror, one of them exclaiming, "Why is there a demon soldier here?" Panicked, the students turn to the red-haired student, pleading for Ju-chan to fight the demon, while he, attempting to regain composure, boasts that it's light work for him. With a defiant roar, the red-haired student, engulfed in a blazing inferno, unleashes his fiery attack, challenging the demon to eat this. His powerful fiery blast collides directly with the demonic soldier, erupting in a brilliant, explosive burst of energy and light. The red-haired student confidently declares job done as his companions cheer and praise Ju-chan, believing the threat has been neutralized. However, the demonic soldier stands unfazed amidst the dissipating smoke, its menacing form still radiating potent purple energy, clearly unharmed. The red-haired student stares in utter shock, his face drenched in sweat, as he realizes the demonic soldier is completely unharmed. "Ah, not even a scratch," he murmurs in disbelief. Tadano, standing calmly, informs the distraught red-haired student that a demon soldier cannot be defeated with mere level 1 magic. The demonic soldier unleashes a burst of potent purple energy, forcing the three terrified students to recoil from its overwhelming power. The blue-haired and blonde students shriek in sheer terror, their faces contorted in fear as they desperately try to shield themselves from the unseen attack. The red-haired student stumbles backward, collapsing to the ground as he gazes in horror at the approaching threat. All three students lie sprawled on the ground, caught within the demonic soldier's radiating purple aura, their expressions etched with abject fear. Tears stream down the red-haired student's face, his mouth agape as he cries out in despair, convinced he is about to meet his end. The red-haired student remains on the ground, his body trembling with fear, utterly helpless in the face of the overwhelming danger. Demonic soldier's monstrous, clawed hand descends with brutal force, casting a terrifying shadow over the cowering red-haired student. A menacing snarl twists the demonic soldier's face, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey with predatory intent. As the demonic claw plunges towards the helpless red-haired student, Tadano stands resolute in the background, observing the unfolding terror. Tadano's gaze is sharp and unwavering, a silent determination hardening his features as he prepares to act. The demonic soldier unleashes another surge of dark power, its form crackling with destructive purple energy. The demonic soldier leaps high into the air, its form radiating menacing purple energy as the three students below watch in renewed horror. Tadano steps forward, his presence commanding, as he remarks that even a demon soldier can discern the difference in power. Tadano stands tall and confident over the trembling students, challenging the demonic soldier to recognize who truly holds the greater power. The demonic soldier turns its head, its red eyes narrowing slightly, as if sensing a new, formidable presence. Tadano's true power ignites, a brilliant blue aura erupting around him, radiating immense magical energy. A massive, clawed hand slams down with crushing force, creating a visible shockwave. A powerful orange magic circle erupts on the ground, and a pained cry echoes through the air. The demonic soldier recoils, caught within the fiery magic circle, as a mysterious red system box appears above it. Tadano extends his hand, activating a potent spell as a crimson magic circle forms before him, radiating immense power. The three students wail in utter despair, convinced that the demon cannot be defeated with mere level 1 magic, crying out that their end is near. The system announces level 2 magic, Rock Break, as a powerful, earth-shattering attack erupts from below, engulfing the demonic soldier in fiery rock fragments. Tadano floats calmly above the swirling inferno, having unleashed the devastating Rock Break spell, while the three students remain huddled below, oblivious to his true power. A faint, confident smirk plays on Tadano's lips, a silent testament to his overwhelming power. The system displays level 1 magic, Fire Arrow, as a colossal wave of fire engulfs the demonic soldier, incinerating it completely. The inferno rages with destructive force, consuming everything in its path with searing heat. As the flames begin to subside, the charred remains of the demonic soldier's body are revealed, still smoldering. With a final, explosive burst, the demonic soldier's form shatters into countless fragments, utterly annihilated by the attack. The immense magical discharge continues to ripple, scorching the air with an inferno of orange and red energy. Black tendrils of residual power dissipate into fiery fragments. From the heart of the inferno, a new, more menacing demonic figure begins to coalesce, its spiky red form glowing with dark power, seemingly unfazed by the previous attack. A second, even more violent explosion erupts, engulfing the demonic presence in a blinding flash of red and orange, the sheer force shattering the ground itself. Amidst the lingering embers, Tadano stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the aftermath, while behind him, his fellow students react with a mix of awe and fear to the devastating power unleashed. The students behind Tadano recoil in sheer terror, their faces contorted in disbelief as the raw power of the explosions washes over them, leaving them trembling. Scorched earth below still smolders, a testament to the cataclysmic impact, as the students look down from a safe distance, grappling with the scale of the destruction. With wide, disbelieving eyes, a student shouts in shock, questioning the reality of the situation and wondering aloud if Kusanagi was truly responsible for annihilating the demon soldier. Another student stares in stunned disbelief, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend how someone like Kusanagi could possess such devastating power. Tadano's thoughts drift, contemplating the power he just witnessed, realizing that even his own level 1 magic is capable of dispatching a demon soldier. Tadano looks back at the scene, his mind racing with questions, finding it strange that a demon soldier appeared in Shibuya, especially after he had seemingly eliminated all monsters just yesterday. A grim expression crosses Tadano's face as he ponders the implications, wondering if these recurring appearances are a dire omen of an impending disaster and if the situation is far more urgent than he initially believed. A haunting vision flashes, showing a young girl clutching a teddy bear amidst a devastated landscape, followed by a male figure kneeling in despair, reflecting a past tragedy or a grim future. Tadano's eyes harden with resolve, his expression unwavering as he processes the grim thoughts and visions, steeling himself for what lies ahead. His hand clenches into a resolute fist, a faint glow of power emanating from it, symbolizing his unwavering determination to face the challenges. Tadano looks up, his resolve solidified, vowing to himself that even if another calamity were to strike, he would save everyone, a promise etched in his determined gaze. The red-haired student stammers in disbelief, asking his companions if Kusanagi truly defeated a demon soldier, his mind struggling to reconcile this new Kusanagi with the one they knew. Overwhelmed by frustration and disbelief, a student slams his fist against a nearby wall, unable to process the sudden shift in Kusanagi's power. Leaning against the wall, his face contorted in a mix of anger and confusion, the student grapples with the unsettling realization of Kusanagi's newfound strength. The blue-haired female student watches the stunned group of male students from above, her expression reflecting a mix of concern and understanding for their shock. Suddenly, the blue-haired female student unleashes a powerful torrent of blue magical energy, a complex runic circle manifesting before her as she confronts a towering, horned beast. Two other students watch in awe as one exclaims, impressed by the incredible display of power, attributing the amazing feat to Mizuha-san. The blue-haired female student looks down, a hint of disdain in her thoughts, finding it amusing that such a display of power could surprise ordinary people whom she considers a drag. A smug smile plays on the blue-haired female student's lips as she internally declares herself a genius, concluding that her exceptional abilities simply can't be helped before letting out a dismissive HMPH. The group of male students stares intently into the distance, one of them uttering a single, drawn-out word, hinting at a new revelation or an unexpected sight. The blue-haired female student glances back, her expression unreadable as the male students continue to react to whatever has captured their attention in the background. With a casual wave, the blue-haired female student declares she'll leave the remaining tasks to the other two students, her demeanor suggesting she's done with the current situation. As the blue-haired female student turns to leave, her attention is caught by the two male students in the distance. A thought flashes through her mind, I think he's getting bullied. I can't miss this, can I? Her expression shifts to one of deep concern, her blue eyes narrowing as she processes the unfolding situation. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat forming on her temple as she realizes the true nature of the threat. Below, Tadano and another student face a towering, purple-hued monster. The blue-haired female student gasps, exclaiming, "Duh, demon soldier." A wave of dread washes over her as she thinks, that isn't something they can take on. Her hand clenches into a determined fist, resolve hardening in her gaze. With renewed determination, the blue-haired female student bursts forward, realizing, I need to help them. I am a member of the Mizuha family after all. She sprints into the fray, shouting a warning, everyone run before her words are abruptly cut short. A massive fiery explosion erupts, engulfing the blue-haired female student, her eyes wide with terror as the flames consume her. She is violently thrown backward by the sheer force of the blast, a pained grunt escaping her lips. The ground is scorched and cracked, embers scattering through the air, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Amidst the chaos, Kusanagi stands firm, his hand extended, glowing particles of magic swirling around him, an aura of calm power radiating from his form. From the sidelines, the blue-haired female student stares in disbelief, questioning, what was that? Was that Kusanagi's magic? She observes Kusanagi, a new confidence in his demeanor, thinking, it's as if he's a different person now. The confusion deepens as she ponders, without chanting, moreover, how can he beat a demon soldier with level 1 magic? A system prompt appears, explaining a fundamental truth: a demon's strength is determined by its number of crystals. A monstrous beast is revealed, its skull adorned with a single, glowing purple crystal. The system identifies this formidable foe as a demon soldier, rank 5, its body embedded with multiple power-granting crystals. Further hierarchy is revealed: the demon captain, rank 4, and the even more imposing demon general, rank 3, each distinguished by their crystal count. A shadowy silhouette of a demon with a single, prominent purple crystal hints at an even greater power. At the apex stands the demon god, rank 1, a being of immense power adorned with numerous crystals, the ultimate threat. A mage demonstrates his skill as the system reiterates: the number of effective ranks for each demon is fixed. It is common sense for modern magicians. The blue-haired female student, still reeling from Kusanagi's display, recalls the established rules: you need at least level 3 magic to defeat a demon soldier. It's impossible to beat it with level 1 magic. As Kusanagi's foot passes by, the blue-haired female student peeks from behind a crumbling wall, observing him intently. A flicker of self-awareness crosses her face as she questions her own actions. Why am I hiding? Kusanagi walks away, his back to her, seemingly unaware of her presence as she continues to watch from her concealed position. Suddenly, Kusanagi turns his head, a knowing look in his eyes, and casually remarks, peeking around is a nice hobby to have. The blue-haired female student recoils in utter shock, pressing herself against the wall as she stammers, How did you know? The student, promo art, coolly explains that any mage would be foolish not to know such fundamental information. The blue-haired female student stares up at the student, promo art, her expression a mix of bewilderment and dawning realization. With a slight shake of his head, the student, promo art, questions if they truly lack the ability to sense magic. The student, promo art, turns his back and begins to walk away, leaving the blue-haired female student stunned in his wake. The blue-haired female student finally snaps out of her daze, frantically calling out for the student, promo art, to wait. A voice laced with frustration, the blue-haired female student demands an explanation for what just transpired. She stares down the empty alleyway, where the student, promo art, has vanished without a trace, leaving her with more questions than answers. From a rooftop, the student, promo art, observes the blue-haired female student below, a thoughtful expression on his face. The student, promo art, touches his chin in contemplation, his mind already moving past the encounter. Deciding to be thorough, the student, promo art, declares he will survey the surroundings, just to be safe. Student, promo art, notes the absence of demon soldiers, but his gaze sharpens as he detects the presence of numerous magical beasts in the vicinity. He muses on Tadano's earlier panic, realizing that even an excellent student like him was affected by the lingering magical presence. A golden aura ignites around the student, promo art, as he decides it's time to reduce the number of magical beasts. Golden magic circles manifest around the student, promo art's hands, pulsating with raw power as he prepares his attack. The golden energy surges, forming a massive magic circle beneath the student, promo art, as he charges his formidable spell. With a devastating surge, the student, promo art, unleashes a torrent of golden energy, a powerful beam erupting from his position. Across the cityscape, multiple golden energy beams descend from the heavens, striking down with immense force. Other male students look up in disbelief, questioning the phenomenon. One exclaims, "What is that?" while another wonders if they are witnessing shooting stars. The blue-haired female student, eyes wide with awe, realizes the scale of the attack, asking if it's magic, and then if it's multiple magic abilities. Two terrified unnamed students are cornered by the magical beasts, the unnamed female student crying out that she can't take this anymore. A magical beast lunges with ferocious speed, prompting a terrified Gau from the unnamed female student as she braces for impact. Suddenly, the attacking magical beast halts, its menacing advance broken by an unseen force, leaving the unnamed female student bewildered and asking, "Huh?" A golden beam of energy strikes the magical beast, causing it to let out a pained whine as it's blasted away. The unnamed male student rushes to the unnamed female student's side, asking if she's okay, as the defeated magical beasts lie smoldering on the ground. From his vantage point, the student, promo art, surveys the city, a satisfied smirk on his face as he remarks, good, and that it feels good to kill them all. Flicker of doubt crosses the student, promo art's face as he begins to question his actions, muttering, did I? The remnants of a defeated magical beast lie shattered on the ground, a testament to the student, promo art's overwhelming power. The destruction continues, with more magical beasts lying mangled across the devastated terrain, their forms broken and lifeless. Student, promo art, wonders if he might have overdone it. He scratches his head in consternation, realizing he had killed most of the creatures. The implications hit him. His class won't be able to proceed now. He truly needed to hold himself back. With a surge of energy, student, promo art, activates a magical platform beneath his feet, propelling himself high into the sky. He scans the area, deciding that this spot should be fine for his next move. The green magical circle descends, gently lowering student, promo art, back to solid ground amidst the ruins. He muses that there's no need to hide his power unnecessarily, but standing out always proves to be a pain. Meanwhile, Kachi kneels to inspect the fallen beast. Several students observe the scene with expressions of shock and apprehension. Kachi questions how so many magic beasts could still be left, believing the herd should have been mostly hunted down already. He further deduces that all of them were taken down with a single strike, indicating the work of someone incredibly skilled. Kachi identifies the technique as null attribute magic, involving countless magic bullets, a feat he has never witnessed before. He considers that firing 2 such bullets is no big deal, but when the number reaches above 6, it's clear this was not a student's job. 2 male students express their shock and fear, demanding to know why so many magical beasts were present and exclaiming they nearly died. Kachi bows deeply, offering his sincere apologies for the oversight. He explains that he was informed the police had cleared most of the pack, regretting he hadn't confirmed it with the school. Kachi reiterates his apologies to the students, truly sorry for putting them all in danger. A female student, with tears in her eyes, wonders if someone came to save them. Kachi admits he doesn't know, and the female student expresses a desire to simply thank their unknown savior. Kachi speculates that it was likely neither the police nor an official mage, but possibly an illegal magician. Despite the mystery, he acknowledges that someone saved them all, and the students collectively offer their thanks to the stranger. Student, promo art, watches from a distance, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. 2 other female students discuss the powerful magic they witnessed, wondering what it could have been. Student, promo art, observes the scene, relieved that everyone is fine after the chaos. Piercing red eye gleams with an intense, focused power, hinting at the true depth of the abilities at play. Even against such formidable power, student, promo art, wonders about the capabilities of his peers, observing the reactions of the students behind him. The blue-haired female student recalls how student, promo art, single-handedly defeated a demon soldier using only level 1 magic, then questions the source of his seemingly infinite magical power. She questions if the fire and null attribute magic she witnessed earlier also belonged to him, a conflicting thought given his known abilities. Dismissing the thought, she concludes she must be overthinking things, asserting that it's impossible for one person to wield 2 magic attributes, meaning the null attribute user must be someone else entirely. Yet, the undeniable fact remains that Kusanagi defeated a demon soldier. She stares intently, demanding to know what he truly is. One of the students gasps in disbelief, pointing out that even those peculiar laser-like abilities were Kusanagi's doing, barely able to finish his sentence. The blonde student vehemently denies the possibility, yet struggles with the undeniable fact that Kusanagi defeated a demon soldier. Meanwhile, the red-haired student simply thinks, oh I. With a furious snarl, the red-haired student declares, shut up, I will kill you. The blonde and blue-haired students recoil in shock, their faces etched with fear after the sudden, violent outburst. The enraged red-haired student vehemently denies Kusanagi's strength, convinced there's something deceitful at play. The blonde student agrees that Kusanagi's sudden change is indeed strange, while the blue-haired student questions, wasn't he such a coward before? Consumed by fury, the red-haired student screams that Kusanagi must be cheating, vowing to expose his true character for making a fool of him. The scene shifts to the clear blue sky, signaling the end of the school day. Student, promo art, walks alone down a quiet street, leaving the school grounds behind. Suddenly, student Promo Art finds himself cornered by the red-haired student and his intimidating group, their presence radiating hostility. The red-haired student's face twists into a sinister grin, relishing the confrontation. Student Promo Art calmly remarks on their persistence, suggesting they would be better off studying magic instead. The red-haired student explodes in a rage, shouting back, "You're one to talk, you cheating bastard." Student Promo Art turns, feigning surprise as he repeats the word, "Cheat?" The red-haired student furiously points, accusing student Promo Art of playing dumb and insisting he couldn't possibly wield such powerful magic. Student Promo Art maintains an unconcerned expression, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He internally acknowledges that reasoning with them is utterly futile. The red-haired student commands him to come with me, gesturing for him to follow. The red-haired student, surrounded by his shadowy companions, condescendingly remarks that he'll give student Promo Art credit for not running away. Student Promo Art shrugs casually, declaring there's no need for him to flee. The red-haired student's patience snaps, and he roars, "Stop spouting bullshit, bastard." Raising his fist, the red-haired student challenges student Promo Art, asking if he can still use magic in this specific location. A brutal fist connects squarely with student Promo Art's face, the impact sending his head snapping back. Student Promo Art is overwhelmed as multiple students, including the red-haired one, descend upon him, while one of the attackers questions what just happened amidst the chaos. The red-haired attacker, his face contorted in a sneer, lunges forward, demanding if his opponent is helpless without magic. With a chilling intensity, the red-haired student vows no forgiveness, his eyes burning as he pronounces death upon Kusanagi. Tadano remains completely unharmed, a green aura shimmering around him, as he coolly declares the attacks aren't even scratching him. Tadano's magical powers automatically activate, forming a barrier that deflects all incoming blows, rendering him immune to damage. He notes that even if hit, it won't have any effect. Finding the relentless, ineffective attacks annoying, Tadano internally contemplates pretending to be struck. The red-haired student presses his foot onto Tadano, who sits on the ground, while one of the other attackers questions the situation amidst the chaos. A fierce determination hardens the blue-haired female student's expression as she observes the unfolding scene. The red-haired student's eyes widen in surprise, uttering the name Yuika as he reacts to an unseen presence. Still stunned, the red-haired student repeats the name Yuika, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. The red-haired student casually dismisses the situation, claiming they were merely playing around. The blue-haired female student confronts the group, declaring she is aware of their bullying towards Kusanagi. Her voice rising in indignation, the blue-haired female student expresses her shock and shame that students from their magic academy would engage in bullying. The red-haired student and his companions react with annoyance, turning away from the confrontation. The red-haired student's anger flares, blaming Kusanagi for Yuika's disgust towards him. The blue-haired female student gently takes Kusanagi's hand, suggesting they leave, while a faint oi echoes. The blue-haired female student's hand clasps Kusanagi's, a defiant gesture that leaves the red-haired student fuming in the background. Intense fury washes over the red-haired student, who repeats the curse, "Damn you, Kusanagi." The red-haired student's face is cast in shadow, his companions looking on with alarm as his rage intensifies. Consumed by pure fury, the red-haired student screams Kusanagi's name, dark energy swirling around his outstretched hand. Tadano's expression shifts to one of alarm as he utters a desperate "Oh God." Enraged, the red-haired student unleashes his magic, two crimson circles forming in his hands as he vows to kill Kusanagi. His companions also prepare their spells. The blue-haired female student cries out in shock, questioning Tadano's actions amidst the escalating magical assault. A devastating fiery explosion erupts from the combined magical circles, accompanied by a final, furious cry for Kusanagi's demise. The blue-haired female student panics, warning of the extreme danger, while Tadano remains eerily calm. The blue-haired female student is thrown back by a sudden, fiery blast, her scream of pure terror echoing as the intense impact sends her reeling through the air. He laughs maniacally, boasting that no amount of cheating could possibly stand against his overwhelming power. One of his companions questions if their target is dead, but he simply winks, mockingly asking if they are afraid. He casually explains that they accidentally used magic outside of school, which got out of control, and Kusanagi simply got caught in the middle of it. Looking down at the massive crater carved into the earth, he admits that they might have gone a little too far. A new, calm voice breaks the tension, as Tadano states he has tolerated their antics, thinking they were just rats. Tadano's eyes harden as he declares that stupidity, it seems, can only be cured by death. Tadano strides forward, a dangerous resolve in his eyes, stating it's time for him to discipline them. The blue-haired female student follows, a mix of shock and fear on her face. He and his cronies are stunned, exclaiming in disbelief that he is alive, even after being hit with such a powerful magical attack. The blue-haired female student sits on the ravaged ground, her eyes wide with apprehension as a protective hand moves swiftly before her. Tadano looks at them with disdain, questioning just how rotten they truly are. Enraged by Tadano's words, he shouts back, blaming both Tadano and the blue-haired female student, furious that they dared to make a fool out of him. Engulfed in a fiery magical circle, he declares they will continue their assault until Tadano is dead. Unfazed by the threat, Tadano calmly raises a single finger, preparing his counter. A small, golden magic circle materializes at the tip of Tadano's finger, glowing with latent power. He and his allies erupt in laughter, mocking Tadano's seemingly unimpressive magic circle. With a furious roar, he and his group unleash a devastating fiery beam, declaring that this time Kusanagi will surely die. Tadano calmly utters the words, "Magic Drain." From Tadano's outstretched hand, glowing green, vine-like energy tentacles erupt, swiftly spreading outwards with a luminous yellow aura. The vibrant green energy vines rapidly expand, their luminous tendrils twisting and intertwining, filling the air with their potent magic. The green energy vines ensnare him and his companions as one cries out in shock and he demands to be released. Drained of their power, his companions slump, bound tightly by the glowing vines. One gasps that he has no strength left, while another simply retches. The vibrant green energy vines rapidly retract, drawing the absorbed magical power back towards Tadano's glowing hand. He and his two companions lie unconscious on the dusty ground, utterly defeated. Tadano sits calmly beside the unconscious antagonist, musing that he only absorbed a little magic, yet it was enough to take them all out. He hopes this experience will make them reflect on their actions. The blue-haired female student, bewildered, questions what kind of magic that was, what just happened, and why the antagonist and his companions are unconscious. Tadano calmly turns and walks away, his school bag slung over his shoulder, leaving the bewildered blue-haired female student behind. The blue-haired female student calls out, urging Tadano to wait a minute. Her questions tumble out in a rush, demanding to know what kind of magic that was, what truly happened, and asserting that Tadano shouldn't even be able to use magic properly. With a piercing gaze, the blue-haired female student demands to know who Tadano truly is. Tadano, clearly exasperated by the situation, lets out a frustrated sigh, internally declaring how utterly annoying everything has become. He turns to the blue-haired female student, his expression still annoyed, suggesting that instead of interrogation, she should perhaps be expressing gratitude. Blushing deeply, the blue-haired female student stammers, finally managing to convey her thanks and promising to properly acknowledge his assistance. A brief moment of gratitude quickly gives way to her original intent as she firmly states, "All right then," before reiterating her demand for answers. Her frustration explodes as she realizes Tadano has vanished, shouting in exasperation, "Where did he go now? Come on." As day fades into night, a luminous full moon rises, casting its soft glow over the city below. The scene shifts to the desolate, crumbling landscape of what is known as Old Shibuya, shrouded in the ominous darkness of night. A hooded figure, Kusanagi, moves with incredible speed through the night sky, propelled by vibrant green energy emanating from a magical circle beneath him. Kusanagi expertly lands on a high rooftop, his form still shimmering with a faint blue aura, his gaze sweeping over the ruined cityscape. A close-up reveals Kusanagi, his eyes closed in concentration, as a faint blue energy pulses around him, hinting at his hidden power. He reveals his reason for being there, stating that a bad feeling compelled him to investigate. His fears are confirmed as he observes the city once again infested with monsters, noting his previous efforts were futile and wondering if this resurgence is a grim omen. Kusanagi confidently asserts his ability to handle Shibuya alone, but his expression darkens as he senses the monster's presence spreading to other locations, realizing the police would be overwhelmed. He considers other potential forces but quickly dismisses them, concluding that even the so-called magicians are useless in this escalating crisis. Despite his power, Kusanagi acknowledges the daunting reality that he cannot single-handedly eliminate all the monsters across Japan. A moment of contemplation washes over him as he ponders his next move, knowing a strategic plan is essential to tackle this overwhelming threat. With renewed resolve, Kusanagi decides to clear the immediate vicinity of monsters first, emphasizing the need for discretion to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Kusanagi activates a golden magic circle above his hand, radiating powerful light, while green energy pulses around his feet, preparing for combat. Unaware of the lurking dangers, a heavily inebriated man stumbles down the street, loudly proclaiming his drunkenness. Suddenly, a grotesque, multi-eyed monster with blue hair looms over him, sending the terrified drunk man scrambling in a desperate escape. The monster's slavering jaws close in, its terrifying presence overwhelming the drunk man, whose eyes are shut tight in pure terror. Just as the monster attacks, Kusanagi descends in a blur of green energy, a magic circle spinning at his foot, intercepting the beast with incredible speed. Drunk man, dazed and confused, blinks, barely registering the sudden interruption, muttering a bewildered "HM?" As Kusanagi remains hidden, the drunk man dismisses the terrifying encounter as a mere hallucination, resuming his unsteady walk. Kusanagi watches the drunk man depart, wondering if his swift intervention was subtle enough to avoid detection. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of emerald energy erupts into the night sky, drawing an awestruck reaction from an unseen observer. A blonde female in a red hoodie, electrified with excitement, exclaims "Awesome, I got it all," as she captures the spectacle on her phone. The phone screen reveals a clear recording of Kusanagi, his hooded figure captured in action, now a viral sensation waiting to happen. The viral recording of Kusanagi quickly leads to consequences as students are summoned to a disciplinary meeting in the school office. The old doctor and another official observe 3 students, including Tadano and the blue-haired female student, who stand accused. A school official addresses the group, stating that it has come to their attention that some students were seen using magic outside school grounds. He continues, making it clear that if these allegations are true, the school will have no choice but to expel the students involved. Tadano and the blue-haired female student listen intently. One of the students, a red-haired boy, looks agitated as he demands an explanation for what happened. The red-haired student vehemently denies their involvement, pointing at Tadano and exclaiming that it wasn't them who used magic but Kusanagi who came looking for a fight. Tadano listens to the blatant lie, a flicker of impressed disbelief crossing his mind at how casually the student fabricates his story. With a sigh, Tadano realizes he cannot remain silent. It's a drag, but he knows he needs to explain his side of the events. As Tadano prepares to speak, another student loudly declares that the red-haired student's claims are all lies, adding to the tension in the room. The blue-haired female student steps forward, her eyes burning with fierce determination, ready to defend Kusanagi. She shouts vehemently, exposing the truth. Kusanagi was being bullied by Tadano and his friends, and it was Tadano and his group who initiated the use of magic. The official questions her statement, noting that if Tadano used magic first, then Kusanagi must have also used magic in response. The blue-haired female student quickly retorts, asserting that Kusanagi's actions were purely in self-defense and that he did nothing wrong. Tadano watches the unfolding argument, a look of surprise and concern etched on his face. As the red-haired student attempts to interject with a weak denial, the blue-haired female student silences him with a sharp, furious shout. She confronts him directly, questioning his integrity for bullying someone and then shamelessly shifting the blame when facing the consequences. The red-haired student, growing increasingly desperate, dismisses Kusanagi as a small fry unworthy of their school, claiming he was merely cleaning up the trash. With a cold, piercing gaze, the blue-haired female student declares that he is the one unworthy of their school. The red-haired student, his face contorted in a desperate plea, insists that he is the only one worthy of standing beside her, not Kusanagi. The blue-haired female student looks up at him, bewildered by his sudden, intense outburst. He leans in, his face frantic, urging her to open her eyes and stop covering for Kusanagi. His desperation peaks as he shouts her name, Yuika, demanding she look only at him and become his woman. The blue-haired female student, utterly disgusted, delivers a blunt and definitive rejection, not a chance. The red-haired student's world shatters around him as the weight of her rejection crashes down, leaving him stunned and horrified. She continues to dismantle him, rejecting him for being a bully, for his violence, and for the utterly nonsensical timing of his confession, sending him reeling. Tadano observes the defeated red-haired student lying on the floor. He admits the student deserved it, but finds the rejection brutally harsh. The old doctor concludes the investigation, stating that Tadano and his friends are at fault while Kusanagi merely acted in self-defense. With a stern expression, the old doctor declares that the school has no place for those who use magic for selfish desires, and all the involved students are hereby expelled. The expelled students erupt in protest, a male student vehemently denying the charges and exclaiming that they only follow Juchan's orders. The old doctor dismisses Kusanagi and the blue-haired female student, instructing them to return to their classes. A voice, presumably Kusanagi's, acknowledges their departure as the scene shifts to the sign for the dean's office. Outside the office, the blue-haired female student rages, declaring the old doctor to be the worst and expressing her intense anger, while Kusanagi remains composed. Blue-haired female student worries about the expelled student's future, realizing they can no longer become mags, to which Kusanagi curtly responds that the outcome is obvious. The blue-haired female student scolds Kusanagi, addressing him as Tadano-kun and urging him to speak up for himself, while Kusanagi internally muses that he was about to, but she beat him to it. Kusanagi's gaze sharpens, a thoughtful expression on his face as he processes the recent events. The blue-haired female student looks taken aback, a bead of sweat forming as she utters a surprised "what?" Kusanagi asks the blue-haired female student how many times she has tried to save him, recalling an instance back in the classroom. Kusanagi continues his thought, remembering another time she saved him when they got into a fight in class, and notes that she's trying to save him even now. Kusanagi flashes a wide, teasing grin, calling the blue-haired female student a crazy good girl. The blue-haired female student blushes fiercely, completely flustered by Kusanagi's unexpected compliment. Still blushing furiously, the blue-haired female student shouts for Kusanagi to hurry up, declaring she's going first as she dashes down the hallway. Kusanagi watches her go, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. Kusanagi reflects internally on the fate of Kusanagi Minato, the original owner of his body, who died, leading to his reincarnation. He wonders if Minato was bullied to death. His internal monologue continues as he ponders whether Minato's death was a car accident or something else, admitting he doesn't know the full truth. Concludes his thoughts, convinced that they were definitely guilty of something, and expresses a hope that his actions will ultimately pay off. A male character questions the old doctor, summarizing the situation about students using magic outside school and others getting caught up in it. The old doctor confirms the male character's understanding, reassuring him that despite the incident, no harm was done to the general public. The male character reveals the name of the student who got caught up in the incident, Mizuha Yuika, the blue-haired female student. The male character states his understanding of the situation and thanks the blue-haired female student for reporting it to him. The old doctor then asks the blue-haired female student to convey his regards to her father. The blue-haired female student confidently assures the old doctor that her father is willing to invest in the school. As they walk, the male character remarks that Kusanagi must be absurdly strong, reasoning that fighting multiple mags is nearly impossible without a huge power discrepancy. The male character continues, musing about Kusanagi's strength compared to their own, dismissing the idea of him being stronger but admitting his interest is piqued. The male character then states their plan. They will first confirm Kusanagi's capabilities. He clarifies their objective to confirm the competence of the student, Minato Kusanagi. The blue-haired female student, Yuika, then reveals the ultimate decision hinges on Kusanagi's competence, specifically regarding whether to expel her sister, Mizuha Ruka, a third-year S-class student. Katsuragi Ruji, a third-year S-class student, smiles, finding the unfolding situation interesting. Back in the classroom, Kusanagi is slumped over his desk, internally lamenting that with the return of peace, he has completely lost all his motivation. Kusanagi remains slumped over his desk, oblivious as his classmates buzz with excitement. One student eagerly shows his friend a phone, exclaiming, "Look at this, so sick, that's the Black Mage, right?" The other student replies, "I know him." Kusanagi lifts his head, a confused expression on his face as he internally questions, "Black Mage? Is that the same as a magic noble?" A ghostly figure of a grim reaper laughs menacingly behind him. Still at his desk, Kusanagi glances indifferently at the phone displaying the Black Mage, concluding in his thoughts, "Well, it doesn't concern me." Teacher stands at the classroom door, waving his arm and calling out, "Oi, Kusanagi." The blue-haired female student stands beside him, observing. The teacher addresses a group of students, announcing, "Students who couldn't get measured last time are going to get measured now." Tadano and the blue-haired female student are among those gathered. Tadano looks at Kusanagi with surprise, asking, "You were healed?" The blue-haired female student stands beside him, also observing Kusanagi. The blue-haired female student clenches her fist, a determined glint in her eyes as she internally declares, "This time, I can find out what Kusanagi is capable of." Suddenly, the blue-haired female student gasps in shock, her eyes wide as she thinks, Wait, what?" Other students in the background also appear startled. Karasu Kachi looks on with a surprised expression, thinking, "Wani-san?" beside a newly arrived blue-haired woman with glasses. The blue-haired female student is visibly shocked, her thoughts racing. What's Ruka Wani-san doing here? Kusanagi stands before a large crystal assessment device as the narrator announces, "Next is Kusanagi. Start the magic power assessment." Kusanagi eyes the device, recalling his past experience, and thinks to himself, I destroyed it in the last assessment, so I must be careful this time. He presses his hand against the crystal, and a faint yellow aura begins to emanate from his palm, activating his magic. Kusanagi grunts with effort as the yellow energy intensifies around his hand, his expression one of intense concentration. The assessment display flickers wildly, showing a reading of 000 as if struggling to register his power, with visual effects indicating a glitch. Kusanagi leans over, panting heavily from the exertion, while the teacher approaches him with concern, asking, Hey, are you okay? Teacher looks at the assessment results with a surprised expression, remarking, Seems like we managed to get the results. This is... The blue-haired female student looks on in surprise as the narrator reveals Kusanagi's attribute is none. Karasukachi stands with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face as the narrator continues, and his amount of magic is. The display finally settles, showing the number 100 as the narrator states 100. Two male students react with disbelief. The green-haired combatant questions, 100, he said, isn't that the lowest in our batch? Another student adds, having no attribute is quite rare, right? It also means that he's useless. Karasukachi crosses his arms, a skeptical look on his face as he internally dismisses the rumors, thinking, it seems that there is no truth behind the talk of him defeating delinquents all by himself. Karasukachi turns to leave, stating, Let's go. The blue-haired woman with glasses beside him adds, We're done with our business here. Kusanagi remains hunched over, exhausted, while the green-haired combatant and another student mock him. The green-haired combatant sneers, Heck, he's getting that higher just from the reassessment. You'll end up that way if your magic power is that low. Teacher places a comforting hand on Kusanagi's shoulder, offering encouragement. Don't think too much about it, Kusanagi. The amount of magic power one has doesn't mean everything. The blue-haired female student looks on with a worried expression, a bead of sweat forming on her temple. Kusanagi looks surprised as the blue-haired female student, with conviction, thinks Kusanagi definitely has the ability to defeat the demon soldiers. He should be able to use the dual attribute of fire and none. The blue-haired female student demands to know what just happened, her expression intense as she questions how anyone could adjust their own magic power so precisely. Tadano lets out a relieved sigh, wiping sweat from his brow, clearly exhausted from the effort. Despite his fatigue, Tadano grins, announcing a perfect result. He admits that while the precise magic manipulation was draining, he believes he's finally gotten a grip on the technique. As they walk through the hallway, the blue-haired female student hesitantly admits her curiosity about his powers. Suddenly, a stern voice commands them to stop as a pair of legs blocks their path. Blocking their way are the blue-haired female student, looking defiant, and Katsuragi Ryuji, who stands calmly beside her. Tadano, taken aback by the sudden confrontation, directly asks for their identities. The blue-haired female student introduces herself as the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family and identifies Katsuragi Ryuji, stating they are both third-year students. Tadano considers the name Mizuha before directly asking if they need something. The blue-haired female student dismissively declares she no longer has any business with him and begins to walk away. She turns her back, the swiftness of her movement betraying a hint of frustration. A female student with long, flowing blue hair confronts the blue-haired female student, stating she isn't even a match against delinquents. She presses further, revealing she heard the blue-haired female student was saved by someone with a mere 100 magic power, demanding to know if it's true. The blue-haired female student looks distraught, stammering out a reluctant confirmation that the humiliating rumor is true. She angrily orders the blue-haired female student to quit the academy. The blue-haired female student reacts with shock and defiance, questioning why she should comply. She challenges her, asking if she has ever won against her, even once, as an ominous aura surrounds them. She continues to recount the blue-haired female student's shortcomings, starting with academics, as a samba memory shows two other students in a classroom. Her voice presses on, detailing failures in sports, as another memory shows a student kneeling in defeat. Finally, she emphasizes the blue-haired female student's defeats in Magic Raft as the memory shows them battling, reflected in a mystical pool. Back in the present, she asserts that the blue-haired female student never fails to lose against her in anything. With a smug expression, she coldly states that the blue-haired female student is not suited to be a mage, as her own existence is more than enough. The blue-haired female student tries to protest, her voice trembling with emotion and despair. She delivers the final blow, ordering the blue-haired female student to quit the academy and enroll in a normal school. Her eyes narrow menacingly as she demands confirmation that the blue-haired female student understands her command. A clenched fist trembles, a silent testament to the raw anger and frustration boiling beneath the surface. Tadano steps forward, his expression annoyed, and declares that she is being quite arrogant. Her eyes widen in disbelief and anger as she demands to know what he just said. Tadano stands confidently, challenging her arrogance by pointing out she spoke non-stop without listening to anyone else, asking what else that could be called. Tadano, unfazed, challenges the very notion of a conversation as the blue-haired female student dismissively tells him to stay out of their family matters. Her eyes widening in fury, the blue-haired female student shouts back, demanding to know what Tadano just dared to say. Tadano remains perfectly calm, asserting that no one, not even family, has the right to coerce another out of their chosen path in life. The older blue-haired female student scoffs, declaring her younger sister lacks the talent to be a mage, citing a history of never winning against her. Meanwhile, the younger blue-haired female student's thoughts echo Tadano's sentiment, lamenting the forceful suppression of her dreams. Tears well in the younger blue-haired female student's eyes as she internalizes her sister's harsh words, convinced she truly lacks the talent for magic. Her inner monologue reveals a painful self-deception, recalling how she once convinced herself of her own genius and aptitude for magic. The younger blue-haired female student's self-doubt deepens, realizing the harsh truth that she has never once triumphed over her older sister. Tadano, with unwavering confidence, declares that the younger blue-haired female student can win against her older sister. The younger blue-haired female student looks up, startled, a glimmer of surprise mixed with her despair as Tadano's words cut through her self-pity. The older blue-haired female student narrows her eyes, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she questions Tadano's bold assertion about her sister. Tadano clarifies, admitting that victory is currently impossible for the younger sister, to which the older blue-haired female student responds with a dismissive HMPH, agreeing to the unspoken challenge. Her expression hardening, the older blue-haired female student proposes a 2-on-2 magic duel to take place in 2 weeks' time. Tadano muses on the 2-on-2 format while the older blue-haired female student, her expression sharp, begins to accuse him of planning to run away after his earlier bold statements. The older blue-haired female student finishes her accusation, her gaze challenging Tadano as the green-haired combatant stands silently by her side. Tadano dismisses her accusation as nonsense, confidently declaring his own participation in the upcoming duel. Tadano turns his attention to the younger blue-haired female student, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he poses a direct question to her. The younger blue-haired female student's eyes widen, her face a mixture of surprise and apprehension as she processes Tadano's unexpected inquiry. Tadano repeats his question, his gaze fixed on the younger blue-haired female student, prompting her decision. Still overwhelmed, the younger blue-haired female student remains silent, her expression a mix of fear and dawning hope. Her hands clench into determined fists, the younger blue-haired female student's resolve solidifying as she steels herself for a decision. With newfound courage, the younger blue-haired female student declares her intention to participate in the duel. A satisfied smile spreads across Tadano's face as he confirms the decision, the duel now set. Tadano lays out the terms. If they win, the older blue-haired female student must never again speak on the matter of her sister's path. The older blue-haired female student counters, her smirk widening as she declares her own condition. If they win, the younger blue-haired female student must quit the academy. The green-haired combatant, with a confident stance, warns the younger blue-haired female student that he will show no mercy, urging her to prepare for a harsh reality. The scene shifts abruptly from the green-haired combatant's harsh warning to a serene school rooftop. There, the blue-haired female student stands opposite Tadano, earnestly addressing him as Kusanagi-kun and requesting his help. With wide, determined eyes, the blue-haired female student urgently declares her desire. She wants Tadano to teach her more about magic. Taken aback by the sudden request, Tadano internally muses about why he was called to the rooftop for such an unexpected proposition. Turning slightly, Tadano questions her sincerity, stating that his magic power is a mere 100. He asks if she's truly sure about being taught by someone he considers so lowly. The blue-haired female student counters, asserting her belief that Tadano is hiding his true strength and is undoubtedly much more powerful than she is. Tadano considers her words with a thoughtful, almost surprised expression, uttering a quiet "hmm" as her conviction sinks in. Her voice rising with excitement, the blue-haired female student presses further, asking if he knows a way to become stronger. She connects this to his previous statement about winning against Nae-sama. Tadano thinks to himself, recognizing that some people desperately crave control and that his sister would surely be provoked into a fight if he suggested it. He concludes he cannot say such a thing. From a low angle, the blue-haired female student looks up at Tadano, her face contorted in a desperate plea as she begs him for his help. After a moment of consideration, Tadano reluctantly agrees, a subtle sigh escaping him as he accepts her fervent request. The blue-haired female student's eyes widen in disbelief and hope, her voice trembling as she asks if he is truly sure about his decision. Tadano lays down his conditions: she must follow everything he says and cannot back out midway. The blue-haired female student eagerly agrees. Observing the enthusiastic blue-haired female student, Tadano internally reflects that he couldn't refuse her heartfelt plea. Perhaps raising a mage wouldn't be such a bad idea, considering his own future preparations. Tadano declares they will start their training immediately, then pauses, considering where their practice should take place. With a blush and a hopeful expression, the blue-haired female student shyly suggests they practice at her place. The perspective dramatically pans out, revealing an expansive, traditional Japanese estate with multiple buildings and courtyards, hinting at the blue-haired female student's affluent background. Tadano expresses surprise at the sheer size of the residence, while the blue-haired female student casually explains it's only natural, as her father is a noble mage. The blue-haired female student then reflects internally, realizing this is the first time she has ever invited a boy over to her house. Agitated, she wonders if Tadano finds her invitation strange, quickly reassuring herself and him that she has no weird intentions. Tadano, ignoring her flustered thoughts, calmly states they should get started, then addresses her directly by her given name, Yuika. The blue-haired female student blushes fiercely, flustered and confused, demanding to know why he called her by her given name. Tadano explains his reasoning, stating that her sister also goes by Mizuha, and people wouldn't know who he was addressing otherwise. He poses a rhetorical question. Understanding dawns on the blue-haired female student. Tadano offers to call her by a different name if she prefers, but she quickly agrees to be called Yuika. With a confident smile, Tadano announces they will begin their training, politely asking her to take care of him. Tadano begins the lesson by asking a fundamental question: what exactly is magic power? The blue-haired female student confidently replies that it's the energy inside one's body needed to perform magic. He then inquires about incantations, and she quickly defines them as a program-like way to automatically convert magic power into magicraft. She then asks if it's possible to deliberately increase one's magic power. With an emphatic gesture, the blue-haired female student confidently declares it impossible, explaining that the limit of one's magical power is predetermined before birth and stops increasing after a certain age. Beaming with pride, the blue-haired female student smugly asks Tadano how she did, confident that she answered all his questions perfectly. However, Tadano's expression is stern as he delivers a crushing verdict: all answers incorrect. The blue-haired female student's confident smile shatters into a look of utter shock and dismay, tears welling in her eyes as she cries out in disbelief. The blue-haired female student's disbelief echoes as student Promo Art laments in thought, pondering the sheer foolishness of current mags. He questions what could have transpired over the past 50 years to lead to such a decline in understanding. Student Promo Art begins to explain the fundamental truths of magic, that magic power exists not only within the body but also in nature itself. He clarifies that incantations are merely tools to enhance one's magicraft and that it's entirely possible to intentionally increase one's magical prowess. The blue-haired female student, eyes wide with incredulity, vehemently declares that his teachings are nothing but lies. She argues that if such claims were true, they would completely upend the very foundations of the Magicraft Academy. Unfazed by her outburst, student Promo Art calmly states that her belief is irrelevant for now. He intends to teach her the 3 core principles he just mentioned and instructs her to take a seat. As the blue-haired female student sits cross-legged, student Promo Art kneels beside her, announcing that he will now channel magic power into her. He tells her to inform him the moment she feels anything. Blue-haired female student questions if she can truly feel magic power. Student Promo Art responds, emphasizing that without the ability to sense it, she will never grow stronger, then instructs her to close her eyes. Student Promo Art informs her that he will now make physical contact. His hand gently touches her shoulder, initiating the channeling process. The blue-haired female student sits in a state of deep concentration, her eyes closed, as a faint blue aura begins to emanate around her, signifying the influx of magic power. Student Promo Art kneels beside her, his expression serious, as the blue magic energy intensifies around him, channeling into the blue-haired female student. Despite the significant magic he's channeling, student Promo Art internally wonders if it's still not enough. With a determined thought, he resolves to increase the flow even further, causing the blue aura to surge dramatically. The sky above them glows with an intense blue light as the magic power erupts upwards. Student Promo Art mentally questions if she still cannot perceive it despite the overwhelming energy. Suddenly, the blue-haired female student's eyes snap open in shock, a bead of sweat forming on her temple. She exclaims that her back feels intensely hot, then cries out that she is finally feeling something. Blue wisps of energy dance around the blue-haired female student as she looks up at Student Promo Art. He explains that what she just experienced was the perception of magic power. The blue-haired female student thoughtfully repeats his words, realizing this is what he meant by feeling magic power. Student Promo Art confirms, stressing the importance of remembering that sensation. Student Promo Art stands confidently, explaining that once she can feel magic, she can then detect it. He tells her that her immediate goal should be to find magic power naturally existing in her surroundings. With a self-assured smile, the blue-haired female student proudly declares herself the second daughter of the Mizuha family and confidently states that she will master this ability in no time. Student Promo Art observes her with a skeptical expression, mentally noting that she only sensed the magic after he poured in a tremendous amount of power. He concludes that perhaps she lacks the innate talent to be a mage. 1 week later, the serene outdoor training grounds are bathed in sunlight. The blue-haired female student cries out in exasperation, her face contorted in frustration, admitting that she simply cannot do it. Student Promo Art looks on with a sweat drop, reflecting that a week has passed with her diligent practice. He internally expresses frustration at her slow comprehension. Student Promo Art turns to the dejected blue-haired female student, acknowledging the approaching deadline. He offers to channel magic power into her once again. With a focused expression, Student Promo Art extends his hand, surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, pouring magic power into the blue-haired female student once more. As the blue energy swirls around her, Student Promo Art tells her that it's all right and instructs her to open her eyes. Blue-haired female student's eyes snap open, wide with astonishment. She gasps, exclaiming that she can finally see it. A radiant smile spreads across the blue-haired female student's face as she holds her hands out, surrounded by the visible blue magic energy. She asks in wonder if this is truly magic power. Overjoyed, the blue-haired female student exclaims, her face beaming with delight as she gazes at the shimmering blue aura. I can see it. This is magic power. The blue-haired female student's eyes gleam with wonder as the blue aura intensifies around her hand, marveling, awesome, I can really see magic power. A sudden realization dawns upon the blue-haired female student as she wonders, wait, perhaps I can see Kusanagi-kun's magic power now. The blue-haired female student observes Tadano, noting that she can barely see his magic power. Tadano himself stands, a faint blue glow surrounding him, pondering, just what is the meaning of this? Tadano offers a word of encouragement to the blue-haired female student, telling her, you did your best. She responds with a flustered yet proud declaration, it's only natural for me. Tadano meticulously explains the principles of magic power, detailing how to adjust its usage for optimal efficiency, emphasizing to discard all foolish ties and use your magic power up to its limit for increased capacity after recovery. Tadano continues his instruction, stating that the blue-haired female student should be able to maximize its use once you're able to sense magic power. Tadano questions if his methods differ from the basic teachings of the Magicraft Academy. Before he can finish, the blue-haired female student interjects, proclaiming, it's okay even if you don't I believe it. The blue-haired female student smiles confidently, declaring, I won't doubt you anymore. Tadano, with a determined expression, announces, well then, we'll move on to the next stage of our training, and instructs, move back a little, Yuika. Tadano removes his jacket, revealing his school shirt, and declares the next phase, it's a practice battle. The blue-haired female student eagerly accepts, striking a ready pose and exclaiming, that's fine by me. I also want to see your true power. Blue-haired female student unleashes her first level of aqua sorcery, conjuring powerful swirling torrents of blue energy. The aqua magic surges forward, engulfing Tadano in its swirling currents, yet he stands firm and unyielding. With a calm resolve, Tadano extends his hand, activating a radiant hexagonal barrier of golden light that effortlessly deflects the incoming aqua attack. Blue-haired female student's eyes widen in utter shock, her face etched with disbelief as she exclaims, he blocked the Magicraft? Tadano holds his first-level non-attribute magic barrier in front of him, challenging the blue-haired female student, if you can't even destroy this, how do you plan on beating Ruka? Frustrated, the blue-haired female student grits her teeth, crying "Ua" as she activates ice bullets, conjuring a barrage of frozen projectiles. Tadano deftly evades the incoming ice bullets, simultaneously instructing, "You must move as you use ManhwaCapped. Stopping your movement means defeat when you're facing a mage." Blue-haired female student glares, her frustration evident as she shouts, "You!" Utterly exhausted, the blue-haired female student collapses to the ground, panting, "I can't." Tadano kneels beside the fallen blue-haired female student, calmly explaining, "You're using too much magic power in an inefficient way." Tadano reveals a key insight: if you can adjust your magic power, you'll no longer need any incantation. You can use MangaCapped as long as you have magic power. He then instructs, "Watch this." Tadano demonstrates, unleashing a flames of fire blast from a magical circle towards a straw dummy, explaining, "This is your MangaCapped." With a more concentrated burst, Tadano fires another flames of fire blast, declaring, "This is mine." The blue-haired female student looks up, realizing, "The magic power dispersed in my MangaCapped?" Tadano confirms, "That's right." Tadano emphasizes the core lesson: it's possible to perform MangaCapped even without incantation as long as you can adjust your magic power. The blue-haired female student, seated on the ground, processes the revelation. In other words, there's no need to chant. Tadano confirms, ultimately, yes. Tadano outlines the training path. You must first learn how to shorten your incantation. Once you're able to adjust your magic power, you won't need any incantation. The blue-haired female student contemplates the implications, realizing, in other words, it'll strengthen your MangaCapped. Tadano wastes no time, declaring it's time to begin again, to which the blue-haired female student gasps, questioning, "So soon?" Tadano's resolve is unwavering, stating that any other approach would be meaningless. With a powerful magical aura flaring around him, Tadano sternly commands, emphasizing that she must practice as if her very life depends on it. The blue-haired female student's face contorts in a mixture of fear and exhaustion, tears welling in her eyes as the sheer intensity of the training overwhelms her. Later, the blue-haired female student lies prone and defeated on the ground, a wisp of smoke rising from her form. Tadano casually asks if she's still alive, then relentlessly informs her that this grueling routine will be an everyday occurrence. High above the neon glow of Harajuku, Tadano, cloaked and empowered by a vibrant green and blue magical aura, soars through the night sky, a determined expression on his face. Tadano observes the urban landscape, noting that even Harajuku is plagued by monsters. He laments their persistent presence, remarking that their numbers never seem to decrease despite constant extermination efforts. A sudden flash of yellow indicates Tadano's acute senses have detected something amiss, his sharp eyes narrowing with immediate awareness. A monstrous creature with jagged horns and glowing red eyes looms menacingly over the city, its imposing form casting a shadow as a terrified purple-haired female looks on in horror. Responding to the threat, Tadano descends rapidly, enveloped in a powerful green magical circle and streaks of blue energy, ready to engage the monstrous foe. The purple-haired female screams in terror as the monster unleashes a devastating green energy blast, narrowly missing her. Tadano, now with a mask concealing his identity, makes a dramatic entrance, landing just in time to shield the startled purple-haired female from the monstrous assault, a blue aura radiating from his form. Instead of gratitude, the purple-haired female immediately pulls out her phone, snapping pictures of the unfolding scene with audible clicks, seemingly unfazed by her recent brush with danger. A powerful green energy beam streaks skyward between the towering buildings as Tadano lets out a frustrated exclamation, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Tadano, masked and exasperated, mutters about the audacity of people taking pictures without a word of thanks, wondering aloud what has become of society. As Tadano ascends into the night sky, a lone figure against the backdrop of the city, he reflects on the incident, concluding that he should definitely wear a more concealing mask next time. Day breaks, and Tadano stands opposite the blue-haired female student on a sun-drenched training ground, straw dummies serving as silent witnesses to their relentless practice. The blue-haired female student collapses onto the ground, utterly spent, her body trembling from the sheer exertion of the training. Panting heavily, the blue-haired female student struggles to catch her breath, her body pushed to its absolute limits. Tadano observes the exhausted blue-haired female student, noting that only a few days remain before the duel. He acknowledges her progressive improvement but harbors lingering doubts. Tadano's thoughts continue, revealing his concern that the blue-haired female student, referred to as Yuika, still lags significantly behind Ruka in all aspects, concluding that she has no chance of victory if things persist as they are. As the blue-haired female student remains defeated, Tadano's voice offers a tempting option, suggesting that it's perfectly acceptable for her to give up. The blue-haired female student clenches her fists, her inner thoughts revealing a long history of being compared to her Naisama, always falling short and being forced to abandon countless endeavors. With a sudden surge of fierce determination, the blue-haired female student looks up, declaring with unwavering conviction that magic craft is the one thing she will never, ever give up on. Tadano, his expression serious, confronts her with a harsh truth: she won't win if she continues on her current path. In response, the blue-haired female student defiantly shouts back, demanding that Tadano be even stricter with her training. A confident smile spreads across Tadano's face as he accepts her challenge, assuring her that he will not hold back. The blue-haired female student's spirit reignites, a wide grin breaking across her face as she exclaims, "That's more like it," her resolve now stronger than ever. With renewed determination, Tadano points forward, and the blue-haired female student walks confidently by his side, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Tadano extends his hand towards a shimmering, hexagonal barrier, while the blue-haired female student channels her own energy, creating vibrant blue trails as they seemingly activate a powerful magical construct. Under a breathtaking sunset, Kusanagi carries an unconscious blue-haired girl over his shoulder, her fate uncertain as he presses forward with a determined expression. The blue-haired female student, visibly spent, bends over with hands on her knees, gasping for air as wisps of energy still cling to her, a testament to her intense effort. Tadano, a confident smile gracing his face, declares the trial complete, a powerful magic circle glowing in his hand as the ground around him resonates with residual energy. Lying sprawled on the cracked earth, the blue-haired female student lets out a cry of overwhelming relief, her laughter echoing as bright light bathes her form. Tadano looks down at her with a gentle, encouraging smile, acknowledging her immense effort. Yuika, her eyes closed in contentment, smiles sweetly, basking in the moment of her hard-earned success. The narrator announces the arrival of the day of the magic duel. Tadano, facing the Grand Academy, asks Yuika if she's ready, to which she confidently replies, "Yes." Tadano and Yuika glance to the side, Tadano murmuring and Yuika wondering, is that, as they spot something intriguing in the distance. Tadano and Yuika are partially obscured by two imposing silhouettes, the scene hinting at an unexpected encounter as they look towards something off-panel. Still observing, Tadano hums thoughtfully, while Yuika's gaze sharpens, repeating her question, is that, as they try to identify the source of their curiosity. The two silhouettes continue to loom, creating a sense of foreboding around Tadano and Yuika as they remain partially hidden from view. A swarm of aggressive reporters descends, demanding, "Are you Mizuha Yuika?" and clamoring for comments on the magic duel, even questioning her about a conflict with her older sister. Tadano exclaims, "What's this?" in surprise as Yuika explains that the duel involves the sisters of the Mizuha family fighting each other, making the press frenzy normal. Tadano muses internally, wondering if such a commotion is just from a battle between students, before concluding that it shows just how important the lineage of a noble mage family is. The clear blue sky stretches above, illuminated by the brilliant, radiating sun, setting a bright stage for the upcoming events. Under the participants' tent, Tadano wipes his brow, remarking, "Don't you think it's a bit too much?" He feels it's more like an event, while Yuika clarifies that it's rare for a magic duel to occur. Tadano leans in, his expression etched with concern as he looks down at Yuika, who is partially visible. An unseen announcer calls out, "Please come forward to the stage," startling Yuika, who responds with a nervous, yet determined, "Why yes." Yuika clutches her chest, her face filled with trepidation, as Tadano calls her name, prompting her to nervously ask, "What?" Tadano offers a reassuring smile and tells her simply, "Do your best." Yuika's eyes widen slightly, a look of surprise washing over her face, absorbing Tadano's encouraging words. With renewed vigor, Yuika beams, declaring, "Of course," her confidence fully restored. Yuika thinks to herself, labeling Tadano what a mysterious person, admitting that his words resound in my heart. Yuika stands resolute, ready for battle, as a towering, long blue-haired figure, presumably her older sister, casts an imposing shadow over the arena, with the crowd visible in the background. Yuika's older sister, with an intense, stern gaze, confronts her, stating, "So you didn't run away?" Yuika, looking defiant, immediately retorts that of course she didn't run away. Ruka dismisses Yuika's defiance as uncouth, challenging her, asking if she truly believes she can win. With a confident smirk, Ruka adds, "Especially against someone of her caliber." Yuika, her resolve hardening, declares that she will absolutely win. Ruka observes Yuika with a subtle smile, noting that she seems to have made considerable progress in the past 2 weeks. Yuika acknowledges, though somewhat reluctantly, that her older sister, Ruka, is indeed strong. Yuika gazes up at Ruka, who is now surrounded by an intense blue magical aura, realizing the vast difference in their magical powers. Despite the overwhelming power difference, Yuika's eyes burn with fierce resolve, vowing that she will not lose. An ethereal voice announces the commencement of the magic duel, setting the stage for the impending battle. Ruka gives the command to begin, and Yuika prepares herself as the magic duel officially starts. Yuika concentrates, a blue magic circle forming at her palm, determined to shorten her chant to gain an advantage. Ruka moves swiftly, a powerful blue magic circle manifesting, ready to unleash her own formidable spells. Tadano observes the duel, noting that continuous movement is fundamental in battle. He reflects that Ruka understands these basics, while Yuika, overwhelmed by nerves, has forgotten to move. Ruka lunges forward, unleashing a powerful magic circle, while Yuika, startled, can only manage a small defensive spell, letting out a pained grunt. Both sisters activate their first-level aqua sorcery, conjuring swirling torrents of water magic that clash in the air. The two streams of aqua sorcery collide with immense force, erupting into a violent splash of magical energy. Yuika is engulfed by the powerful water magic, recoiling with a loud grunt of pain as the attack lands. Yuika, covered in sweat, looks surprised that she managed to counteract the attack, empowered by the realization that she's getting stronger. Ruka, with a calm gaze, acknowledges Yuika's growth, stating that in just 2 weeks she has become stronger than before. Yuika's face lights up with sheer joy and embarrassment, overwhelmed by the rare praise from her older sister, Ruka. Ruka's expression turns stern, questioning Yuika's sudden happiness. Ruka clarifies, her gaze sharp, that her previous comment was merely a comparison, not a form of praise. Ruka declares her intent to increase the level of her magic, her body radiating an even more intense blue aura as she prepares a new spell. Yuika braces herself, casting a defensive magic circle, letting out a strained grunt as she anticipates Ruka's amplified attack. Ruka unleashes her second-level water blitz, a colossal torrent of blue water magic surging forth with destructive power. The powerful water blitz surges across the arena, a destructive wave of blue energy. Yuika is completely overwhelmed by the water blitz, letting out a desperate scream as the powerful magic engulfs her. Yuika lies defeated on the ground, while Tadano observes the outcome of the duel with a stoic expression. Tadano gazes intently, his expression unreadable as he processes the conclusion of the magic duel. Tadano internally acknowledges that while Yuika's enchanting speed might give her an edge, her opponent is simply on a different level of raw power. Observing the defeated Yuika on the ground, Ruka questions Tadano's inaction, asking why he isn't helping, especially since he protected her before. Tadano, with an unwavering gaze, dismissively states there's no need for his intervention. Ruka looks on, visibly shocked and demanding to know what Tadano just said. Yuika lies defeated on the ground, while Ruka stands above her, observing the outcome of their intense magical duel. Ruka, still processing the fight, questions how Yuika could have possibly withstood her attack, having used level 2 magic. Despite the overwhelming power, Yuika defiantly declares her refusal to lose, her eyes burning with renewed resolve. With a powerful surge of magic, Yuika passionately proclaims that magicraft is her only strength, the one thing she will never give up, even if she loses everything else. Yuika unleashes a potent magic circle, her face contorted in a scream of raw power as her blue aura intensifies. A torrent of blue magical energy erupts from Yuika, blasting forward with incredible speed and force. The two combatants unleash their full magical power, their blue energy streams colliding in a dazzling, explosive clash that shakes the arena. Despite being overwhelmed and pushed back, Yuika desperately clings to her resolve, vowing to win and never give up. Overpowered, Yuika collapses to the ground, the impact of her opponent's magic finally taking its toll. The system announces Ruka's triumph, declaring her the victor due to her superior magic power. Yuika lies prone, utterly defeated, lamenting her powerlessness and inability to do anything. Kneeling beside the fallen Yuika, Tadano reflects that while the battle was about magical power adjustment, she ultimately lost due to a sheer lack of magic power. Ruka looks down at Tadano, condescendingly stating that Yuika has no talent and assuming Tadano must have reached the same conclusion. Tadano acknowledges Ruka's assessment, admitting that Yuika indeed lacks raw talent. As Yuika weeps in despair, Tadano's thoughts continue, detailing her clumsiness, slow progress, inefficiency, and tendency to weaken under pressure. A determined light enters Tadano's eyes as he concludes his thought, emphasizing that despite her flaws, Yuika is a relentless hard worker. Yuika sits on the ground, still crying, as Tadano's internal monologue continues, highlighting her diligent, almost foolish, daily practice. Facing Ruka, Tadano concedes that Yuika lost, but then pauses, preparing to deliver a powerful rebuttal. With a confident smile, Tadano declares his admiration for hard-working individuals, specifically mentioning Yuika. Yuika's face crumples, tears streaming down as she is overwhelmed by Tadano's unexpected words of support. Turning his back, Tadano firmly states that Yuika is his disciple and expresses his displeasure at Ruka speaking ill of her. Amidst her tears, a small, grateful smile appears on Yuika's face, touched by Tadano's unwavering defense. Ruka glares back, her expression furious, as she mocks Tadano for his arrogance given his meager magic power of 100. Tadano's eyes burn with fierce determination as he makes a chilling promise to defeat Ruka. The blue-haired female student, her eyes narrowed in anger, scolds her opponent for being overly confident, especially with only 100 magic power. Tadano, unyielding, boldly declares that the very person she underestimated, the one with only 100 magic power, will be the one to defeat her. The blue-haired female student dismisses Tadano's words as nonsense, then declares she won't even deign to be his opponent. A new challenger, Kusanagi Minato, steps forward with a wide grin, announcing that it's finally his turn to fight. The blue-haired female student orders Kusanagi Minato to quickly finish the match. He confidently replies that she won't need to tell him twice. Tadano carefully carries the blue-haired female student away from the battleground, her head resting against his chest. Tadano instructs the blue-haired female student to watch his upcoming battle closely. She hesitantly agrees. The blue-haired female student is shocked to realize her body no longer hurts and her wounds are rapidly healing. Tadano walks with resolve, internally vowing to win by going all out, yet limiting himself to only 100 magic power, using a none attribute and no incantations. A subtle smirk plays on Tadano's lips as he finds the challenging situation utterly thrilling. Kusanagi Minato warns Tadano he won't hold back in the fight. Tadano calmly retorts that he will be the one holding back instead. From the stands, a group of male students cheer loudly, urging Kusanagi Minato not to go all out and to be nice to his opponent. Under the bright sky, Tadano and Kusanagi Minato stand ready in the arena as the system announces the commencement of the second match. Kusanagi Minato unleashes his power, multiple glowing magic circles manifesting around him as he playfully tells Tadano not to hold a grudge. Kusanagi Minato prepares a devastating attack, internally musing that this single strike will test if Tadano truly defeated the delinquents. He then challenges Tadano, asking if he can withstand Kusanagi Minato's full power. Blinding yellow light bursts forth, striking Kusanagi Minato directly in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. Tadano stands unfazed, extending a hand forward as purple energy streaks dissipate around him, calmly remarking on his opponent's slowness. The previously boisterous students in the stands are now utterly bewildered, questioning if the match has already ended. Tadano stands victorious over the fallen Kusanagi Minato as the system declares the match settled. The blue-haired female student kneels beside the unconscious Kusanagi Minato, wondering how Tadano knocked him out with a single hit without any incantation. She questions what trick he employed. Tadano walks past the blue-haired female student, stating that he ended the match quickly, just as she had wished. The blue-haired female student looks on in awe, impressed that Tadano truly defeated Kusanagi Minato. The blue-haired female student concedes that Tadano seems pretty good. Tadano confidently replies, "Better than you," she retorts, frustrated that he's still spouting nonsense. Ruka stands enveloped in a blue aura. Tadano internally assesses Ruka's magic power at 10,000, noting she's still stronger than Kusanagi Minato as he mentally prepares for the challenge ahead. Tadano and Ruka stand opposite each other as the announcer declares that Tadano's unique fighting style has garnered significant attention. Tadano's gaze is sharp as the system announces that this final match will determine the victor of the entire duel. Tadano activates a powerful yellow energy attack, a dark shadowy presence forming above him while a blue shadowy aura emanates from below. The blue-haired female student unleashes a powerful blue magic, a swirling arcane circle forming before her as a dark blue energy column descends from above, channeling immense power. Kusanagi, however, remains unimpressed. He internally notes his own magic power is a mere 100, signifying his low magicraft capability. He considers that his low power means his attacks would have no effect unless aimed precisely at her head. The blue-haired female student appears to realize evasion is futile, choosing to brace for impact. With a surge of determination, the blue-haired female student propels her blue magic forward, a torrent of concentrated energy erupting from her hands, aimed directly at Kusanagi. Powerful blue magic attack hurtles through the air, a dazzling display of raw force that promises overwhelming impact. Suddenly, the blue-haired female student cries out in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief, questioning how her attack could have possibly failed. Kusanagi stands completely unharmed in the center of the arena, his posture calm and collected, as if the powerful attack had simply passed through him. The blue-haired female student is utterly bewildered, wondering how Kusanagi emerged unscathed and seemingly without using any magic to defend himself. The audience members are equally stunned, murmuring in confusion as they question how Kusanagi could have taken a direct hit without even getting wet. Blue-haired female student, now seated on the ground, looks up at Kusanagi with a mix of awe and curiosity, demanding to know what technique he employed. A dark blue magical effect lingers on the ground, a visual testament to the power that was just unleashed, solidifying the blue-haired female student's conviction that Kusanagi must have done something extraordinary. Undeterred, the blue-haired female student prepares another, even more potent blue magic attack, sending a wide, powerful stream directly towards Kusanagi. Kusanagi is seen in a rapid sequence of movements, effortlessly weaving and dodging through the powerful blue magic, demonstrating incredible agility and perception. The blue-haired female student's eyes widen in fresh astonishment as she realizes Kusanagi is simply avoiding her attacks without using any magic at all. She reflects on the fundamental principles of magic, where magicraft is typically countered by another, or at least somewhat annihilated, emphasizing the danger of not defending against an attack. Frustration mounts as she considers the implications of a level 2 technique which boasts different speed and mass, making it seemingly impossible to escape unscathed. She wonders if Kusanagi possesses no fear. Kusanagi, sensing her thoughts, internally acknowledges her confusion. He explains that avoiding magic is possible by sensing and determining its power, though it certainly requires courage. With renewed resolve, the blue-haired female student unleashes yet another, even more concentrated, swirling blue magic attack, determined to land a hit. The powerful blue magic surges upwards, forming a colossal pillar of energy that engulfs the area, a testament to her escalating power. The audience gasps, recognizing it as a third-level magic, expressing deep concern about the potential consequences if Kusanagi were to be directly hit. The blue-haired female student smirks confidently, certain that Kusanagi will be unable to dodge this ultimate attack. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain strikes the blue-haired female student, causing her to recoil and cry out as a golden energy bursts around her head. Kusanagi stands calmly, giving a thumbs up as the blue-haired female student looks up at him in utter disbelief, demanding to know how he dodged her attack. Kusanagi calmly reveals his secret. He utilized a magic drain capable of consuming magicraft, allowing him to simply walk through the very center of her attack. The arena floor is scarred with cracks, evidence of the immense magical power unleashed, while Kusanagi stands victorious and the blue-haired female student remains kneeling in disbelief. A close-up reveals the blue-haired female student's expression of utter shock and bewilderment, completely dumbfounded by Kusanagi's revelation. Overwhelmed, the blue-haired female student bursts into laughter, a mix of disbelief and admiration, repeating Kusanagi's incredible feat of simply walking through her magic. Looking up at the sky, the blue-haired female student accepts her defeat with a graceful smile, acknowledging her loss. The announcer declares contestant Kusanagi's victory, a surprising outcome that leaves everyone wondering who could have predicted such a turn of events. The blue-haired female student approaches Kusanagi with concern, asking if he is all right. Kusanagi reassures her that they are both fine, concluding their intense match. The student, promo art, smirks confidently, declaring victory to Yuika. The blue-haired female student responds with a resigned yet playful yep, acknowledging her defeat. With her back turned, the blue-haired female student declares she will no longer interfere, allowing the student, promo art, to act freely, as promised. Another blue-haired female student softly calls out to her. The student, promo art, observes the situation with a contemplative expression, muttering, well, well. The student, promo art, casually remarks that the blue-haired female student's wound was shallow, suggesting she must have been holding back, unlike their own intense match. The blue-haired female student vehemently denies this, her face contorted in protest. The student, promo art, closes his eyes with a slight smile, commenting on Yuika's rapid improvement in just 2 weeks and advising the blue-haired female student to stop being so overprotective. The blue-haired female student stares ahead with fierce determination, vowing to grow stronger so the other blue-haired female student won't have to worry. The blue-haired female student smiles, giving a soft affirmation, yeah, you're right. The student, promo art, stands confidently between the two blue-haired female students, one with a soft smile and the other with a serious expression, as the sun shines brightly overhead. Suddenly, the student, promo art's eyes widen in horror as ominous purple energy begins to surge around him, signaling an unforeseen catastrophe. The student, promo art, gazes upwards, his face etched with shock as the sky above twists into an alarming canvas of red and blue, permeated by surging purple energy. Student, promo art, cries out in terror, recognizing the overwhelming force as an abnormal surge of magic power. All three students look up in utter disbelief as the ground cracks beneath them and the sky erupts with red energy, and the student, promo art, exclaims, "The calamity." Inside a classroom, two male students frantically search through scattered desks, one exclaiming that they must find something crucial, especially after so many were lost in the recent duel. The blonde student stares in disbelief at a textbook, exclaiming that Kusanagi only has school materials and deeming him way too diligent to possess what they seek. The red-haired student clenches his jaw, insisting that Kusanagi must possess something, and questions how else he could wield such powerful magic. The blonde student gasps, eyes wide in shock at something he's found, exclaiming, "What the hell is that?" The red-haired student, looking on, eagerly asks if he discovered something. The red-haired student's eyes widen in pure horror as he looks out the window. The sky has turned a shocking, blood-red hue, prompting him and his classmates to question, what on earth is happening? The blonde student stares in utter terror, realizing it's a calamity, but immediately denying the possibility, asserting there's no way such an event could be occurring. The student, promo art's face is gripped by fear, his eyes wide and beads of sweat forming as ominous purple energy surrounds him, hinting at the true nature of the unfolding disaster. The student, promo art, and the two blue-haired female students gaze upwards in horror as the ground cracks and the sky bleeds red, the student, promo art, exclaiming in realization, "The calamity." The blood-red sky dominates the view, a terrifying omen as an unseen voice cries out, demanding to know what is happening. Amidst a panicked crowd of students, one brown-haired student questions, "Is this really the calamity?" while the purple-haired female vehemently denies it, refusing to believe such an event is possible. The student, promo art, looks deeply troubled, wondering why a calamity is occurring and if it's connected to the events unfolding in Shinjuku. The student, promo art's expression hardens as he recalls a critical piece of information. The first calamity also originated in Shinjuku. Three monstrous, wolf-like creatures, crackling with sinister purple energy and glowing red eyes, appear before the student, promo art, who stares in shock, questioning if their presence is merely a coincidence. Amidst the chaos, a male teacher tries desperately to calm the terrified students, including the purple-haired female, urging them to compose themselves. A voice, presumably the teacher's, urgently commands everyone to calm down, while a vibrant green magic circle pulsates from his hand. The students remain in sheer terror, their faces contorted with fear as chaos continues to unfold around them. Kusanagi confidently declares that only weak monsters will emerge during the calamity's opening, assuring everyone that rational action will ensure their survival. He then commands everyone to immediately evacuate to the gymnasium. Kusanagi instructs the remaining students to hurry and evacuate. However, the blue-haired female student, with a hesitant WH- questions his intentions, asking what he plans to do. Kusanagi declares his intention to go alone and save those still trapped in the school building. From the background, a worried voice, likely the teacher's, questions his recklessness, asking if he plans to go by himself. Tadano steps forward, offering to join Kusanagi and stating that with his help there should be no problem. A voice, presumably the teacher's, stammers, but Tadano reminds him of Kusanagi's capabilities. Resigned voice, the teacher's, states that he understands, urging them not to overexert themselves. Kusanagi, with a slight smirk, questions, "There's truly no way I'll die, right?" Kusanagi simply shrugs, his eyes closed in confident dismissal as he prepares to act. Kusanagi turns to the blue-haired female student, stating a simple "well" before announcing, "I'll be going now." The blue-haired female student looks on with a worried expression, urging Kusanagi to be careful. Tadano bursts forward, declaring to Kusanagi, "I'll go first, Junior," as he takes the lead with impressive speed. Tadano confidently boasts about his speed, claiming he can run 100 meters in under 10 seconds, then challenges Kusanagi, asking if he can keep up. Kusanagi effortlessly matches Tadano's pace, a faint green magic circle shimmering around him as they both surge forward with incredible velocity. With a confident smirk, Kusanagi returns Tadano's challenge, stating, "I'll go first, Senior." Tadano's eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he exclaims, "What a monstrous speed." He then calls out, "Hey!" Tadano, regaining his composure, declares his intention to closely observe Kusanagi's true power while also saving everyone along the way. Kusanagi, observing the school building glowing with magical energy, internally notes the presence of other magic power users but also considers the possibility of non-magic users being trapped inside. Kusanagi, demonstrating incredible agility by scaling the wall, resolves to thoroughly search the entire school for any non-magic users needing rescue. Deep within the school's corridors, two monstrous beasts corner a terrified female student while another student cautiously peeks from a doorway, witnessing the horror. Kusanagi makes a dynamic entrance, leaping through a shattered window, ready to confront the dangers within the school. Kusanagi unleashes a powerful energy blast, a radiant yellow magic circle forming at his hand as he targets one of the monstrous creatures. Mid-leap, Kusanagi continues his assault, channeling potent yellow magical energy into another devastating blast. The monster recoils from the impact with a pained whimper as the two terrified female students huddle together, witnessing the fierce battle. As Kusanagi turns, a monstrous head lunges directly at him, its fangs bared in a deadly strike. Kusanagi swiftly activates a defensive magic circle, its golden glow repelling the monster's attack with immense force, pushing the beast back. Tadano rushes in, his face etched with concern, calling out "Hey," and asking Kusanagi, "You good?" Kusanagi stands victorious over the defeated monster, its form dissolving into blood and debris, while the rescued female student looks on in stunned disbelief. Kusanagi turns to Tadano, entrusting him with the task of evacuating the rescued students from the building. As Kusanagi moves with incredible speed, a male student calls out, "Hey, wait up, it's dangerous if you go by your..." The male student exclaims in disbelief, watching Kusanagi vanish down the hallway. He's gone, he's way too fast. He wonders internally if Kusanagi saw him as a burden, admitting, "I can't say anything since it's probably true." Staring at the annihilated magical beasts, the male student realizes Kusanagi destroyed them within mere seconds, questioning, "Just who on earth is this guy?" Tadano internally deliberates, acknowledging he could only defeat the beasts with powerful magic bullets outdoors, but inside, he risked harming students. He was left with no choice but to use low-grade magic. Kusanagi unleashes a powerful, brilliant yellow energy blast, tearing through the confines of the building. As Kusanagi's energy blast impacts the magical beast, Tadano shields a blue-haired female student, protecting her from the fierce backlash. The sheer intensity of Kusanagi's magic illuminates the entire area, causing several students, including the green-haired combatant and purple-haired female, to react with wide-eyed shock. Tadano muses that it would be a waste of time to continuously bring students to the gymnasium every time he saved one. He affirms his own strategy. That's right. Kusanagi declares with unwavering resolve that he will defeat the magical beasts, ordering everyone, "You should all evacuate." A male student cries out in alarm, pointing frantically upwards, prompting Kusanagi to sharply ask, "What's wrong?" Kusanagi exclaims in astonishment as he witnesses several students, protected by shimmering green energy, falling from the sky. Ooh, they're falling from the sky. The male student, utterly bewildered, wonders, what the is this Kusanagi's doing? Just who exactly is that guy? Tadano observes Kusanagi's actions from a distance, confidently concluding that he seems good at taking care of others, so he should be fine. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm courses through Tadano as his eyes snap open in a sharp realization. A terrified female student whimpers, her voice laced with dread, "Enno." Her worst fears materialize as three monstrous magical beasts block her path on the staircase, leaving her completely cornered. A desperate plea escapes her lips, barely a whisper, "So someone." Overwhelmed by the imminent danger, the student collapses to the floor, paralyzed by fear. Tears stream down her face as she cries out with all her might, "Someone please save me." Still on the floor, the student's voice trembles, repeating her desperate plea, "So someone." Her cries grow louder, a final, desperate scream for help, "Someone please save me." Just as the beasts close in, a blinding yellow energy blast erupts, slamming into the monstrous creatures and pushing them back. A soft gasp escapes her lips as she feels herself being swiftly pulled away from the danger, a blur of motion around her. Her eyes widen in a sudden flash of recognition, a familiar thought crossing her mind, "It's the same as that time." Tadano stands triumphantly over the vanquished beast, his gaze softening as he turns to the rescued student, asking, "Are you hurt?" The rescued student, still reeling from the chaos, looks up at Kusanagi with wide, surprised eyes. She questions if he truly is the one who saved her. Kusanagi responds with a casual "Well, yes," confirming her suspicions with a calm demeanor. The rescued student, still kneeling, then asks if he was also the one who saved her during a previous practice class. Kusanagi pauses, then acknowledges that such a thing did indeed happen. Overwhelmed by the realization, the rescued student stammers out a heartfelt thank you. Tears welling in her eyes, she bows deeply, exclaiming that he has now saved her life twice. Kusanagi, ever humble, simply dismisses her gratitude, telling her not to sweat it as it was nothing special. The rescued student, still blushing, clasps her hands together, clearly flustered by his unassuming nature. Suddenly, another student bounds up the stairs, laughing boisterously, and asks who the next person is that needs saving. Kusanagi points to the new arrival, assuring the rescued student she will be safe following him, then declares he will take his leave. The student cries out wait, in dismay. The rescued student looks crestfallen, murmuring Kusanagi's name as he departs, while the other student stands by, looking confused. Kusanagi races through the academy, his determination clear. He internally notes the many people still needing rescue, realizing there's no time to wait for the police. An ominous red sky looms over a grand government building, signaling the widespread nature of the calamity. Inside a tense meeting, the Prime Minister gravely announces that a calamity has struck the Kamu Magic Academy. Officials around the table express their shock and panic, questioning why such a disaster has befallen their country after 50 years of peace, and desperately ask the Prime Minister what to do. The Prime Minister, with a stern expression, states that they are still contacting the Beast Countermeasures Division, the Metropolitan Police, and the Magic Nobles, and that the GSDF has also begun preparations. One official points out that the Self-Defense Force only has mags specialized in disasters, not beasts, while another echoes the lack of beast-specialized mags. The Prime Minister acknowledges he is already aware. The Prime Minister reflects on the negative consequence of prolonged peace, noting that military expenditure was redirected. He concludes that handling the beasts must be left to the police and magic nobles. A fist slams down on the table, emphasizing the gravity and frustration of the situation. Prime Minister looks troubled, lamenting that the 50-year-old disaster is reoccurring and that Ichikami Minato is no longer with them. In a speeding car, Inspector Shidu Shogo asks if a calamity truly happened, to which his subordinate confirms there's no mistaking it. Inspector Shidu Shogo expresses surprise at the end of 50 years of peace, realizing it was temporary, but quickly asserts that it's no problem. With a confident smirk, Inspector Shidu Shogo of the Beast Countermeasures Division states this is exactly why they are there. Sergeant Sanada Karen, also from the Beast Countermeasures Division, declares her determination, stating she will do her best. Police cars, sirens blazing, rush through the city streets, heading towards the crisis. A news reporter from a helicopter broadcasts the shocking news: a calamity has erupted at Kamu Magic Academy. The sky above the academy has turned a horrifying red as monstrous beasts, both winged and grounded, continuously appear, threatening the entire institution. Inside the school, a teacher informs a camera crew that beasts are appearing within the school grounds, and they are currently taking refuge in the gymnasium. Students and teachers combine their magical powers, launching attacks and forming shields, with a teacher rallying them, stating that by working together they can defeat the magical beasts. Two students observe the dire situation on a phone, acknowledging the efforts of teachers and students, but grimly noting the overwhelming number of beasts makes escape impossible. One student points to the phone, asking if Kamu Magic Academy is nearby, while the other looks horrified, exclaiming that the situation is bad. The immediate threat becomes clear as a colossal, dragon-like beast with teal and gold scales descends upon the city, its shadow engulfing the streets. Panic erupts as one student screams, urging everyone to run, while another stumbles in terror. From a high-rise vantage point, two men in business attire watch the unfolding disaster with wide eyes, one exclaiming in shock while the other gravely states that the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. The city sprawls beneath a terrifying crimson sky, ominous purple symbols hovering above, as the two observers gaze upon the vast urban landscape consumed by an otherworldly threat. Inside a classroom, three students in their school uniforms gather, seemingly unaware of the full extent of the danger outside, as one holds a phone, showing something to his friends under the eerie glow of the crimson sky. An elderly woman clutches a remote, her face etched with worry, as an older man calmly sips his drink beside her, both watching the alarming broadcast on their television screen. Tadano, enveloped in a green magical aura, propels himself through the air, his thoughts racing as he observes the relentless swarm of monsters and realizes the imminent arrival of the second stage of this escalating crisis. A blinding explosion of light illuminates the chaotic scene as the narrator explains that stronger beasts will emerge with each progressive stage, and the relentless onslaught of creatures will continue indefinitely until their source is eliminated. A brown-haired student in uniform stands firm, deflecting an attack with a glowing yellow magical shield, as the narrator clarifies that the endless waves of beasts will persist as long as the main boss remains undefeated. Tadano sprints through the chaotic environment, his resolve hardening as he reminds himself that the ultimate boss will only emerge in the final stage, and he must endure until that moment arrives. Dano's expression remains grim in a close-up, his internal monologue revealing his irritation at the ongoing calamity, which he finds truly bothersome. Tadano, radiating a protective green aura, extends his hand towards a kneeling green-haired combatant, noting with a sigh that this makes 20 people he's rescued, lamenting the difficulty of gathering them all when they're so scattered. With a determined surge of green energy from his magic circle, Tadano dashes forward, declaring it's time to move on to the next rescue target. A red-haired student frantically unleashes a torrent of crimson energy from his hand, a magic circle glowing intensely as he curses repeatedly in desperation. The red-haired student's face contorts in anguish, sweat beading on his brow as he realizes the futility of his efforts, admitting that he can no longer launch any more attacks. A massive, demonic entity, wreathed in dark purple energy and with menacing wings, looms ominously over the red-haired student and another blonde-haired student, trapping them in its terrifying presence. A blue-haired male student stares in horror, questioning why yet another demon soldier has appeared, while a blonde-haired female student, equally terrified, exclaims that this is precisely why she warned against their actions. Kneeling in despair, the red-haired student screams in frustration, questioning why he can't defeat the demon when Kusanagi can vanquish such foes in a single blow. A pair of intense eyes pierce through the darkness as a voice coldly declares the reason for the student's failure: "That's because you're weak." The red-haired student collapses to the ground, his face a mask of shock as a colossal explosion of fiery energy erupts directly behind him, eradicating the threat. The dust settles, revealing the shattered remnants of the demon and glowing embers scattered across the floor as the three students lie on the ground, looking up at the aftermath of the devastating attack. Kusanagi stands resolute amidst the lingering smoke and embers, his presence commanding and calm after delivering the decisive blow. Kusanagi stands silently, observing the red-haired student who remains on his knees in the background, utterly defeated and humbled. The red-haired student's face contorts in a mix of shock and bitter frustration, realizing he has been saved by Kusanagi once again. Red-haired student, his back to the viewer, shouts a command to Kusanagi, ordering him to stop as Kusanagi stands calmly further down the hallway. The red-haired student confronts Kusanagi, his face a mask of anger and confusion, demanding to know why he was saved and if Kusanagi isn't annoyed with him, questioning the hero's motives. Kusanagi responds with a calm, almost indifferent expression, stating there was no particular reason for his actions other than his capability to save them, concluding with a simple "that's all." The red-haired student looks down, his face shadowed by dejection, repeating Kusanagi's words in disbelief, questioning if that truly is all the hero has to say. The student, promo art, calmly states there was no particular reason for his actions, simply that he saved them because he was capable of doing so, and that was all. The red-haired student looks down, his face shadowed by dejection, repeating the student, promo art's words in disbelief, questioning if that truly is all he has to say. Suddenly, he explodes in a fit of rage, yelling "Don't mess with me," as his anger boils over. His face contorted in fury, he lashes out, calling the student, promo art, a wimp and accusing him of being unable to even use magic properly. As the red-haired student turns away in anger, the student, promo art, reflects internally on his own past, recalling that Kusanagi Minato died in a traffic accident and he was subsequently reborn. He continues his furious outburst, claiming people grow stronger at death's door and he should have been stronger than the student, promo art. He demands to know why he lost to someone like him. The student, promo art, calmly looks at the enraged student, his expression unreadable, and simply asks, "You're strong?" With a stern gaze, the student, promo art, delivers a harsh truth: the strong do not oppress the weak, nor do the weak oppress those weaker than them. He asserts that the red-haired student was merely consumed by a false sense of superiority, tricking himself into believing he was strong. The student, promo art, continues, his voice cutting through the tension, asking if the red-haired student can even imagine fighting against him in his current state. The immense presence of the student, promo art, completely overwhelms the red-haired student, who appears small and insignificant, crushed by an unseen force. The sheer pressure forces him to his knees, his body trembling as he struggles under the invisible weight. Internally, he admits his own weakness, acknowledging that he is running away from the truth that his power hasn't significantly grown since junior high. Elsewhere, a male student and his companion look on as he wonders what they have been doing, realizing that in the end they were saved by Kusanagi. A voice calls out softly, "Jun-chan," as a hand extends towards the kneeling red-haired student. Tears well in his eyes, reflecting his utter defeat and the crushing weight of his realization. A powerful energy blast erupts from a male combatant, tearing through the air with destructive force. A monstrous, winged demon-like creature soars through the air, its menacing form casting a dark shadow. Its eyes glow with malevolent intent, a terrifying snarl revealing razor-sharp teeth as it charges forward. The student, promo art, focuses, a golden magic circle manifesting before his hand, ready to unleash a powerful spell. A concentrated golden beam of energy strikes the demon, impacting its chest with a blinding flash. Activating a defensive spell, the student promo art conjures a vibrant red magic shield, deflecting the demon's attack with a forceful impact. The red magic circle radiates intense heat, engulfed in a fiery explosion that rips through the surroundings. The area is consumed by a cataclysmic inferno, debris flying as the ground shatters under the overwhelming power. Amidst the smoldering ruins and scattered sparks, the student promo art stands unfazed, a picture of calm power after the devastating attack. The student promo art observes the growing numbers of demon soldiers, deducing that their boss will likely make an appearance soon. Turning to two cowering female students, the student promo art reassures them, telling them to be at ease as everything is alright now. A male student, his face contorted in anger, curses, "That bastard." He unleashes a furious energy blast, shouting about the burden being pushed onto him, and commands his opponent to eat this. The purple-haired female screams in terror as two menacing demon-like creatures loom over her. Kusanagi unleashes a powerful orange magical attack, roaring in defiance as he shields the terrified purple-haired female from the looming threats. With a tear in his eye but unwavering resolve, Kusanagi declares he will protect everyone, urging them to follow him without fear. A group of students looks on with relief, one of them exclaiming "Big Brother" in admiration and hope. Despite his earlier resolve, Kusanagi is overwhelmed, realizing the sheer number of beasts is far too great, leaving him questioning what to do. Suddenly, Tadeno appears beside him, offering to help, which startles Kusanagi, who exclaims in surprise, telling Tadeno not to appear out of nowhere. Tadeno calmly instructs the others to escape as soon as he defeats the beasts, his back to them as he faces the monstrous horde alone. Kusanagi stares in disbelief, questioning Tadano's plan, arguing that it's impossible to fight such numbers and suggesting they find a different escape route. A blinding torrent of yellow energy erupts, tearing through the battlefield with devastating force, striking down a demon-like creature. Tadeno stands triumphant, a glowing orb of energy in his hand, surrounded by the defeated forms of the monstrous beasts, having single-handedly cleared the immediate threat. Kusanagi and the other students stare in stunned silence, utterly dumbfounded by Tadano's overwhelming power. Tadeno turns to the bewildered group, urging them to hurry and go, while Kusanagi, still processing, can only stammer a reply before Tadeno rallies everyone to move. Spurred into action, the students, including Kusanagi and a blue-haired female student, begin to run, fleeing the dangerous area. As they run, streaks of golden energy continue to protect the students, guiding them through the chaotic scene. Kusanagi grins widely, a bead of sweat on his brow, exclaiming that Tadeno is absolutely awesome. After ensuring the others have safely departed, Tadeno surveys the cleared area, deciding he must now return to search the school building. Kusanagi rallies his companions, urging them not to give up and to continue fighting, as they deploy magical shields against an unseen threat. The blue-haired female student winces in pain, her uniform torn and body battered, clearly struggling from the ongoing battle. The injured blue-haired female student weakly calls out to her companion, Naisama, seeking comfort amidst the struggle. Her companion sternly tells the injured blue-haired female student to go inside if she cannot fight, stating she is becoming a nuisance. The injured blue-haired female student defiantly insists she can still fight, while her companion responds gravely that there is no time for rest. As her companion walks away, the blue-haired female student, despite her wounds, begins to channel a powerful blue magic spell, refusing to yield. Kusanagi arrives with the rescued students, declaring his success to Karasukachi, who commends him and instructs him to bring them inside. Karasukachi inquires about the situation, to which Kusanagi grimly replies that they are barely holding back the enemy forces. The blue-haired female student, with a worried expression, anxiously asks about Kusanagi's whereabouts. Kusanagi reassures her with a confident smile, stating that he is perfectly fine and still fighting. A wave of relief washes over the blue-haired female student as she smiles, asking if Kusanagi is truly alright. Kusanagi enthusiastically praises himself as an amazing guy, convinced that with him they will overcome the calamity. A chilling scream of "Uwa" echoes, signaling renewed terror. Students cry out in terror, "Uwa," as Kusanagi exclaims "What?" in shock, realizing a new threat has emerged amidst the glowing embers on the ground. Amidst the glowing embers, a man urgently commands everyone to evacuate. Evacuate now, as other students behind him look on with growing alarm. An overwhelming surge of destructive energy erupts, tearing through the air with violent, jagged force, signaling the monster's true power. From the fiery chaos, multiple grotesque beasts with glowing eyes begin to materialize, their forms solidifying amidst the inferno, ready to attack. Kusunagi's face contorts in sheer terror as he realizes the sheer number of monstrous creatures, desperately exclaiming that they must escape this overwhelming threat. A student collapses in despair, letting out a horrified scream as a colossal, red-eyed beast descends upon them, its monstrous form casting a terrifying shadow. Kusunagi, the blue-haired female student, and Tadano flee in panic, their eyes wide with fear as they glance back at the escalating chaos and the pursuing threat. The blue-haired female student turns her head back, her expression one of utter shock and disbelief as the horrifying reality of their situation sinks in. A chilling visual of fresh blood splattered across the darkness, marked by savage claw slashes, paints a grim picture of recent violence and casualties. 3 students, Kusunagi, the blue-haired female student, and Tadano, continue their desperate escape, their backs to the relentless threat that grows ever closer. The blue-haired female student's wide, fearful eyes reflect the escalating danger as she glances back at the unfolding catastrophe, realizing the imminent peril. The brutal evidence of the beast's attack remains, a stark reminder of the peril facing everyone caught in the unfolding disaster, marking their path of destruction. A monstrous beast, its eyes burning with malevolent light, towers over Kusunagi, the blue-haired female student, and Tadano, who can only stare up in paralyzed horror. A determined blonde-haired man, leading a group of skilled individuals, activates a powerful magic circle, declaring they must swiftly eliminate the beasts. As multiple magic circles ignite, the blonde-haired leader emphasizes the critical importance of prioritizing civilian safety amidst the raging inferno. A wave of relief washes over Kusunagi and the other students as a red-haired student joyfully exclaims the arrival of the police, believing salvation is at hand. The blonde-haired leader reassures everyone, stating that with their presence, the situation will stabilize, and instructs the civilians to follow their evacuation orders. The blue-haired female student boldly confronts the blonde-haired man, declaring that they are not mere civilians to be evacuated but will stand and fight alongside his forces. With unwavering conviction, the blue-haired female student reveals their true nature, stating plainly that they are mags, ready to join the battle. The blonde-haired leader, acknowledging their capabilities, accepts their offer, instructing them to provide backup and attack the enemy from the rear. Internally, the blonde-haired man admits their forces are stretched thin, recognizing that the student's unexpected magical aid is a crucial, if somewhat embarrassing, reinforcement for the police. A white-haired student kneels, expertly casting a healing spell that glows brightly as he reassures an injured female student that her wounds are now mended. This is an advertisement banner. From a quiet observation point, a dark-haired student watches the distant flashing lights of the arriving police, calmly stating he will leave the rest to them. The dark-haired student ponders the unusual arrival of the police before the self-defense troops, musing on the national-level disaster and the country's apparent lack of preparedness for such a calamity. A subtle smirk plays on the dark-haired student's lips as he concludes that such a lapse in security is terrifyingly plausible for a nation complacent in its peace. With a resolute stance, the dark-haired student activates a vibrant green magic circle, deciding to act on his own initiative to save the remaining students. Female operator, speaking into her headset, confirms the police's arrival but expresses grave concern as the beast numbers rapidly swell, questioning if their forces will be sufficient. Despite the police's arrival, a female operator, her eyes wide with alarm, voices the growing panic, declaring that the people of the nations are desperately awaiting the mage nobles. Across the city, 3 excited students echo the sentiment, exclaiming that the mage nobles exist precisely for such critical times. Even ordinary citizens, watching the news, question the situation, remarking that they've paid their taxes and the mage nobles should be resolving this crisis. The female operator's desperation intensifies as she cries out, urging the mage nobles to hurry and come. Meanwhile, Mage Noble Fuka-jin, head of his household, sits indifferently in a lavish room, dismissing the escalating crisis with a cold command to simply ignore it. His butler, concerned, questions if he's sure, believing the police are more than capable of handling this small-scale calamity without the Mage Noble's intervention. As Fuka-jin turns to leave, the butler asks where he is going, clearly bewildered by his master's apathy. Fuka-jin's only response, as he walks away, is a terse declaration, to sleep. The butler, left alone, bows respectfully to the closed door, wishing his master a good rest despite the unfolding chaos. Elsewhere, a blonde mage, conjuring a powerful magic circle, grimly observes that the situation is rapidly worsening. He urgently questions if the beasts are near the entrance, only to be told that they cannot hold them back due to their overwhelming numbers. Blonde mage realizes with dread that the beasts are appearing faster than expected, making civilian evacuation impossible. With the self-defense forces still en route, he laments that they can only rely on the mage nobles, yet contact with them has been lost. Furious, the blonde mage shouts in frustration, condemning the mage nobles as a useless bunch for failing to act when they are needed most. Below, student mags unleash torrents of blue and red elemental attacks, desperately trying to hold back the advancing horde of monstrous beasts. The blonde mage, still channeling his magic, reflects on the true meaning of calamity and questions how past generations handled such overwhelming threats, fearing the emergence of an even greater boss. Amidst the fiery, blood-red skies, menacing multi-headed beasts and dark, horned demons stand poised for battle, their presence a terrifying omen. Suddenly, a blinding beam of purple energy erupts from the ground, crackling with raw power between two of the monstrous beasts. From the surging purple energy, a colossal demon captain emerges, its terrifying form solidified as the ultimate boss of this calamity. The blonde mage and the two female students watch in utter horror as the demon captain reveals itself, their faces contorted in shock. The blonde mage, drenched in sweat, gasps in disbelief, realizing the demon captain is the boss, a truly impossible turn of events. A long-haired blue student explains that this is a beast rarely seen in this era, one that only the mage nobles are capable of defeating. The blue-haired female student clutches her chest in terror, crying out that they need magic higher than level 5, a power no one currently possesses. The demon captain unleashes a devastating inferno, multiple red magic circles forming around it as it unleashes a cataclysmic fiery attack. The blue-haired female student stares up, her eyes wide with terror, as the overwhelming red inferno engulfs her vision. A powerful surge of blue magical energy bursts forth, desperately attempting to counter the incoming fiery assault. The blue magic clashes violently with the raging red fire, creating a chaotic explosion of elemental forces. With fierce determination, the blue-haired female student embraces and shields the long-haired blue student, protecting her from the devastating attack. Engulfed in flames, the blue-haired female student screams in agony, her body taking the full brunt of the fiery blast to shield her companion. In the chaotic aftermath, the blue-haired female student stands, visibly shaken, as her protected companion lies on the ground, enveloped by residual fire. Overwhelmed by fear and the searing heat, the blue-haired female student cries out, desperately calling for her older sister, Naisama. Her injured companion, Yuika, struggles on the ground, her voice weak as she urges, "Run, Yuika." The devastating power of the enemy has already claimed several other students, their bodies strewn across the fiery, chaotic landscape, while the blue-haired female student and Yuika remain trapped. Cradled by the blue-haired female student, Yuika weakly murmurs, "Help," a trail of blood escaping her lips. Another unidentified male student, engulfed in a strange green energy, desperately screams for assistance, "So someone please help." A different unidentified male student, his face bruised and blooded, reaches out a trembling hand, pleading, "I beg you." The source of the devastation becomes clearer, a monstrous entity emerging from a fiery portal, its power radiating across the battlefield. Two more male students, their faces etched with terror, voice their despair, saying, "It's impossible, right? We are going to die." The blue-haired female student, tears streaming down her face, desperately calls out for Kusanagi, begging him to save them. The inferno rages, consuming everything in its path, the air thick with the smell of smoke and despair. The blue-haired female student screams in anguish, calling out another name, Minato. Dark, swirling tendrils of energy erupt from the heart of the flames, signifying an even greater surge of destructive power. Chilling red symbol, resembling a fractured wing, flashes across the scene, a grim omen of impending doom. The monstrous entity fully manifests, a towering, horned demon with multiple eyes, its armored form radiating immense power amidst the inferno. A close-up reveals the monster's terrifying visage, a snarling maw filled with razor-sharp teeth and piercing red eyes. To the student's horror, the monstrous entity speaks, a hint of annoyance in its voice, muttering, "For goodness sake." Suddenly, a powerful surge of green energy erupts, tearing through the chaotic red flames, signaling a new arrival. A reassuring hand reaches down to the blue-haired female student, and a familiar voice apologizes, "Sorry for being late." Kusanagi stands tall and confident, addressing Yuika directly, "I've kept you waiting, Yuika." Kusanagi's powerful presence is undeniable, his hand still extending comfort to the distraught blue-haired female student, as his calm voice reassures, "Sorry for being late." Kusanagi, now fully revealed, looks towards the injured Yuika, acknowledging her waiting, Yuika. An advertisement banner is displayed. The blue-haired female student looks up at Kusanagi, her voice filled with relief and lingering fear. "Kusanagi-kun, Naisama is." Kusanagi reassures the anxious blue-haired female student, calmly explaining, "It's all right, she's just passed out." Kusanagi gently touches Yuika's forehead, confirming her unconscious state, a trickle of blood still visible at the corner of her mouth. The blue-haired female student looks down, her eyes still tearful, but a glimmer of hope now replaces the sheer terror in her expression. Kusanagi kneels amongst the fallen students, now a beacon of calm amidst the fiery aftermath, with the blue-haired female student and the unconscious Yuika by his side. Even amidst the calm, a deep resolve etched itself onto Kusanagi's face, his expression grim as embers danced in the encroaching darkness. As Kusanagi stands resolute against the infernal sky, the blue-haired female student looks up, her voice trembling as she calls out his name. Kusanagi's purple eyes gleam with unwavering resolve as he declares his intention to confront and defeat the threat. The blue-haired female student's eyes widen with a mix of fear and reluctant acceptance, barely managing to stammer out her agreement. Powerful surge of blue magic erupts around the blue-haired female student, forming intricate patterns as Kusanagi channels healing energy to her and the fallen students. Shock ripples through the blue-haired female student as she witnesses the blinding light of healing magic enveloping the injured student before her, questioning the sudden phenomenon. A gentle touch from Kusanagi initiates a rapid recovery as the blue-haired female student's injuries visibly mend under the radiant glow of potent healing magic. The blue-haired female student gazes in astonishment, her expression filled with wonder as the pervasive magic continues to shimmer around her. Other students, previously injured, now sit amidst the dazzling magical aura, their faces reflecting a mixture of surprise and awe at the overwhelming light. Male student stares in utter disbelief, recognizing the potent magic as the third-level holy magic, Sacred Heal, a spell he himself cannot wield, and questions the identity of its caster. A male student rushes to his senior, asking if he is all right. The senior, depleted, confirms he is fine but has exhausted his magic power. Confusion grips a male student and a female student as they question the escalating events, admitting their lack of understanding. Despite the overwhelming uncertainty, the male student's eyes harden with determination, asserting the critical need to protect the civilians. A female student desperately warns the male student of the reckless danger and potential death, but he retorts fiercely that inaction will lead to everyone's demise. Tears well in the female student's eyes as she despairs, believing the situation is already lost and impossible to overcome. Amidst a city engulfed in flames and fallen figures, the two students stand aghast, the devastating news echoing that the police forces have been annihilated. The male student's face contorts in despair as he laments the absence of both self-defense troops and mage nobles, concluding that their situation is utterly hopeless. A colossal, multi-eyed demon with razor-sharp teeth looms menacingly amidst the inferno, its body crackling with dark purple energy. A female civilian and a cameraman recoil in horror, their faces etched with terror as they process the devastating news of the police's annihilation, believing it signals their own end. Inside a building, three terrified young men express their frustration at the uselessness of the mage nobles, convinced that their own deaths are imminent. An elderly couple shares their profound fear, convinced that no one possesses the strength to fight or triumph against the formidable demon captain. Against the backdrop of a fiery, apocalyptic sky, Kusanagi stands firm, his purple eyes fixed forward with an unyielding resolve. A male student and a female student watch in horror as Kusanagi advances towards the demons, frantically shouting warnings and questioning his seemingly suicidal intent. Kusanagi stands unflinching, his back to the viewer, as he confronts the monstrous demon, now radiating an intense purple aura against the apocalyptic red sky. Kusanagi's profile shows a grim determination as he confronts the entity, accusing it of acting with unchecked impunity. The monstrous demon's multi-eyed face distorts with a guttural snarl, its presence radiating pure malevolence. The demon's grotesque maw opens, uttering a single, chilling command, kill. Demon's murderous intent echoes, manifesting as multiple chilling pronouncements of kill that reverberate through the corrupted atmosphere. Terrified students cower on the ground, enveloped by the demon's pervasive aura of death as its chilling kill echoes around them. A male student and a female student are paralyzed by fear, their faces contorted in terror as the demon's relentless kill reverberates, sealing their dread. Demon's chilling command of kill erupts into a devastating burst of fiery energy, radiating outward with destructive force. But Kusanagi, unwavering, projects a powerful red magic circle, defiantly commanding the demonic presence to shut up. The colossal demon, enraged by the challenge, lets out a guttural groa as dark purple energy surges violently around its monstrous form. Blinding streaks of purple energy tear across the landscape, a swift and overwhelming assault unleashed by the monstrous entity. Kusanagi reflects, recalling a past calamity where he unleashed his full power, but now he understands he must hold back to protect those nearby. Kusanagi stands firm, a silhouette engulfed in crackling purple energy and fierce red lightning, a testament to his suppressed but immense power. A male observer, his face etched with terror, gasps, "He got killed," as a female companion looks on in shock, witnessing the brutal aftermath. The relentless barrage continues, with vibrant purple energy streaks tearing through the air against a patterned ground, signaling a fierce exchange of blows. Kusanagi unleashes a devastating golden energy beam, a concentrated burst of power that rips through the battlefield, leaving destruction in its wake. The golden energy slams into its target with a resounding GRAA, creating a blinding flash of light and raw power. The male observer, bewildered and sweating, questions the unfolding chaos, demanding to know, "What's happening? Just who is that student?" Female reporter urgently broadcasts the scene, exclaiming that the student is battling the beast, lamenting they cannot see his face, and instructing the cameraman to get closer to them. The cameraman recoils in shock, shouting "Whoa," as a swirling vortex of blue energy erupts dangerously close to his lens. The blue-haired female student observes Kusanagi's display of power, realizing he must have been concealing his true strength, and believes that with her intervention he can now fight without distractions. Kusanagi, a distant figure radiating a golden aura, unleashes a widespread golden attack that scorches the cracked earth and fills the air with brilliant light. Amidst the chaos, a student marvels, "He's awesome," while another expresses doubt, "Can we really be saved?" as a third cheers with conviction, "You can do it." 3 students navigate the perilous scene, passing over fallen green-haired creatures, their determination evident amidst the lingering purple energy. A sudden burst of golden energy impacts a character, sending shockwaves of red force across the panel, highlighting the perilous nature of the battle. The male observer, now resolute, projects an orange magic circle, declaring, "There must be something we can do. We'll support him," as his female companion affirms, "Yes." Kusanagi, a faint smirk gracing his lips, acknowledges the unexpected competence of the era's police, finding them not half bad. With renewed vigor, Kusanagi channels his power into a brilliant golden magic circle, unleashing another powerful golden assault towards the distant fiery explosion. The monstrous demon lets out a prolonged GROA, its form once more enveloped by an intense surge of dark purple energy, indicating a desperate struggle. The male observer, aghast, recognizes the demon's power as 6th-level magic, a force on par with the mage nobles, and concludes in despair, "There's nothing we can do." The students are overcome with despair, one kneels in defeat, another covers his mouth in horror, while the third stares up in stunned disbelief at the overwhelming power. The cameraman clutches the female reporter, both kneeling in terror on the cracked ground, their faces contorted in pure fear as the battle rages around them. The blonde male observer looks up in absolute terror, his silver-haired female companion and another male student huddled behind him, all paralyzed by the escalating threat. The battlefield erupts into a cataclysmic inferno, a swirling vortex of red and orange flames tearing through the landscape, signifying an ultimate, devastating clash. The lingering embers of the cataclysmic inferno drift through the air, remnants of the devastating clash that just concluded. A pained gasp echoes through the fiery aftermath, a raw cry of anguish from an unseen victim. An unknown female student collapses to her knees amidst the swirling embers, her face contorted in shock and fear as the residual energy burns around her. An unknown male student desperately clutches an unknown female student, his voice a fervent prayer as he implores for their protection amidst the chaos. The blue-haired female student gazes forward with fierce determination, her thoughts echoing a desperate hope that Kusanagi can emerge victorious from this impossible situation. An unknown male student stands resolute against the fiery backdrop, his conviction unwavering as he silently affirms his absolute belief that victory belongs to him. Kusanagi observes the massive, yet sluggish, magical attack, realizing the demon captain is overexerting itself to unleash a formidable 6th-level magic. Karasu Kachi stands enveloped in a surging torrent of brilliant blue energy, projecting an aura of immense power and unwavering confidence. The blue-haired female student stares in wide-eyed astonishment, caught within the overwhelming blue energy surge, witnessing a power beyond her comprehension. A relieved smile spreads across the blue-haired female student's face, her previous shock replaced by burgeoning hope as the blue energy continues to manifest. An unknown male student recoils in surprise, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden appearance of a colossal water serpent, questioning if this is the legendary synthesis magic. From the depths of the shadows, a monstrous water serpent, shimmering with ethereal blue energy, fully manifests, its form dominating the entire space. The grotesque demon captain unleashes a furious roar, its magical shield glowing intensely as it commands its foes to kill. The demon captain's rage escalates, its voice a guttural snarl as it bellows for the slaughter of the human, and a resounding cataclysmic explosion of crimson and orange flames erupts, infused with streaks of potent purple energy, signifying a devastating collision of opposing forces. Karasukachi's eyes widen in surprise, a rare flicker of shock crossing his composed features as the blue energy around him intensifies. The demon captain stares up at the churning blue vortex, its voice filled with disbelief and despair, questioning why, as its power seems to falter. The overwhelming blue energy consumes the demon captain, its desperate cry of why, swallowed by the swirling vortex as its demise approaches. Karasukachi stands observing a towering pillar of shimmering purple energy, its ethereal glow contrasting sharply with the fading red sky, a testament to the power unleashed. Karasukachi, with a calm yet critical expression, declares that the weakness observed is simply a lack of training. Karasukachi looks down at the dissipating purple energy, a hint of disappointment in his thoughts as he admits the power was weaker than expected, having presumed he'd do better than this. A brilliant light pierces the clouds, revealing a vibrant rainbow arc across a clear blue sky, signaling the return of peace and the dissipation of the calamity. The majestic school building stands serene and untouched beneath the clear blue sky, its grand architecture a symbol of safety and normalcy restored. Karasukachi looks up, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he acknowledges the passing of the calamity and the defeat of the boss, finally allowing himself to be at ease. Group of students, still reeling from the ordeal, cautiously question if they are truly saved, wondering aloud if the demon captain has indeed been defeated. A wave of jubilation sweeps through the students as they erupt in cheers, celebrating their miraculous survival and the end of the terrifying ordeal. Two students embrace tightly, tears of relief streaming down their faces as they exclaim their survival, confirming the boss's defeat and their salvation. An unknown male student gently reassures an unknown female student in his arms, confirming that it's safe now and that the calamity has passed, bringing an end to their fear. Karasukachi contemplates the unbelievable feat, marveling that a mere student could defeat the captain, admitting uncertainty if even the mage nobles could have succeeded, and wondering about the true identity of this powerful individual. An unknown male student collapses to the ground, a weary laugh escaping him as he admits his knees have finally given out after the harrowing experience. The exhaustion etched on his face, Tadano confirms the harrowing ordeal is finally over. The blue-haired female student, seated on the ground, gazes up at him with unwavering trust, affirming her belief in his ability to overcome the crisis. With tears welling in her eyes, the blue-haired female student's face radiates profound relief as she expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Tadano. Tadano meets her gaze with a reassuring smile, his simple response conveying a sense of calm after the storm. Suddenly, the toll of the battle catches up to Tadano. His body gives out, and he collapses to the ground, the blue-haired female student looking on in shock. Other students swarm around Tadano, showering him with praises and heartfelt thanks for saving them. Overwhelmed, Tadano tries to manage the enthusiastic crowd, asking them to step back. Internally, Tadano laments his newfound prominence, realizing he's once again become the center of attention, just like in the past, and expresses deep concern for what the future holds. From a short distance, the blue-haired female student observes Tadano's predicament with a knowing smile, finding amusement in his visible annoyance at the attention. News reports flash across a smartphone screen, confirming that the calamity at Kamu Magic Academy has been successfully halted. The academy, however, has chosen to withhold the identity of the student who single-handedly defeated the boss, reporting only mild injuries and no casualties. Back in the classroom, students excitedly point to their phones, exclaiming they are talking about Kusanagi, the hero who saved them. They confirm it's Tadano, their savior, and congratulate him on what seems to be a promotion to S-Class. The classroom buzzes with chatter as students continue to discuss Tadano's S-Class promotion, with some lamenting the perceived social distance created by his new status, feeling they can no longer easily approach him. Students crowd around Tadano, bombarding him with questions about his incredible strength, speculating if he might have inherited the blood of mage nobility. Across the room, a skeptical student with blue hair and glasses dismisses the hero worship, scoffing that Tadano is merely growing conceited from all the pampering and asserting that such strength in a student is impossible. Kusanagi's classmates leap to his defense, confronting the skeptical student and reminding him that it's undeniable Tadano defeated the demon captain. They accuse him of teasing Tadano out of sheer frustration, while the skeptical student stubbornly insists the whole situation is simply too strange to believe. Leaning against a wall, Tadano lets out an internal sigh, clearly exasperated by the ongoing commotion and arguments about his heroic deed. The blue-haired female student approaches Tadano with a knowing smile, playfully acknowledging his difficult situation and the unwanted attention he's receiving. Tadano turns to her, a hint of annoyance in his expression as he tells her not to tease him about his predicament. With a sly smile, the blue-haired female student reminds Tadano that as the hero who protected everyone, his current situation is simply an unavoidable consequence of his actions. Tadano shifts the conversation, asking the blue-haired female student if she also received a promotion to S-class as a result of the recent events. The blue-haired female student confirms her promotion, attributing it to the battle and calamity, then keenly observes Tadano, questioning why he doesn't seem happy about his own success. Tadano's internal thoughts reveal his true feelings. He is happy, subtly implying that a certain someone, the blue-haired female student, being there contributes significantly to his joy. Changing the subject, Tadano asks about Ruka's condition. The blue-haired female student reassures him that Ruka's is fine and that they now communicate more often than before. Tadano expresses his relief, and the blue-haired female student beams, affirming her deep happiness regarding Ruka's improved situation. With a radiant smile, the blue-haired female student thanks Tadano, expressing her profound gladness that he is there with her. Suddenly, Tadano delivers a light tap to the blue-haired female student's head, eliciting a surprised "oh" from her. Holding her head, the blue-haired female student questions Tadano's action, who, with an annoyed expression, tells her that one thank you is sufficient and she shouldn't keep repeating it. The blue-haired female student smiles, a hint of playful mischief in her eyes as she adjusts her hair, seemingly unfazed by Tadano's playful scolding. The scene shifts to a formal conference room where a hand presses a button, signaling the end of an important teleconference among officials. The grey-haired official announces the conclusion of the international teleconference, then raises concerns about finding support for the next calamity, acknowledging that countries are already overwhelmed with current measures. The dark-haired official agrees, noting the immense strain. The grey-haired official expresses doubt about the claims of a student defeating the boss, citing the chaotic scene and the numerous incapacitated police. The dark-haired official suggests it might simply be a misunderstanding. The male official, still harboring skepticism, acknowledges that other nations' leaders share his doubts, finding it entirely understandable. He then issues a firm directive to bring back the mage nobles. Meanwhile, another male official emphasizes the urgent necessity of a measurement conference to prepare for the impending calamity, a sentiment met with immediate agreement. The scene shifts to reveal Tadano, standing with his back to us, his crisp uniform a stark contrast against the muted background, hinting at a new setting. Standing beside him, the blue-haired female student is also seen from behind, her distinctive light blue hair and uniform creating a striking visual. The blue-haired female student turns her gaze to the side, her expression resolute under the clear, bright sky. Tadano and the blue-haired female student stand side by side, their purple and blue eyes reflecting a shared, subtle concern as they look ahead. The blue-haired female student addresses Kusanagi directly, stating she has something important she would like to ask him. With fervent determination, the blue-haired female student implores Kusanagi, asking him to make her his disciple. Inside a traditional room, the blue-haired female student and Yuika sit formally on the wooden floor, facing forward with somber expressions. The blue-haired female student begins to explain the calamity, her gaze distant, while Yuika looks up at her with a startled, questioning, "Huh? Why yes?" The blue-haired female student reveals that Kusanagi was the one who stopped the calamity. Yuika confirms, adding that Kusanagi-kun defeated the demon captain boss using 4th-level synthesis magic. The blue-haired female student reacts with utter disbelief, exclaiming, "You said 4th-level synthesis magic?" She emphasizes that such magic is beyond the capabilities of even most high-class mags. Yuika, with a grave and serious expression, confirms the incredible truth. It's really true. A gentle smile graces the blue-haired female student's lips as she concludes, "It must be so." She affirms her complete trust in Yuika, knowing she would never lie. The blue-haired female student asks Yuika why she holds such unwavering belief in her honesty. Yuika responds with warmth, recounting how her friend has always been an upright, obedient, and diligent individual since childhood. The blue-haired female student muses that such admirable qualities should not belong to a talentless mage. A hint of regret crosses her face as she admits, "But it seems like I was too forceful." Yuika looks up with concern, softly calling out, "Nae-sama." Yuika rises with renewed resolve, declaring her unwavering commitment to become stronger, strong enough to alleviate all of Nae-sama's worries. With a fervent and determined expression, Yuika emphatically tells her Nae-sama, "So rest easy." The blue-haired female student watches Yuika, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and profound emotion, touched by her words. With a soft, knowing smile and closed eyes, the blue-haired female student acknowledges Yuika's growth, saying, "You've really grown, Yuika." Yuika beams with a radiant smile, her blue eyes sparkling with happiness and a newfound confidence. The blue-haired female student sits in contemplation, realizing Kusanagi Minato's strength far surpasses that of a mere student, perhaps even exceeding her own father's power. The blue-haired female student turns to Yuika, asking if she could assist her with something important, a new plan forming in her mind. The blue-haired female student stands, her thoughts consumed by the realization that her current path will only lead her to become a high-class mage at best. To truly grow stronger, she concludes, she needs Kusanagi's help. With a solemn expression, the blue-haired female student offers a sincere apology for her past insults and condescension, reiterating her deep regret. The blue-haired female student acknowledges the selfishness of her impending request, but with a pained resolve, she states her willingness to swallow her pride just to ask this. Facing Kusanagi, the blue-haired female student begins to formally request, "Please make me your dash," before Kusanagi cuts her off with a simple, decisive "all right." Kusanagi's blunt acceptance utterly bewilders the blue-haired female student, who stammers a confused "Huh?" Kusanagi, however, simply reiterates his decision, "I said, I'll make you my disciple." The blue-haired female student, still reeling, manages to ask, "Why?" Kusanagi, with a hint of exasperation, retorts, "What a weirdo. Aren't you the one asking for it?" She internally acknowledges his point, yet thinks, "That's true, but I've done so many awful things to you." Kusanagi clarifies his simple logic, explaining, "I forgive you since you've apologized, and I accept your apology because you asked me to. That's all there is to it." His straightforwardness cuts through any lingering doubt. The blue-haired female student stands completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to process Kusanagi's utterly simple and unexpected reasoning. Seizing the opportunity, Tadano enthusiastically declares, "Then, me too." Kusanagi, unfazed, agrees, "All right, there's no issue with teaching one or two more people." Tadano pumps his fist, exclaiming, "All righty." A thought echoes, realizing the simplicity of Kusanagi's nature, he's just that type of person. The blue-haired female student, with her long flowing hair, stands beside another female student with short, light blue hair, both in school uniforms, observing the unfolding events with varied expressions. Tadano playfully slings an arm around Kusanagi, remarking, "What a mysterious guy. Isn't this fine?" Kusanagi, clearly annoyed, simply commands, "Let go." The two blue-haired students watch from below. A stark sign on a door announces a new setting, conference room, signaling a shift in the narrative's immediate focus. Inside the conference room, Kusanagi and the blue-haired female student sit alongside an older man in a suit, facing an empty space, awaiting the arrival of their interlocutors. Two new figures, Shido Shogo, a blonde man, and Sanada Karen, a silver-haired woman, both in formal attire, introduce themselves, displaying official badges. Shido Shogo states, "I'm Shido Shogo from the Metropolitan Police Department's Beast Countermeasures symbol," followed by Sanada Karen's concise, "I'm Sanada Karen." Shido Shogo begins with formal gratitude, saying, "First, please let us express our gratitude." "Thank you very much," Sanada Karen adds, bowing her head slightly. "Without your help, both the civilians and us would have been annihilated." Kusanagi, looking impatient, cuts to the chase. "You've said your thanks over and over again during the questioning. I think this is more than enough already. Is there something else you need now?" Shido Shogo shifts the conversation, stating, "The investigation related to the calamity is over, but there is something that piques our interest." Kusanagi, intrigued, questions, "Something interesting?" Shido Shogo, thoughtful, poses a direct question to Kusanagi. "Kusanagi-kun, you awoke your mage ability after getting involved in a traffic accident, right? People around you also said the same thing, so there's no mistaking it." Shido Shogo's gaze sharpens as he continues, "But there's one that said you seem like you've become a whole different person after the accident." The implication hangs heavy in the air. Kusanagi maintains a calm, unreadable expression, his dark eyes betraying no reaction to the pointed observation. Shido Shogo presses on, detailing the dramatic shift. "Your personality changed, and your magic became abnormally strong. Strong enough to defeat a demon captain." The blue-haired female student listens with growing concern. The blue-haired female student, distressed by the accusations, interjects forcefully, "Please wait a minute. Just what are you trying to say?" Shido Shogo, unfazed by the interruption, muses, Let's change the question then." He adjusts his approach, preparing a new line of inquiry. With a piercing gaze, Shido Shogo asks Kusanagi directly, "Do you know the Black Magician?" Both Kusanagi and the blue-haired female student look at each other, confused by the sudden shift in topic. Kusanagi repeats, "The Black Magician?" Shido Shogo presents his phone, showing a video of a cloaked figure. He explains, he's a mage who defeated beasts and helped people under the cloak of the Dark Knight. The video was widely spread on the internet, didn't you see it? Sanada Karen, sitting beside Shido Shogo, looks startled as she connects the dots. I see. So that was it. The blue-haired female student, still confused, asks, what does that have to do with Kusanagi-kun? Shido Shogo's implied answer is simple, because they are similar. Shido Shogo offers a subtle smile, elaborating on the resemblance, both in stature and age. The implication of Kusanagi being the black magician grows stronger. Shido Shogo meticulously lays out the evidence, stating, the black magician is said to be a considerable mage. There's barely anyone in that age range who would be able to use that much magic. Not to mention, the period when he began his activities is close to the day you were discharged. The older man, looking stern, reminds them of the legal ramifications. It's illegal for one to use magic in the city without a permit or qualification. If he is a student of this academy, we'll leave it to the discretion of the school to some extent. Sanada Karen emphasizes the severity, stating, however, since it had garnered this much publicity, the police had no other option but to take action. Just expulsion won't be enough. The situation intensifies for Kusanagi. The blue-haired female student looks on with deep concern as Sanada Karen offers a final, weighty statement. But, if you confess, we will do everything we can to lessen your punishment. So please answer with utmost care. A blonde man in a sharp suit is questioned. Are you the black magician? Adeno denies the accusation directly. I'm not. The blonde man smiles with relief. I see. So you're not him. That's good, then. The blonde man thanks them. Well, thank you for having us over. The blue-haired female student adds, we'll take our leave for today. As he walks away, the blonde man's thoughts reveal his suspicion. He didn't waver at all. That takes courage if he really is the black magician. He's unlike a regular high schooler. There's something different about him. Meanwhile, a white-haired student suspects Kusanagi-kun is definitely the black magician. Their ambiances and voices are similar. Was his movement during the night purely to save people? The white-haired student's internal conflict grows. I can't tell the senior about his identity. This might be seen as a failure for a policeman, but he's a good person who saved me. The blonde man resolves to look further into his identity, while the white-haired student decides, I must hide his identity. In the classroom, the teacher introduces, these are Kusanagi and the blue-haired female student joining our second-year S-class today. Please get along with them. Excited classmates approach Kusanagi, one asking, hey, did you really defeat the demon captain? A group of female students, including the blue-haired female student, eagerly inquire, what's it like being mage nobility? Just as the commotion peaks, the teacher, sweating slightly, announces, class will begin. Kusanagi walks away, thinking with regret, I was bombarded with questions until recess. This is exactly why I didn't want to stand out. Kusanagi turns, hearing a hesitant voice call, A shy, pink-haired girl approaches Kusanagi nervously. Kusanagi-kun, can I have a moment of your time? Kusanagi finds himself on the rooftop again, thinking with exasperation, the roof again. Is this a custom for wanting to talk to someone? The blue-haired female student, also on the rooftop, is shocked, thinking, I thought I could get some solo training in. Why is Kusanagi on the roof? Peeking from behind a wall, the blue-haired female student watches Kusanagi with the pink-haired girl, thinking, and with a girl, too. What are they doing? Pink-haired girl hesitantly asks Kusanagi, do you remember me? Kusanagi honestly replies, sorry, I don't. The pink-haired girl reminds him, you saved me during the calamity, though. Recognition flickers across Kusanagi's face as he responds, oh yeah, I remember that. The pink-haired girl continues, her cheeks flushed, at the combat lesson, I was assaulted by monsters. Then someone saved me with magic. That magic, it was you, wasn't it, Kusanagi-kun? Kusanagi's expression shifts slightly. A translucent image of the purple-haired female appears behind him as he acknowledges, oh, that. Beaming, the pink-haired girl sincerely thanks Kusanagi. Thank you for saving me twice. Kusanagi humbly replies, don't mention it. I just did what I could. With an admiring gaze and a blush, the pink-haired girl praises Kusanagi. You really are cool, Kusanagi-kun. Still hiding, the blue-haired female student strains to hear. Frustrated, I can barely hear them. What are they talking about? With a hopeful plea, the red-haired girl confesses her feelings. Kusanagi-kun, I like you. Please go out with me. The blue-haired student recoils in shock, her eyes wide. A confession? Adeno remains impassive, his gaze distant. She quickly adds, I don't really have any good points, but I'll do my very best, so. She turns, her plea echoing, so please, let me be your girlfriend, Kusanagi-kun. Tadano offers a gentle smile, acknowledging her feelings. Thank you for liking me. Homura Hinata beams, her hands clasped in anticipation. Her expression shifts, a hint of apology in her voice. But, I'm sorry. Tadano's expression remains neutral as he states, I don't have time to start dating someone. There is something I must do. Homura Hinata lowers her gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips. I see. She looks up, her eyes closed and a serene smile on her face. Thank you for rejecting me up front. I think I can give up on you now. As Homura Hinata walks away, Tadano watches her go. From her hiding spot, the blue-haired student is called out by Tadano. How about you stop hiding and come out, Yuika? Startled, Yuika exclaims, ahaha, I thought I hid my mana well, though. Tadano approaches her, his tone casual. Your mana control is downright awful. It's practically spilling everywhere. This is the second time. Good grief. You into voyeurism or something? Yuika stammers, flustered. It was just by chance. It's not like I wanted to listen, okay? Yuika asks, tilting her head. Hey, why did you reject her? She was pretty cute, wasn't she? Tadano turns away, his response unheard by Yuika. He explains, I'm not planning on dating anyone. I mean, we're just too far apart in age, despite physically being in the same school year. Yuika muses. I see. So you won't go out with anyone, huh? She suddenly questions herself. Wait, why am I so relieved to hear that? As Tadano walks away up the stairs, Yuika follows, muttering, he isn't planning on dating anyone, huh? Tadano glances back, his expression unreadable. Yuika looks down, a determined glint in her eyes. Tadano advises her, work a little harder on your mana control, okay? You clearly haven't had enough practice. Yuika huffs, Chimpate, I know already. She declares, I'll work harder and become stronger until the day you finally acknowledge me. In a dark alley, a hooded figure observes the city. The number of monsters hasn't decreased despite the calamity being over. Is this a sign that another calamity is on the way? A man with red hair initiates a ritual, his eyes burning with malice. A young woman screams, like hell would somebody be around at this time of night. The hooded figure from the alley appears, his hand adorned with rings, interrupting the ritual. There is, though. Blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful blow connects, forcing a gasp of pain. The hooded figure, his hand adorned with rings, has interrupted the ritual. The hooded figure slams his palm down, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. His opponent is sent flying, groaning in agony. The battered mage, sprawled on the ground, gasps, an amateur mage and criminal, huh? He groans, his close combat skills are incredibly crude. He must not be used to fighting other mags. A young woman with purple hair calls out, thank you Verha. Is it really you, the black mage? Suddenly, a vibrant green energy beam shoots upwards. The purple-haired girl cries out, wait up. The masked figure, identified as the black mage, lands gracefully on a magic circle. He muses, the black mage, the students, and Shidu mentioned that as well. It seems to be referring to me, but why has it become so popular? Group of students are gathered, bathed in sunlight. One of them asks, the black mage? Tadano, holding a hot dog, replies, Shidu mentioned it earlier, right? An amateur mage that acts at night or something. People were gossiping about them too, so I was just wondering why. Karasukachi, eating his lunch, states that's probably because it's become a popular topic on the internet. Tadano looks confused, holding his hot dog, and asks, what does internet mean? Like a fishing net? The others react with disbelief. Crazy, one mutters. Another adds, in this day and age, is it even possible for someone to not know what the internet is? The blue-haired female student explains, people can find anything on it, so information spreads as fast as lightning. It also has pictures and video, so basically everything is there. She continues, you can even look things up on your smartphone. You have one, right? Try and open the app first. Tadano excitedly exclaims, I did it. He beams, you did it. Now you can use the internet as well. Heh, this much is easy. Homura Hinata asks, by the way, you promised you would help us train. When do we start? Tadano replies, we can start after school today. Since you taught me how to use the smartphone and everything, I'll do my very best to train you. The blue-haired female student looks worried, her eyes wide. I have a bad feeling about this. In a park, Tadano stands calmly as three figures lie defeated on the ground before him. Tadano smirks, oh come on, we haven't even warmed up yet. Act as if your life depends on it. Tadano smiles, I can still go on. The defeated students rally. One declares, I'll show you how stubborn I am. Another shouts, don't look down on me. Tadano grins, that's the spirit. Now, come at me. Magic circles flare to life as the students launch their attacks, but Tadano remains unfazed. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape. Debris litters the ground, with the mangled remains of what looks like a large structure. The words near Tokyo Tower flash across the screen. A voice whispers, "UN unbelievable." Two men in suits, one with binoculars, stare out at the destruction. One remarks, "It was looking normal a moment ago, but now." The other man, sweating with disbelief, exclaims, "Just what the hell is going on?" A stylized logo appears with the text High Comic, Straight Edge, and Mugen Factory, alongside a Twitter icon and a call to follow for updates. A montage of romantic art styles is displayed, showcasing couples and characters in various fantasy settings, with the tagline, "We have it all." The scene opens with a wide shot of a paved courtyard. 3 students are gathered, 1 standing and 2 kneeling, facing each other. The atmosphere is tense, hinting at a confrontation or a moment of reflection after a battle. A close-up reveals the standing student, Kusanagi, his expression a mix of challenge and concern. He asks, "What's wrong? Already given up?" Perspective shifts to the 2 kneeling students. The blue-haired female student shouts defiantly, "Not yet, eat this," as she unleashes an attack, while Kusanagi braces for impact. Tadano, with a determined gaze, faces the incoming assault. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to counter. The impact is immediate and jarring. The blue-haired female student cries out in pain, "It hurts," while Kusanagi grimaces, clearly feeling the force of the blow. The blue-haired female student sees an opening, shouting, "You're wide open," as she prepares another magical assault. Tadano, unfazed, calmly retorts, "I'm not." The purple-haired female watches in disbelief, exclaiming, "He dodged it." Suddenly, the purple-haired female cries out in pain as a powerful blow connects. Kusanagi, standing tall, declares, "All right, break time," as the other students collapse, exhausted. One of them mutters, "Finally." A close-up shows the blue-haired female student taking a refreshing drink from a bottle, sweat beading on her forehead. Group takes a break, sitting on a bench. The blue-haired female student drinks from her bottle, while the purple-haired female covers her face. Kusanagi observes them. Tadano, wiping sweat from his brow, asks, "But aren't you way too strong?" The blue-haired female student, looking downcast, replies, "To the point where even I, the top student of the academy, couldn't put up a fight." The purple-haired female continues, "Indeed, you're not at the same level as students." Her expression is one of sadness and resignation. Close-up on Kusanagi shows his typical annoyed expression, with a faint ha escaping him. Kusanagi explains, "I almost died due to a traffic accident, and I obtained this power the moment I regained consciousness." Another voice interjects, "The reason is unknown, so stop asking about it." The blue-haired female student muses, "Then your near-death experience was the trigger to the awakening of your power?" Tadano responds, "That may be so." Kusanagi smirks, declaring, "Both of you are too gullible," while the blue-haired female student looks on, surprised. He continues, "Look at that, I've managed to deceive them. Look on his face." The purple-haired female ponders, "But he might have a reason as to why he can't tell us the truth. Since he's trying so hard to hide it, perhaps it's better to not look into it any further." The narrator comments, "All of them are really too gullible." As the 3 students sit on the bench, their expressions a mix of contemplation and exhaustion. The scene shows a blank panel with 3 rectangular shapes, indicating a pause or transition. Tadano exclaims, "Ph, that was a great training session." As he walks with Kusanagi, Kusanagi replies, "That's because I trained myself." Tadano adds, "You're really tough." Tadano states, "But I'm hungry now. I need to go home and cook some food for those brats." Kusanagi asks, You make your own food?" Kusanagi questions, "Despite that appearance of yours?" Tadano replies, "Well, yeah." Kusanagi then asks, "Just what do you mean by that, huh?" Kusanagi asks, "Do you always eat outside?" Tadano answers, "Nope, I mostly eat cup noodles." Kusanagi exclaims, "Cup noodles?" Tadano adds, "HMPH, the world has become quite convenient." Tadano looks concerned, stating, "Your body won't hold if you continue with your unhealthy dietary habits." Kusanagi asks, "Are you my father?" Tadano offers, "All right, come to my place. I'll make you some food." Kusanagi replies, "No, it's decided then. Let's go." Tadano insists, "Listen to me." Tadano, with a wide grin, exclaims, "Goodness, what a forceful guy he is." A serene sunset paints the sky with vibrant hues of orange and purple as birds soar over a 2-story building. Kusanagi stands stoically, holding 2 energetic children who cling to his arms and legs, their playful energy contrasting with his calm demeanor. Tadano, wearing a Kumar apron, presents plates of food, apologizing, "Sorry about that, for having you look after those brats." Amidst a chaotic scene with children seemingly floating in green magical energy, Kusanagi is told, "Don't worry about that. I'll worry about it, you idiot. Don't use magic inside the room." A child reaches for the food as Tadano, looking flustered, remarks, "I've never heard of someone using magic when playing." Kusanagi, holding a child, replies, "I got scolded." Surrounded by children, Kusanagi is observed with a neutral expression as someone comments, "But it's somewhat unexpected. For you to be so good at looking after kids, I mean." The scene shifts to a devastated landscape engulfed in flames. In the foreground, Kusanagi's intense gaze surveys the destruction, while children are seen amidst the chaos. Kusanagi, holding a book in a small hand, softly states, "Kids are precious, after all." Tadano, looking surprised, tells Kusanagi, "You sounded like an old man just then." A child whispers, "Shut up." Tadano stands in the kitchen, his back to the viewer, while Kusanagi sits at a table, reading to children. Gathered around a table laden with food, everyone expresses their gratitude, with one child exclaiming, "Thank you for the food." Child's excited Japanese exclamation is heard. A child happily eats noodles with a fork while another expertly uses chopsticks to eat a piece of meat. Kusanagi sits at the table, holding chopsticks, his expression thoughtful as he eats. Kusanagi, holding chopsticks with food, looks directly at the viewer with a slightly surprised expression, asking, "It's good, right?" With a serene smile, Kusanagi muses, "How long has it been since I last had a home-cooked meal? I've been fighting for so long that I neglected myself in the process." As Tadano asks about Kusanagi's parents, Kusanagi explains, "I don't have a father, and my mom is working till late. I do the housework and babysitting in her stead. I've also got a part-time job in my free time." Kusanagi, holding chopsticks, remarks, "Seems like you're quite busy." Tadano beams, responding, "It's hard, but I don't hate it." Kusanagi nods, acknowledging Tadano's statement with, "I see." Tadano flexes his bicep, exclaiming, "You get more fired up the harder something is, right?" Meanwhile, a child observes, "What a muscle head." The group rests together in a cozy room, all 4 children and the 2 adults sleeping soundly in a line. Tadano apologizes for the sleepover, "Sorry for having you stay over due to the brat's selfishness." Kusanagi reassures him, "Don't worry about it. It's not bad doing this once in a while." Tadano, eyes closed, replies with a simple, "Thanks." Kusanagi, looking surprised, states, "I did nothing to deserve your gratitude. No, it's about Ruka." Voice comments, "She's become brighter than before." Kusanagi, looking perplexed, questions, "Is this perhaps a romantic kind of thing?" Tadano asks, "Do you like her?" Kusanagi, confused, retorts, "What, me to Ruka?" Tadano firmly replies, "No way." Tadano explains, "Both of us are misfits, so we naturally stuck to each other, that's all." Kusanagi reflects, "Misfits, it's similar to me." The next day, Kusanagi and Tadano walk together, their school uniforms crisp under the bright sky. The blue-haired female student confronts them, arms crossed, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Really, both of you are late." Tadano, looking flustered, explains, "Kusanagi just wouldn't wake up YC." The other girl, clearly surprised, asks, "You guys have a sleepover?" Kusanagi, appearing slightly more put together, questions, "A sleepover, you say? Were you training?" Tadano ponders, "How come we're meeting up so naturally?" He then admits, "Well, I don't really mind though." 2 figures in suits approach. The taller man, with blonde hair, addresses Kusanagi, "Can we have a minute, Kusanagi-kun?" Tadano's expression shifts as he recognizes the newcomers. "It's you guys again." The blonde-haired man, Karasukachi, apologizes for the interruption. "So sorry for repeatedly disturbing you." The shorter woman beside him adds, "We have an urgent matter this time." The woman, Homura Himata, urgently explains, "Beasts have started abnormally appearing in the surroundings of Tokyo Tower." She continues, her eyes wide with concern, "There's a possibility that it's related to a calamity." She then implores, "So we've come to ask for Kusanagi's cooperation." Kusanagi, looking slightly overwhelmed, states, "I'm just a student, you know?" Karasukachi, his gaze fixed ahead, remarks, "You managed to prevent a calamity by yourself." He then adds, "You're not suited to being categorized as a student." Homura Himata, looking concerned, admits, "Truthfully, it's too much for just us to handle." Karasukachi clarifies, "Or a police officer to say that." Tadano, gesturing, explains, "It shows the extent of just how far we've been driven into a corner." Karasukachi looks directly at Kusanagi, his expression earnest. "Kusanagi-kun, please, work together with us." A promotional image displays the channel's logo and associated studios. A montage of various manhwa art styles hinting at different genres and stories. Karasukachi reiterates his plea, "Kusanagi-kun, please, work together with us." Karasukachi offers, if you're okay with it, I'll lend you my power. Tadano looks surprised, exclaiming, really? Kusanagi, with a troubled expression, thinks, although I really want to avoid standing out, the situation won't allow me to do so. Karasukachi reassures Kusanagi, of course, you will be appropriately compensated. Homura Himata adds, stay at ease. We will be the ones to contact the academy. The blue-haired female student and the other female student offer their support. We will also help you, the first one exclaims. The second adds, we should be able to support you from the rear. The male student, looking determined, says, we'll lend you some helping hands. Kusanagi, looking thoughtful, replies to their offers, I'm thankful for the thought, but it would be impossible for you guys to help. One of the female students states, we are top-level students in the ACA. Karasukachi interrupts, you're merely the top within the academy, right? Another voice adds, we are talking about the level for a real battle here. Karasukachi questions Kusanagi, or are any of your powers on par with his? Students look concerned as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Karasukachi tells the students, you guys should head back to the academy. Tadano agrees, let's go, Kusanagi-kun. As Karasukachi and Homura Himata turn to leave, the male student calls out, hey. Kusanagi, with a confident smirk, tells them, you must catch up with me. The three students exchange determined glances, ready to face whatever comes next. The group, now united, walks forward with a renewed sense of purpose. Of course. The sun blazes brightly in the sky, casting its light upon the imposing structure of the police headquarters. A wooden sign hangs on the wall, bearing Japanese characters that translate to Police Headquarters Head Office of Calamity Emergency Countermeasure. Inside a meeting room, several individuals are seated around tables. Two figures in the front are engaged in discussion, while others listen intently. A whiteboard stands in the background. One of the figures states, there are hundreds of beasts appearing near the Tokyo Tower. Another adds, we need to set up a countermeasure before they cause harm to the civilians. The old doctor, wearing a stern expression and a police uniform, addresses the room. We've asked for cooperation from the student who played an active role during the calamity that happened in the academy a few days ago. He then asks, so, Kusanagi was it, and instructs, please stand up. A young man in a school uniform, Tadano, stands with a composed demeanor, his gaze steady. From behind, a man with spiky brown hair questions, why is some brat in this kind of place? Another person, with blue hair and glasses, remarks, it was said that one who defeated the boss during the calamity at the academy. A third individual scoffs, sounds like bullshit. A young woman with short, grey hair and wide, frightened eyes is pushed forward, exclaiming, for goodness sake. A young man with blonde hair, holding a microphone, clears his throat with an e-hem. The scene shows abstract lines and shapes, suggesting a disruption or a transition. The backs of several individuals in dark suits are visible, facing a screen or a wall in a dimly lit room. The blonde-haired man continues, Kusanagi is the student who stopped the calamity at the academy. I've seen him in action from up close, and there's barely anyone whose power is on the same level as his. He elaborates, he's somebody who was involved in the calamity that happened for the first time in decades. We believe that cooperating with him is a must. Tadano stands tall, his hand extended forward. The old doctor, speaking to the group, requests, please treat him as a fellow collaborator instead of just a student. One of the men in a suit scoffs, TSK, so he's just a mere student, huh? Another adds, he's acting all haughty in a place filled with professionals. The old doctor, with a determined expression, declares, what we must do remains the same, even with an outsider among us. We must immediately annihilate the beast. Everyone, back to your post. The faces of the men in suits are tense and serious, their expressions reflecting the urgency of the situation. Blonde-haired man apologizes to Kusanagi. Sorry about that, Kusanagi-kun. Kusanagi replies calmly, it's alright, it must have just put them in a bad mood. The blonde-haired man looks at Kusanagi, remarking, you're really mature. He then adds, compared to you. Turning to the young woman with grey hair, he asks, just what are you doing, Sanada-kun? She cries out, I was too scared to stop them. Tadano smiles brightly, telling everyone, please don't mind it, since I don't really care. The grey-haired young woman, Sanada, clasps her hands together, her eyes wide with joy and tears, exclaiming, he's such a nice person. Inside a vehicle, they discuss the situation. Someone asks, how much is the approximated combat power? Most of them are middle rank, only a few are high rank. Tadano explains, middle rank mags can use level 2 magic, while high ranks can use up to level 3. He continues, this might sound pathetic, but since you can use level 4 synthesis magic, you are our strongest means of combat power. The question is posed, and the combat plan is, below, a police car speeds down the road with its siren flashing. The response is given, it can't really be called a combat plan. There won't be any problems, it's just demon soldiers and magical beasts. A monstrous, demonic figure is shown, radiating immense power. The narration continues, but beings on a higher plane than the demon captain have higher intelligence and will need a countermeasure for that. The speaker adds, straight up battle can't be called a combat strategy, you know? In the car, one person observes, there doesn't seem to be any equipment judging from what I've seen, because there's no equipment capable of going against magic and beasts. We often go to battle using easy-to-move outfits or suits. Kusanagi asks, there used to be anti-beasts equipment, right? He ponders, no equipment. How could this be? There used to be an abundance of it. Although I'm aware there's a decline in magic and mags, but... He ponders, no equipment. How could this be? There used to be an abundance of it. Although I'm aware there's a decline in magic and mags, but... A blinding light erupts in the sky, signaling an impending event. Below, a vast crowd gathers in an arena, with towering city skyscrapers in the background. Monstrous beasts, resembling dragons and wolves, descend from the sky. Their numbers are overwhelming. Tadano looks on, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. What is happening? He mutters. Nearby, others react with shock and disbelief. Hey, is this for real? One exclaims, while another adds, there are more of them than what was stated in the report. Panic sets in as they realize the scale of the threat. There's even a demon captain here, someone shouts. We can't win against it, you know? We must ask for support from private organizations or the magic nobles. A blonde-haired man, looking distressed, explains the dire situation. We've asked for backup, but they won't get here right away. There has been an increase in beasts and illegal mags as of late, so they have enough on their plate already. The urgency is palpable. Didu, we have no other choice but to defeat them ourselves. One man cries out, fearing the worst. It's like we're asking to get killed. Tadano and Kusanagi face each other, the weight of the situation settling upon them. Kusanagi turns to Tadano, a serious expression on his face. Kusanagi-kun, he says, can you annihilate them? Tadano replies with a confident, well, yeah. His companions react with disbelief. Don't joke around, you brat, one scolds. Don't get ahead of yourself, another warns. There's no way you can win against them. One of them, however, senses something is amiss. But there's something weird, he states, to which another exclaims, wait. The sky above cracks with unseen forces, indicated by the violent red slashes. The red slashes intensify, painting the sky with an ominous glow. A group of individuals look up in alarm. The sky is, one gasps, followed by a realization, it's a calamity. A crackling radio transmission cuts through the tension. Urgent relay from the police headquarters to every single post. The monstrous beasts unleash their power amidst a fiery, chaotic landscape. People scramble for safety. The beast's monstrous claws tear through the air as terrified screams echo. I repeat, a calamity has occurred across the country. Tadano, his expression grim, states the clear objective, saving the civilians should be our utmost priority. Immediately countermeasure the calamity. The group discusses their next steps, acknowledging the severity of the situation. As we will prioritize dealing with the calamity in the urban area, one begins, there won't be any backups for other areas. A montage of various romantic and fantastical scenes flashes by. Discussion continues, highlighting the lack of reinforcements. As we will prioritize dealing with the calamity in the urban area, one states, there won't be any backup in the other areas. The gravity of the situation weighs on them. A calamity is occurring again, one exclaims, while another questions, just what is the meaning of this? Tadano ponders the nature of the calamity. A calamity is something that happens naturally, he muses, but the beasts from earlier seem to be the cause this one. Within the span of 50 years, have they found out how to cause a calamity? A title card appears, Magic 9999 God of All Abilities, Chapter 24. The group grapples with their predicament. One starts, it's impossible without any backup, another finishes, while a third insists, we must first reorganize. Tadano observes the unfolding events with a keen eye. It is moving, he states. The monstrous beasts are seen in a horde, their fiery eyes fixed on their next target. The beasts are heading towards the city? To think the police have fallen this much. What did you say, you bastard? There's no way we can win against that many beast. We can. The ground trembles as a horde of monstrous beasts surrounds the area, their eyes glowing with malice. Tadano is overwhelmed, collapsing to his knees as the beasts close in. The horde of demonic beasts descends, their roars filling the air as they surround Tadano. One of the beasts lunges forward with terrifying ferocity, its jaws snapping. Green energy surges around Tadano and a fellow student, their expressions grim. A young man with blonde hair, clad in a suit, looks on with wide eyes. Tadano stands amidst a field of defeated beasts, a calm expression on his face. Two more beasts roar, their monstrous forms filling the frame. The beasts unleash magical energy, preparing an attack. Tadano is enveloped in a powerful golden barrier, deflecting the incoming attack. It seems a magic barrier is enough to block it. Since there are bystanders, it's probably a good idea to put up a barrier, just in case. Tadano unleashes a torrent of green energy, cutting through the attacking beasts. What strength! So he can use several magic attributes. As expected, it can only be him. Follow him. I will also back him up. Several men in suits look on with shock and concern. We can't just tremble and run away. Don't fall behind him. A chaotic battle ensues, with green energy clashing against purple magic. Unexpectedly, they seem capable. The captain has appeared. Shit, we are no match for its level. Only a legendary class mage can defeat it. A powerful blue energy wave erupts, clashing with a monstrous form. I'll eat the demon captain. I'll leave the others to you. Did he defeat it? Such strong magic. We must continue to defeat the beasts until the boss appears. We'll have Kusanagi-kun defeat the demon captain and anything stronger than it. 60 years ago, a worldwide calamity occurred. The first calamity. Following it, calamities tend to happen again and again, destroying the world. If what happened 60 years ago repeats itself, this calamity will spread worldwide. But I'm here this time, too. I won't let you eradicate humanity. Enro. Monstrous, demonic entity with sharp claws and glowing red eyes lunges forward, its wings spread wide. Kusanagi unleashes a powerful magic circle, a blinding light erupting outwards as he defends against an unseen attack. The camera focuses on the back of Kusanagi's head, his hair disheveled as he stands amidst glowing embers. A thought bubble appears. It's the same. Young woman with short, light blue hair and wide, startled eyes looks up. Behind her, a figure cloaked in shadow looms. Are you okay? Tadano asks, extending a hand to the kneeling blue-haired female student. She replies with a shaky, "Why yes." A third bubble states, "Thank you, Kusanagi-kun." Tadano's face fills the screen, his expression troubled. He ponders, it's the same situation as before. Did she find out? The blue-haired female student stands, her hand on her chest, asking, why did he become the black mage? Below, Kusanagi looks on with a pensive expression. A close-up on the blue-haired female student's lips as she speaks, her internal thought revealed, but he'll hate me if I asked him those questions. The blue-haired female student blushes intensely, her eyes wide with panic. A voice calls out Karen, while another bubble warns, the other party is a student, and a third states, you can't think any strange thought. The blue-haired female student recoils in shock, letting out a startled cry as something happens off-panel. A blinding explosion of golden energy engulfs Kusanagi and the blue-haired female student as they brace for impact. A voice warns, it's dangerous. Kusanagi and the blue-haired female student are close together, both looking shocked. A bubble from the student reads, I'm sorry. Kusanagi's face is shown in a close-up, his expression serious. He states, please stay by my side. A thought bubble adds, since she seems like she can't use combat magic. The blue-haired female student cries out, why yes, her face flushed with embarrassment and surprise. Kusanagi turns his back, walking away. The blue-haired female student looks up at him, her thoughts revealing, is he really a student? He seems more like an adult than me. A group of men in suits are seen casting magic circles. One man, with brown hair and a stern expression, shouts, while another, with blue hair and glasses, looks on in shock. The brown-haired man exclaims, what is this? The blue-haired man, trembling, replies, I can't stop trembling. One man falls to his knees, eyes wide with disbelief, while the other stares in shock. A voice states, it's impossible, followed by, I don't even know whether the mage nobles could win against it or not. The scene is dark and ominous, with faint blue Japanese characters appearing, and Kusanagi stands tall and imposing, his expression calm. Below him, the two men from before look up in shock and fear. The two men are shouting in panic, you stupid, stop, one yells, while the other cries, you can't win against it no matter how strong you are. Kusanagi looks to the side, his expression resolute. He calmly states, I can. The three men from before look on, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. One of the men, his hand raised in disbelief, asks, the trembling stopped. The blue-haired female student clasps her hands together, tears welling in her eyes. She pleads, please, win, Kusanagi-kun. Young man with blonde hair and a confident smile speaks, he should have the strength of a mage noble. Another bubble adds, he might just win against the demon captain subspecies. A fearsome demonic creature stands on the left while a massive boot descends from the right, ready to crush it. The blonde-haired man grins, saying, "Now, show it to me, Kusanagi-kun." Kusanagi stands stoically, his gaze intense. Kusanagi's eyes glow with determination as the blonde-haired man urges him, "Your true power." This is an advertisement banner for Hike Comic featuring their logo and social media information. Keep using your full power until the boss is defeated. A monstrous entity emerges, its grotesque form radiating an aura of pure menace. The creature unleashes a devastating blast of energy, a searing crimson light erupting from its core. Amidst the fiery inferno, Tadano stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. The world erupts in a blinding explosion as the monster's attack collides with an unseen force. It's only the first level, yet what's with this strength? Tadano stands amidst the raging flames, his posture calm and collected. From the heart of the inferno, the monstrous entity confronts Tadano, a chilling question echoing in the void. "What are you?" "I'm just a student." "Now, that is." The monster lets out a guttural roar, its multiple eyes fixated on the seemingly ordinary student. Tadano summons a swirling vortex of intense blue energy, a formidable power radiating from him. The monster unleashes a torrent of fiery energy, a primal roar of kill the strong humans tearing through the air. 6th level, there's no way, right? Even if I wanted to avoid it or use a direct magic attack, the allies will surely get engulfed. Now then, what should I do? A cascade of purple magic circles erupts, surrounding the battlefield with an ominous glow. All the beasts together. Beasts are working with each other. Impossible. Kusanagi-kun. Run. Tadano stands firm, surrounded by a maelstrom of purple energy and fiery explosions. A colossal wave of water, infused with searing flames, surges upwards in a display of raw power. Tadano is enveloped in a powerful aura of purple lightning, his resolve unwavering. The green-haired combatant unleashes a blinding burst of energy, surrounded by a halo of purple sparks. The monstrous entity, now appearing even more menacing, is caught in a torrential downpour. It's over already? Just what the hell is this guy? What just happened? It doesn't make sense. Such an unbelievable thing is unfolding right before my eyes. Only a mage noble can use level 6 magic. It's an advanced technique on the same level as remote activation. Kusanagi-kun committed such a feat, and the most surprising thing is that he used a second type of magic at practically the same time. Normally, you're only able to cast magic once at a time, with a buffer period needed before you can use a different type, but he used it almost simultaneously. A single type of magic is already powerful enough, and to use more than one at virtually the same time he might be stronger than even a mage noble. My intuition wasn't wrong. He really is the person I'm looking for. The second Ichikami Minato. Oh, it's too stuffy here. Let's move somewhere else. Level 1 aerial. Gah. Seems like you can use aerial magic. In order to not receive any cooperation. I don't care about the beast's clumsy cooperation. I don't need to hold back here. Oh. How can this be? Seeing as it's useless to use magic, the best decision is to resort to hand-to-hand combat, but it's futile. You won't be able to strike a blow against me. There's no way a mere human's punch would work. What? You bastard, what are you? Did you think I can only use magic? Then I'll show you it. My very own technique. This panel is an advertisement and does not contain story content. Dano's eyes glow with determination as he prepares his next move. A massive explosion of energy erupts, engulfing the battlefield. Such great magic power. What's this? This chill. I can feel something above us. Tadano stands resolute, bathed in a vibrant aura of power. His eyes close as he focuses his energy, preparing for the next stage of the fight. Dano's confident gaze meets the camera, a smirk playing on his lips. Even if you cover yourself with magic, human attacks are useless against us. Let's give it a try. Tadano launches himself towards the monstrous green-haired combatant, unleashing a powerful strike. The impact creates a blinding flash of light as the two clash. The green-haired combatant roars in pain. He overwhelmed the demon captain in hand-to-hand combat. How is this? Human's fists are useless against beast, and not only that, he managed to land his blow. Why? How can a human's attack work? Normal attacks and weapons are useless against beasts, but it's different if one were to use a huge amount of magic. Attacking while covering yourself with magic, it's a fusion of magicraft and martial arts. It's magic martial arts. For a mere human to surpass me, I won't accept it. Tadano's powerful counterattack sends the green-haired combatant flying. A monster! A horde of demons gathers, their menacing forms silhouetted against a blood-red sky. Tadano stands tall amidst a brilliant display of magical energy, a beacon of power against the encroaching darkness. The calamity has stopped. That brat did it. Should be fine to leave the rest to the cops. Student ascends into the sky, enveloped in a vibrant, rainbow-like energy. A close-up on student's face, his expression shifting to a more serious, determined look. It's been a while since I've used magic martial arts, so I was quite rusty. Student sprints across a barren, cracked landscape under a bright blue sky. Student looks forward with a focused expression, seemingly ready for action. Student stands at the forefront, looking over a line of figures silhouetted against the sky. Thank you for your hard work in defeating the calamity's boss. We thank you for your cooperation. Salute to Mr. Kusanagi Minato. A news report on a large screen displays calamities occurring worldwide. Below, text reads, "It was reported that the calamity has been stopped thanks to the police and mage nobles' active participation." The anxiety towards the calamity, criticism towards the government and police. Social media posts read, "I'm the strongest at Orsai, the police are way too useless. Yukiko at Yukikon will another calamity happen? I'm scared to. Student WHO won't forgive the beasts at Momonosatuzatu kill the beast. That's a mage's job, right? If it's the black mage. We have the black mage with us." Social media posts read, "The Black Mage will save us. The Black Mage will defeat all the beasts. WOA. The Black Mage. The Black Mage in the end. Just who is the Black Mage? Is it a normal guy? An illegal mage? I don't care who you are. Just save us. The Black Mage." Student looks slightly flustered, a bead of sweat on his forehead. "They said you stopped another calamity. You're awesome. What kind of magic did you use? Is it true that the boss was a subspecies of the demon captain? How bothersome." Student looks exhausted while blue-haired female student sits at her desk. "Today we will talk about the calamity that has occurred recently. You guys are indeed just students, but also mags at the same time. There's a possibility that you may be summoned. Please remember to always be prepared. Although we do have an experienced student among us." Student sits at his desk, hands clasped, with a serious expression. "Excuse me. Wait a minute, what's wrong with you guys? We are the police. We've received permission from the headmaster. Kusanagi-kan, we would like to borrow your power once again. They really don't think much about their image. Do they not have any honor at all? Stop it. What's with those eyes?" Student looks distressed as other students react around him. "Please explain the situation." "Of course. Please be at ease. You will receive both rewards and class credit." In addition to the calamity, beasts have been appearing all over the world. The illegal mags and underground organizations are becoming more active too. We are extremely lacking in personnel. And that's why you came to me again. I'm really sorry for asking for your help over and over, but there's truly no one as strong as Kusanagi-kun. Will you please contact me using the phone next time? Sorry. I'll do so next time. So this is Kusanagi-kun's contact info. So, what do you want me to do now? We would like to ask you to defeat the beasts appearing in Harajuku. I see. Understood. We'll go together using the car. It'll be too late. I'll go first. So fast. This is an advertisement banner. Harajuku. Be big brother. It'll be fine. Brother will protect you. Be big brother. It'll be fine. Brother will protect you. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. Be big brother. It'll be fine. Brother will protect you. Be big brother. It'll be fine. Brother will protect you. A monstrous beast lunges forward, its fangs bared and claws extended, ready to strike. Let's run. 8. The beast's massive jaws open wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth as it lunges towards the children. A blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful energy blast intercepts the beast's attack, pushing it back. Tadano appears, reaching out his hand towards the children, a determined look on his face. You held on well. You were great. Why yes. They'll protect you both. CYA. Thank you very much. A younger child clutches a doll resembling a character, his eyes wide with wonder and happiness. This is an advertisement banner. The battle in Tokyo was more troublesome than the one here at the academy. Unlike the ruined Shibuya, there are many obstacles and people here. The battle in Tokyo was more troublesome than the one here at the academy. Unlike the ruined Shibuya, there are many obstacles and people here. While I can differentiate between beasts and humans with magic, I can't detect humans with magic power. The only way to save everyone is by patrolling the area. Focus on defeating the beast. We can leave saving the civilians to the firefighters and the army. Kusanagi-kun. He was from that time, during the calamity. So you've come as reinforcement. That's really helpful. How's the situation? We've yet to save even half of the civilians. We are in such a situation that we are unable to reach the east side. And I'll go check that side of the city. There have also been reports of illegal mags there. Be careful. I say that. There's no use worrying about him. Who was that youngster? He annihilated those beasts in an instant. Perhaps he appeared solely to save us during this chaotic time. For a demon to appear outside of the calamity, that's something impossible, even 50 years ago. Beasts are increasing in numbers. Moreover, they are gradually getting stronger. This has exceeded to an amount that even I can barely handle. If I don't begin taking precautions now, things might get out of hand. I have several plans in mind, but I'm not sure which one to go with. The rescue teams are here to help the civilians. The police are also on the scene, coordinating rescue efforts. With the combined efforts of the police and rescue teams, the situation is being managed. Families are being reunited and hope is returning to the city. Student promo art greets Kusanagi, acknowledging his efforts. Thank you. You've been a great help, Kusanagi-kun. We managed to minimize the damage thanks to you. No, it was thanks to the police and firefighters. I was simply just helping out. You're really awesome. I'm sorry for what happened during the calamity. Because of our stupid pride, we've been acting all haughty towards you. It's only natural for a student like me to act all proud, so please don't dwell on it too much. You're simply too mature, but thank you. I would like to thank you too. I'm so sorry to keep depending on Kusanagi-kun when you're just a student. It's fine. I'm the one who agreed to help out. Thank you for earlier. I'm glad that you're safe. Big brother, are you the great sage? Sorry, my brother really likes the great sage, so... If I'm not mistaken, that's... A close-up on Kusanagi's composed expression. Yeah, I'm the great sage. I knew it. You want to make a doll of me? Not just dolls, but also photo cards and key holders as well. There's no way anyone would want such a thing. The great sage is the support needed in everyone's heart. These items are a must-have, especially for kids. You're wrong. So, no, I'll keep on saving people even 100 years from now, so please give me permission, Ichikama-san. Seems like it's just as you said, but mere dolls don't have the power to save anybody. The great sage is also needed during this time. Visual representation of intense energy or a system notification. A dimly lit, opulent lounge area with plush seating and a vibrant purple pillar. That concludes the report regarding the Black Mage. Underground Mage Guild Black Rebellion President Kyowa Akuto. An illegal mage who isn't part of the guild. This means that there's a bastard who dares to go against me. Right. Yes. Go find out the real identity of the Black Mage. I don't mind if you use military force. And if he refuses, can we kill him? Underground Mage Guild Black Rebellion Executive Kabukicho Branch Manager Kaga Shuji. Only after you torture him. I'm looking forward to it. A promotional banner with various logos and text in Japanese. A montage of various manhwa art styles featuring romantic and fantasy scenes. By the way, Kusanagi, what's your magic power amount? I'm also kinda curious. No, maybe around 500,000. If it's Minato, I think it's possible. Three figures stand, their expressions a mix of confusion and apprehension. The blue-haired girl pipes up. I don't think that's. The girl with long, light blue hair adds, even if it's you, isn't that a bit too much? The brown-haired young man scratches his head, looking slightly embarrassed. A young man with dark hair and purple eyes looks on, a hint of surprise in his expression as he hears Ichikami Minato's magic power is 1 million. Group on the bench listens as the young man below explains that's why it's said that 1 million is the highest limit of magic power. You didn't know? It's practically common sense. Holding his phone, the young man with dark hair muses, my magic power's only about 1 million. Before resolving, I'll try looking it up on the internet. A chibi version of the young man stares intently at his phone, surrounded by playful sound effects. Surrounded by question marks and celestial bodies, the chibi young man looks utterly perplexed as he continues to stare at his phone. The young man strikes a confident pose, phone in hand, declaring, I completely forgot how to use a phone. Then, with a smirk, he adds, it's already troublesome, so let's just give up. A smartphone screen displays an incoming call from Shiu Shogo. A hand reaches out, poised to answer. Answering the call, the young man asks, hello, what's wrong? On the other side, a voice replies, sorry for the sudden call, but do you have some time? The group listens intently. On the other end of the line, a blonde-haired man asks, are your friends there too? A colleague confirms, they're here. The blonde man then requests, sorry, but could you turn on the speaker for me? The blue-haired girl points to the phone, instructing, you have to press this. The young man looks on, asking, what's a speaker? The group is informed, actually, in response to the calamity and the increase in number of monsters, we decided to establish a specialized anti-monster unit. The words Special Magic Team appear, accompanied by a dramatic visual of 3 silhouetted figures. The light blue-haired girl and the brown-haired young man exchange worried glances. The blue-haired girl's eyes widen in alarm, her mouth agape. A voice exclaims, Minato, the captain of the special unit. Another bubble states, if you're a mage, it's a title you'd be dying to get. A third adds, there's no way Minato would refuse. The young man firmly states, I refuse. The blue-haired girl, shocked, shouts, why? Blue-haired girl huffs indignantly, while the young man asks, why are you the one getting angry? To which she replies, let's hear it. The blonde-haired man explains, first off, there are too many problems, and the police can't handle them all. Also, the current situation is that we can't fight the monsters alone. The person next to him responds, I think you understand it well enough. The young man's intense gaze is framed by a large speech bubble asking, is it because the level of mags are low? The group discusses the situation. What happened to the mage nobles? The answer comes, the heads of the mage nobles Mizuha, Homurai, and Kaikai have yet to return from an overseas meeting. The only one left is Fuji. But, well, a lot of things have happened. Young man turns to the blue-haired girl, remarking, come to think of it, I've never met your parents. Information is revealed. The members are made up of more than a dozen police officers, and those from the academy are Mizuha Yuika, Mizuha Ruka, Katsuragi Ruji. I recommend the 3 of you. The blonde-haired man states, I'll take care of all the terrible, mundane things such as clerical work and negotiations. All you have to do is focus on cultivating and leading the mags. You'll receive rewards and school credits, so it's also advantageous for finding employment. The blonde man pleads, I'm begging you, you're the only one I can count on. He then desperately asks, Kusanagi, please be the captain. The young man's expression is serious as he breathes out, seemingly contemplating the request. With a determined look, the young man declares, I'll do it. The blonde-haired man exclaims in surprise, really, while the smaller figure beside him looks on with wide eyes. The group looks on as the young man states, I can't just leave it all to Kusanagi. The others agree, we'll do it too. The brown-haired man adds, I got no reason to refuse anyway. I have some concerns, but I guess it's fine since I get to train some of the mags. Criticism is gathering towards the mage noble family, the Fukas. A rush of criticism towards Fuka being compared to the mage nobles who are active overseas. In addition to abandoning their duties due to the school disaster, they were also slow to deal with the monster subjugation. These stupid people, are they mistaking mage nobles for jacks of all trades? Come in. Pardon me, I've just received a document from the Metropolitan Police Department. Announcing the establishment of a special magic team. Incompetent people love doing unnecessary things. Here. But, wait, this is enough to silence the public. Hey, call my stupid son here. Yes. The sun shines brightly in a clear blue sky filled with fluffy white clouds, illuminating a modern high-rise building. Special Magic Team Joint Briefing Session. The camera focuses on a young man with dark hair and purple eyes, wearing a white blazer over a shirt and tie. He looks serious. A group of students, including the blue-haired female student and a brown-haired young man, stand together, looking towards something. In a conference room, several individuals are gathered around a whiteboard. A man in a suit points to the board while others listen. Dozens. I'm sorry. I could more or less guess that was the case. If a student is made team captain, there's bound to be friction. Also, I'm giving this to you. It's a temporary mage badge. It's an external cooperation, but there's no doubt that all of you are public servants. Just show this when you need to, but it's handed over only if you belong to a unit. It's only temporary because all of you have not officially qualified as mags yet. Well, that's the end of the student treatment. I'll leave it to you, Captain Kusanagi. It's been a while, standing before people. Footsteps echo as someone walks forward. I'm Kusanagi Minato. This time, I will be the captain of the special magic team. First of all, I promise you that I'll make all of you stronger than the heads of the mage nobles. What dash? Than the heads of the mage nobles? Looks like you guys don't believe me. Then, I'll prove it. Mr. Shido, is there a magic power measuring device in the station? Yeah, of course there is, but two large, crystal-like structures stand in the center of the room, connected to machinery. Kusanagi and other students observe them. Firstly, Ruka and Ruji, measure your magic power. Alright, well, I guess I don't mind. A young woman reaches out towards a glowing blue energy field with intense visual effects surrounding her. Previously, Ruka's magic power was 10,000. Ruji's magic power was 8,000. But their magic power now is… What? Is this for real? Impossible. Isn't that the highest grade mage class? It's still too early to be surprised. Yuika, it's your turn. Yuika steels herself, her fists clenched, ready for the challenge. This panel is an advertisement or promotional material and contains no narrative content. This panel is an advertisement or promotional material and contains no narrative content. This panel is an advertisement or promotional material and contains no narrative content. Yuika stands in a large, imposing chamber, a massive crystalline structure dominating the foreground. What do I do? What if the gap between me and my sister is too wide? I'm just an ordinary person. I'm scared. I'm so scared about the results. However, I've decided not to run away anymore. No matter what kind of result give, I refuse to deceive myself ever again. This is… what's the result? The system displays a magic power reading of 26,000. According to the records, her magic power should have been around 2,000. There's no way her magic power could have increased this much. No, it's possible to increase your magic power. All you need is talent, as well as the will to put in effort and never give up. Student promo art gently pats Yuika's head, a gesture of encouragement. I'm proud of you. You did a good job, Yuika. Tears well up in Yuika's eyes as she's praised for her efforts. Another student with long blue hair observes the scene, a subtle smile on her face. The group congratulates each other on their performances. Also, as expected of Ruka, if you're one of the Mizuha family, this kind of thing is normal. I don't need your words of praise. I'm still going to praise you though. You did a good job. Why Minato? I did think he was an out-of-this-world kind of guy, but this guy doesn't know fear at all. Oh no, sister is going to get angry. I'm not a child. Yeah, that's true. Don't complain about it later. A fierce struggle ensues as the two students clash. This is the power of a magic barrier. If you have a huge amount of magic power, you can use it naturally, and if you have an outstanding amount of magic power, you can use magic without even being conscious of it. It's called automatic magic. Increasing your magic capacity is the most important aspect for mags. Bear that in mind. Yes, it didn't work at all. Kusanagi places a comforting hand on the other student's back. Two men, surrounded by an ethereal glow, seem to be discussing something with urgency. In a training ground, students practice their magic, creating vibrant blue energy shields. Besides magic training, we're gonna need to get some equipment. If possible, I want to get some anti-monster equipment. But from the look of Shido's reaction, it seems like it's impossible to get it right away. As for the equipment, please wait a little longer. I don't think there are any craftsmen nowadays. Guess I'm gonna have to make it myself. I've never done it before, but I'm sure I can do it. Is there something here I could use? Chem? A cheap ring, huh? It's been kept in good condition, so I guess it's important. This could work, but it's not gonna be enough. Where should I go shopping? Call comes in from Mizuha Ruka. From Ruka? That's rare. Hello, what is it? Why is she silent? You're the only one fit to be our captain. Are you encouraging me? That's my intention. What an awkward person. Oh right, I should ask her while I'm at it. If you're free tomorrow, I'd like you to go shopping with me. Shopping, you say? Are Yuika and the others coming too? No, just the two of us. There's no need to go in large groups. The two of us. So, what do you say? So, what do you say? This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. This is a title card. So, what do you say? I don't mind, you're a lifesaver. Where should we go? Harajuku will do. Then, shall we meet at the station around noon tomorrow? The blue-haired woman looks thoughtful as she holds her phone. With this, I should be able to buy the rings for all the members. Should I start crafting the anti-monster equipment with the ring from before? Well, it'll work out somehow. Sis, dinner's ready. No reply. Is she asleep? That's unlike her. I'm coming in, sis. The blue-haired female student looks on with concern as the other woman holds up a jacket. What is it? Ah, sorry. Dinner's ready, so I'll be right there. This is the first time I've seen her so excited. Is she going out with someone? Harajuku Station. I have to conceal my magic so Minato doesn't notice that, and I can't get too close. Oh, why am I spying on them like this? Sorry, Minato, sis. Sudden sound startles the male student. The long-haired woman, dressed elegantly, walks with purpose, sunlight glinting off the windows. Did I keep you waiting? Nah, I just got here. Wow, what a beauty. That must be her boyfriend. I'm so jealous. Sis and Minato are on a date. WHWH, what's happening? Rings. Something like that. I need several. Several. Do you have that many partners? Japan isn't polygamous, you know. I know that. If you're buying in bulk, inexpensive ones are best. Alright, I'll leave it to you. The blue-haired woman smiles confidently as they walk through the city. Two approach a jewelry stall in a park. A ring that's sturdy, inexpensive, and not too fancy. They're surprisingly hard to find. Even when we find a nice ring, something seems to be missing. This one's pretty expensive, too. What are they talking about? For some reason, they're standing awfully close to each other. Hi, what are you looking for? If it's a present for your girlfriend, I can give you a good deal. I'm not his girlfriend. OOH, I'm terribly sorry. Please, feel free to look around. AH. Good grief. I'm exhausted from all that walking, especially in such a crowded place. Still, it's hard to find what I'm looking for. Maybe I should reconsider my criteria. I'm not good at showing affection. You know me, and how my personality is. Yeah, I do. I can't even interact well with Yuika. Because of that, I've caused her distress. You'd be better off shopping with Yuika. I'd just be in the way. You looked up the location of the stores beforehand, didn't you? And you thought hard about which ones to choose. Even though we're shopping for ourselves, you took it as seriously as if we were on your own trip. I want you to know that you're really a big help. Is that so? I've never seen sis make a face like that. What am I even doing here? I should go home. I'm glad we found decent rings. But buying 5 of them, I needed 1 for each member. They'd be thrilled to receive a gift that you picked out so thoughtfully. It's for the unit's equipment. Of course, they'd be happy. The unit's equipment. I see. So that's what it was. You were a great help today. Thanks, Ruka. Don't mention it. Being of help, that's enough for me. I should repay you in some way. There's no need for that. Heh. Give me your hand. What are you doing? Just give it here. Tadano gives a confident wink, his playful demeanor evident. A towering figure with long blue hair turns, her expression flustered as Tadano calls out to her. Then, see you, she says, while he shouts, hey, wait. Tadano explains, I was about to explain about the anti-monster equipment, but I guess I can do it another time. The blue-haired woman walks away, her long hair flowing behind her as she moves through the crowded area. She continues her stride, the sounds of her movement echoing. Her hand, adorned with a ring, is brought up to her face. The blue-haired female student looks back, her expression a mix of confusion and distress. A promotional image displays characters and logos, including a rabbit mascot and the Recap branding. A montage of various manhwa cover art is displayed, hinting at different story genres. Tadano announces, I'll hand out the equipment now, while another student says, each of you take your own. A group reacts with surprise, exclaiming, there's a magic reaction. So, this is anti-monster equipment. Blue-haired female student explains, that's right, this is anti-monster equipment imbued with wind magic. If you infuse them with magic power, they can utilize up to level 1 wind magic. A blonde-haired student questions, where did you get these? While Tadano replies, I made them. The blonde student is shocked, you made them? He continues, craftsmen capable of creating anti-monster equipment are almost non-existent now. He ponders, to think he can create them with such ease. The blonde student remarks, you never cease to amaze me. A student asks her, what about Big Sis ring? One student states, she's never worn that ring before. Another questions, could it be from their days? Followed by a gasp, what happened after I left? Tadano explains, what we lack is swift transportation. We can't always rely on cars, they won't be fast enough. The group acknowledges, true, we were always late. Tadano demonstrates, with this anti-monster equipment, anyone can use the wind magic spell aerial. It should significantly reduce our travel time. He clarifies, but remember, it's only a basic spell. Its magic power is low and not meant for attacking. He encourages them, go on, give it a try yourselves. Tadano instructs, aerial involves flying and acceleration, so start by visualizing yourself jumping. 2 students successfully use the spell, levitating slightly above the ground. Tadano praises, oh, well done, Yuika. Yuika proudly exclaims, I've been training in magic manipulation forever. This much is nothing for me. Suddenly, Yuika is struck by an unseen force, letting out a pained cry. Yuika cries, the guilt from spying on them is hitting me now. Tadano asks, by the way, there's something I wanted to ask. Yuika, you're familiar with Ichikami Minato, right? Yuika confirms, of course, he's the person I admire the most. And what happened to the mags after Ichikami died? It seems that there weren't many mags left. Among them, our noble ancestors contributed significantly to the revival. The Mizuha family also aims to play a huge role. At that time, almost no documents or data about magic were left. That's why they started building up magic studies again from scratch. I remember the death rate of mags was quite high, but there should have still been a lot of books left. I stored them in various places in preparation for the future. But the knowledge of magic is scarce and full of errors. The magic power level has also dropped low, too. Is this all because of me, or someone else's doing? Minato, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. If something's up, you can call me. Okay, just your feelings are enough, so thank you. You've been a big help. Yuika probably won't spread what she'd say to her around, but there's also the matter of the Black Mage. Considering the possibility of getting her involved, I won't just casually bring it up. Besides, if she knew that I was her much-admired Ichikami Minato, she might faint. He can't tell me because I'm unreliable, but if I get stronger, surely. I'll keep doing my best. 1 week later. Everyone, brace yourselves. Fire. Level 2 Holy Magic, Holy Crest. Level 3 Lightning Magic, Lightning Blast. Level 4 Earth Magic, Stone Rain. Level 4 Water Magic, Waterfall. Everyone's level has increased. Sanada has also become able to use offensive magic. He couldn't cast a single offensive spell before. What intrigues me most are those two. Perhaps their compatibility is outstanding, especially seeing as they're sisters. The blue-haired female student unleashes a powerful water magic, creating a massive waterfall. The blue-haired female student stands amidst swirling water, her eyes wide with determination. The 2 girls, surrounded by magical energy, stand on rocky terrain. The blue-haired female student and another girl are seen in the distance, amidst a rocky landscape. The blue-haired female student bursts into laughter, her fists clenched in excitement. Tadano observes the scene with a confident smirk. But don't get complacent just because your levels have increased. Your levels don't necessarily indicate the strength of your magic. Ruka, use a level 4 spell on me. Understood. Blue-haired female student summons a massive torrent of water, powerful waves crashing down. Tadano braces himself as the colossal water spell descends upon him. Level 1 Wood Spear. Level 1 spell, neutralized a level 4? Your level simply increases the limit of magic power you can infuse, but it doesn't mean higher level magic is always stronger. Even with level 1 magic, if you infuse it with maximum magic power, you can beat level 4 spells. Of course, the attribute matters, too. Water is weak to earth. Don't get trapped by the idea of levels. Understand magic power, master the spells. Do so, and you'll become stronger. Don't forget we also have our companions. If we combine our power, we will become even stronger. Yeah. Must be tough being plebs. What brings you here? If you're not training, why not exterminate some monsters? No, thanks. That's too much trouble. Let the police handle it. What is this reaction? Ah, how I wish the calamity would arrive already. Look at the sky. Oh. It's here, it's here, it's here. The calamity is upon us. The squad that defeats the boss first gets the right to be the squad leader. The game's on, plebs. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. It's here, it's here, it's here. The calamity is upon us. The first squad who defeats the boss gets the right to be the leader. The game's on, plebs. We'll never lose to someone like you. Yeah, keep saying that. Later, losers. Ah, that's unfair. We're going to work too. Don't forget to put on your hands-free headset. This is our first real fight since we joined the squad. Don't let your guard down. Yeah. A vehicle speeds down the road. Whoa. What is this? Too slow, so slow it makes me yawn. They're too fast. How can he be so fast with that body? Well, our opponents are skilled in wind magic. It'll be tough for Yuika and the others to catch up. I could overtake them alone, but that would defeat the purpose of being in a squad. If the citizens are not affected, we shouldn't rush. Larger combatant, cackling with glee, launches himself forward, shouting, "You can't even keep up with me." His opponent, mid-air and clearly outmatched, is sent flying back. The victor gloats, "Losers, losers, losers, losers." A blue-haired student, her expression a mask of fierce determination, grits her teeth. I can't hear him, but I'm sure he's mocking us. The victorious combatant lands with a triumphant pose amidst the rubble. Two figures, one a young student and another in a suit, are seen fleeing in the distance. The green-haired combatant, brimming with excitement, turns to his companions. It's the calamity. The calamity. Let's slaughter some monsters. The battle escalates as multiple magic circles erupt, unleashing a torrent of green energy. The combatants engage in a fierce exchange, their attacks clashing with explosive force. A terrified couple flees through the devastated city, a monstrous creature with glowing eyes emerging from the shadows behind them. The green-haired combatant approaches the panicked couple. "Help, please." The woman cries out. He smirks, gesturing dismissively. More, keep 'em coming. Crush the monsters." A blinding beam of green energy streaks across the sky, narrowly missing the fleeing couple. They scream in terror as the blast tears through the city. Couple huddles together, shielding themselves from the destructive energy unleashed by the ongoing battle. The city around them crumbles. A blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful attack is unleashed. Below, a group of students, including the couple, are caught in the periphery of the blast. A young man with striking purple eyes and dark hair, radiating an ominous purple aura, asks, "What are you doing?" The green-haired combatant and his companions are enveloped in a dark, swirling energy, their faces contorted in shock and fear. What's going on? Green-haired combatant struggles, his body frozen. I can't move. The blue-haired student, now surrounded by glowing magic circles, calls out, "Hey, are you okay?" The blonde man in the suit looks on, concerned. The blue-haired student confronts someone off-panel. "What do you think you're doing? Don't drag ordinary people into this." The green-haired combatant, now freed from the paralysis, looks around in confusion. I can move again. Did that brat do something? His companions are equally bewildered. No, it can't be. The green-haired combatant, regaining his composure, sneers at someone. "Chmph, it's your fault for getting in the way of a magic noble." Blue-haired student, angered by the combatant's arrogance, demands, "What was that?" The green-haired combatant, seemingly unfazed, declares, "I'll take down the boss. You guys just focus on protecting the commoners." A young man with dark hair observes the scene. "It would be easy to incapacitate Fuka, but that would make it seem like I'm running from the battle." The young man with dark hair, now smirking confidently, contemplates his next move. Actually, this might just be the perfect opportunity. Facing the assembled students, the young man with dark hair confidently states, "I'll protect the citizens. You guys focus on exterminating the monsters." Blonde man in a suit questions the dark-haired young man. "But can you handle him on your own? Even you could have a hard time protecting everyone." The dark-haired young man, with a confident smile, declares his position. "I'm the head of the special monster squad." The blonde man, looking slightly embarrassed, concedes, "I was stupid for even asking." The blue-haired student rallies her companions. "We can't always rely on Minato. Let's take down the monsters by ourselves." The others cheer in agreement. "Yes." The dark-haired young man, Tadano, gives his team a determined look. "Go. Win for us." Students, empowered by magic, charge forward into battle. Yeah. The battle rages as the students unleash their powers against the monstrous creatures. Waves of energy clash in a dazzling display of magic. The blue-haired student unleashes a torrent of water magic, her eyes glowing with power as she conjures intricate magical circles. Level 3, Azure Splash. I was scared and couldn't do anything before, but now I'm able to defeat the demon soldiers. I've become really strong. Amidst the ruins, the blue-haired female student stands, her confidence radiating. Tadano observes the scene, noting the high concentration of magic energy. It seems there are also many civilians who fail to escape. Tadano's eyes narrow with grim determination. Rescue won't be easy. If it were anyone but me, that is. A blinding green energy blast erupts, a magical circle at its core, as Tadano unleashes his power. Arasukachi and Homura Himata prepare their spells. Die, die, die. The group forms a battle line. Don't let your guard down. Get into formation. Let's take them down together. The blue-haired female student recoils in shock. What is this magic energy? A monstrous demon, radiating dark purple energy, appears before the blue-haired female student. Is that a demon? Green-haired combatant declares, the boss is my prey. I'll show you some real level 4 magic. Karasukachi warns, your opponent is a demon, sir. You can't defeat it with a level 4 spell, sir. Green-haired combatant retorts, of course I can. There are hardly any humans who have fought demons, so how would you know? Green-haired combatant activates level 4 wind magic tempest, boasting, I'm a magic noble. It's natural that I'd win. The demonic creature's terrifying visage is revealed, its eyes burning with malevolence. Level 4 fire magic flare erupts in a devastating explosion. The battlefield is engulfed in a cataclysmic clash of elemental forces. Green-haired combatant stares in disbelief. My invincible magic was overpowered. Panic sets in as the destructive power overwhelms them. Retreat. Inferno rages, consuming everything in its path. Civilians caught in the blast cry out in terror. UWAHHAHHH. Amidst the chaos, Tadano unleashes his own powerful magic, a vibrant green aura surrounding him. A torrent of water magic clashes with the intense flames, a desperate struggle for survival. Two immense powers collide, creating a blinding explosion of light and energy. The trio stands ready, their expressions a mix of determination and relief. Tadano smirks, a hint of confidence in his eyes. Not bad. The blue-haired female student looms over the defeated green-haired combatant. The blue-haired female student breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. It's their fault for not running away. If they're going to slow down a magic noble, they'd better off dead, right? Chem. Wham. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. Chem. Slap. Jayara. Some magic noble you are, for someone who has no pride. Wait, we're defeating the realm of demons. How dare you ignore me? Good grief, quite the scene they're making in front of the enemy. They collected themselves rather quickly, so I guess it's all good. Looks like there are still survivors who need saving. I should keep an eye on the boss, too. The demonic beast roars, its presence radiating immense power. The air crackles with dark energy. There's no way we can win against the demons. We should retreat, Shosama. I admit that the demons are too strong. Even for someone like me, it might be tough to take them all down. Wait a second. What if we let them wear down the demons and then swoop in to finish them off? As brilliant as always, Shosama. Naturally. Now, let's lay low and wait. Yes, sir. The monstrous demon unleashes a torrent of dark energy, engulfing the area. Such powerful magic. Can we really win? No, we have to. Strike first, strike fast. The battlefield erupts in a clash of elemental forces as multiple magic circles activate. Did we do it? The demon's terrifying visage fills the screen, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The demon stands unyielding, surrounded by an aura of dark magic. It didn't work. We either need a level 4 spell or an appropriate amount of magic power. A massive surge of fiery energy erupts as the demon prepares its next devastating attack. Dodge. Flames rage, consuming the city. The blue-haired female student, engulfed in this inferno, remarks, it's more powerful than before. Twice as strong as my magic, even. Surrounded by the overwhelming power, she cries out, our difference in power is too immense. We can't win like this. What do we do? As the situation grows dire, the old doctor offers a piece of advice to the blue-haired female student. Here's some advice. Tadano, overhearing, interjects with his own suggestion, work together. The blue-haired female student, exasperated, retorts, "We already are. Combine your powers in the truest sense." A cryptic message appears, "The key lies within you and Ruka." Confused, the blue-haired female student questions, "What do you mean by that?" While a message urges them to figure it out yourselves, she exclaims, "Ah, wait." The intense heat and power of the flames surge around the blue-haired female student. She lets out a strained cry, "Ku." As the battle intensifies, a realization dawns on the group. Someone states, "Kusunagi's words definitely hold some meaning." They add, "We need to think about this together." The blue-haired female student, her expression resolute, recalls her sister's words, "It's just as my sister said. Minato has always led us. That means what I should do is..." With a determined look, she prepares herself for action, her resolve hardening. She observes the enemy's magic, noting, "The demon's magic is powerful, but their casting time is long. Let's clear out the smaller enemies while avoiding the demon's magic." The old doctor and the purple-haired female react with surprise, but Tadano confirms, "Understood." A monstrous figure emerges from the fiery chaos, wielding a dark, rune-inscribed object. The blue-haired female student braces for impact. As the attack looms, the blue-haired female student and her allies prepare their defenses, counting down, 1, 2, 3. Here it comes. With a desperate cry, the blue-haired female student warns, "Dodge, now." Green magical energy erupts as the blue-haired female student and her companions activate their skills, narrowly avoiding the fiery onslaught. Tadano carries a wounded companion, observing the situation. He remarks, "So Yuika has started taking command. I thought Ruji or Ruka would step up, but she has a knack for reading people. She might just be cut out for this." The blue-haired female student despairs, "Our magic's level and power aren't enough. How can we win?" She desperately tries to recall Minato's advice, muttering, "What did Minato say again? Remember, what did Minato say that time?" A new possibility sparks in her mind as she looks at another student. "Could I have misunderstood?" She expresses doubt about the unconventional method. "I'm not sure if such a ridiculous method will work, but my common sense was shattered a long time ago." Gravity of their situation hits home. It's a do-or-die situation. Gathering her courage, the blue-haired female student addresses her allies, "Everyone, please lend me your power." The onlookers are bewildered by her plea, asking, What are they trying to do?" The group stands ready, their expressions a mix of apprehension and determination. Hesitation flickers across some faces. One asks, are you sure we can do this?" Another reassures, "I don't know, but we don't have any other leads. I believe in you, Yuika." With renewed resolve, a confident voice declares, "Guess we'll just have to grit our teeth and go for it. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else." The monstrous entity prepares to unleash its ultimate attack, level 5 fire magic, Blazing Pillar. The blazing pillar erupts, a colossal pillar of fire. The heroes brace themselves against the overwhelming inferno. The blazing pillar erupts, a colossal pillar of fire. The heroes brace themselves against the overwhelming inferno. "I got us," one of the men shouts, his face contorted in panic. Another pleads, "Sir, please look over there." The man's expression shifts from panic to confusion as he turns. Amidst the fiery chaos, Tadano, the blue-haired female student, and others are seen fighting, channeling their powers. A figure with short, white hair begins casting a spell, arcane circles glowing around them. Below, a young woman with long, flowing blue hair also prepares to unleash her magic. Tadano's face is grim as he pushes forward, his eyes focused on the battle ahead. "I see, that's quite a plan," Tadano remarks, observing the unfolding events. Another voice states, "It's hard to fully dodge a level 5 spell." A third adds, "So Sanada healing part of that damage is a smart move." And as for Yuika and Ruka, a voice trails off as two figures, the blue-haired female student and another with similar hair, stand ready, their hands glowing with magical energy. The two blue-haired students, Yuika and Ruka, stare intently, their hands outstretched, ready to unleash their combined power. Yuika and Ruka focus their energies, arcane circles forming around them as they prepare a powerful spell. That's right, if each individual's power is weak, then combining their magic power is the solution, Tadano explains. And that's exactly what Grand Magic Spell is. As Tadano finishes, a massive surge of blue energy erupts, engulfing the area. The system displays Level 6 Grand Master Magic Burst Stream. The Level 6 Grand Master Magic Burst Stream unleashes a torrent of water, overwhelming everything in its path. The Burst Stream spell crashes down, impacting a monstrous creature. A cry of pain echoes, "Guwooh." "Damn," one of the observers mutters. "Who knew they could cast a Level 6 spell?" Another exclaims, "Hey, look at that." Despite the powerful attack, the monstrous creature roars, still very much alive. "Now's our chance," one of the men shouts, his eyes gleaming with a sinister grin. "Time to deal the finishing blow." Suddenly, green energy tendrils wrap around the man, draining his strength. "Chem, what's this?" he gasps, feeling his power vanish. "The strength is leaving my body." Exhausted, the man collapses. In the distance, Tadano stands amidst the ruins, observing the scene. "Good grief," Tadano remarks, as the green energy tendrils continue to drain the man's power. Blinding light fills the sky, signaling the end of the battle. The narrator states, "On the brink of death." The heroes celebrate their victory. "We beat the boss," one shouts. "We stopped the calamity," another exclaims. A third adds, "It's all thanks to Mizuna and the others." Tadano rushes towards the blue-haired sisters, concerned. "Hey, are you two okay?" The blue-haired sisters are exhausted. "My magic is exhausted," one says, while the other adds, "I can't move another ine." Despite their exhaustion, they share a smile. "We did it, sis. Yeah, we won." Promotional image with a bunny character and company logos. A montage of various manhwa manga covers hinting at different stories. The cover art for a manga titled Seikatsu Mahu wa Hajarinai. The cover art for a manga titled The Hollow Regalia. Cover art for a manga titled Dead Account 02. The cover art for a manga titled Dead Account 02. A young man with glowing blue eyes and dark hair, surrounded by arcane symbols and green energy, appears to be casting a powerful spell. The title reads, "I Became a Goblin, Level Max." A young man with fiery red eyes and a determined expression stands ready, a vortex of pink energy crackling around him. Beside him, a young woman with dark hair and intense eyes prepares for action. The title proclaims, "Quest Unrivaled, the cheat skill only I can use." A young man with striking red eyes and silver hair winks, surrounded by small, whimsical companions. The title indicates the Black Pig Prince wants to change his past life. A tender moment unfolds as a man in ornate attire embraces a woman adorned in a wedding veil, a pomegranate held delicately between them. The scene is set amidst a backdrop of opulent flowers and rich fabrics. The title Magic 9999 Man, the great sage of all attributes, is displayed prominently. A young man with dark hair and purple eyes, wearing a school uniform, beams with pride. Behind him, other students are seated at desks in a classroom. He exclaims, "Great work, everyone. We stopped the calamity." 3 young men, 2 in suits and 1 in a school uniform, are seated in a classroom. The one in the school uniform, with silver hair, smiles and states, "IT was your first formal mission." 2 young women with striking light blue hair and bright blue eyes, wearing school uniforms, smile confidently. One of them says, "Yet you've already shown our worth." A young man with dark hair and purple eyes from the previous scene clenches his fist in excitement. He declares, "I can already tell you'll just keep getting stronger." The young woman with light blue hair looks slightly embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. The voiceover continues, "Especially you, Yuika. Your growth has been exceptional." Tadano smiles at the blue-haired student, saying, "Your instructions were on point," and noticing the grand magic was impressive. The blue-haired student looks surprised and asks, "Did you already know about it?" The blue-haired student, Yuika, grins cheekily and replies, "Nope, not at all." She then adds, "So, it's called grand magic, HUH? I see now." Tadano looks bewildered, pointing at Yuika and exclaiming, You didn't know? Then how did you pull it off?" Yuika smiles slyly, her eyes sparkling. "It's all thanks to the hint you gave," she explains. "The rest was intuition." Tadano looks thoughtful, his gaze distant. He murmurs internally, "She might be more extraordinary than I initially thought." Yuika, meanwhile, gives a small, almost shy smile. Tadano clears his throat, regaining his composure. "Ahem," he says, striking a confident pose. "Anyway, you did incredibly well, especially to have succeeded on the spot." He continues, addressing the 2 blue-haired students, "Surely, your harmony as sisters also played a significant role." Tadano glances at a clock on the wall, a sense of urgency in his tone. "It's almost time," he states. A hand reaches out, holding a remote control, poised to press a button on a blank screen. 3 men in formal attire are seated at a table, microphones before them. A hexagonal text box states, the reason for the creation of the Special Magic Team, otherwise known as SMT, was to strengthen our response to the growing number of demons and the calamity." A man in a suit, looking concerned, asks, "We heard that the leader who stopped the calamity at the academy. Is this true?" A young man with blonde, wavy hair and striking green eyes, wearing a suit, steps forward. "I will answer that," he states. "I am Shidu Shogo, the proxy representing SMT's leader." Shido Shogo looks directly at the audience, his expression serious. The squad leader, he confirms, is indeed a student, as you have surmised. Two men in suits look shocked. One exclaims, a minor as the squad leader? Shido Shogo continues, his gaze intense. He possesses a power that surpasses a magic noble. Shido Shogo gestures emphatically as he speaks. During the calamity at the academy, the magic nobles didn't come to help, leaving the police and citizens in a dire situation. However, Shido Shogo exclaims, leaning forward, he appeared and saved us all. Shido Shogo's eyes widen with conviction. I am convinced that he is the savior who shall should this era, he declares passionately. There is no one else who could be trusted with the leadership role. Tadano, back in his school uniform, looks slightly annoyed. I wish he wouldn't make such a big deal over it, he mutters, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and exasperation. This is a problematic statement. Forming a squad of mags and overlooking magic nobles, it could strip them of their roles. It is true that the magic nobles did not respond to the calamity. Particularly, the Fuka clan has a notorious reputation. Not to mention, the calamity was stopped except some clan heads are abroad. We place a lot of importance on the magic nobles. The creation of the special magic team is not meant to undermine them. It's... Halt, I said halt. Current squad leader is utterly incompetent. A magic noble like me deserves to be the leader. Completely disregarding me and holding a press conference is utterly rude. It is as you say, Lord Fuka. Why are you here? You lost the challenge. Huh? What challenge? I don't remember promising such a thing. My words as a magic noble are absolute. You peasants should just listen to me. May I ask a question? Oh, you have a question for me, the new squad leader? Okay, let's hear it. We've received information that you didn't help the citizens during the recent calamity and instead involved them in the fight. Is this true? There's no way that happened. We have received the same information here. We have videos and images. Could it be that a magic noble really did those things? The citizens are to be protected. Exposing them to danger is unacceptable. Such actions cannot be tolerated. Shut up, will you? It was their fault for getting in a magic noble's way. You peasants should keep your mouths shut. Everyone must have noticed by now, the current magic nobles are corrupt. What we need are heroes who will protect the people. People who will fight selflessly, like our squad leader. We don't need magic nobles who don't protect the citizens. NGT. You'll pay for this. I'll make you regret doing this to me. Didu. He really did it this time. Hey, look at this. Videos about the calamity are everywhere. The magic nobles are getting most of the bashing, especially the Fuka. The internet is a scary place. Things can spread so easily. Ah, what happened? Our faces were completely caught on camera, too. Hiding my identity is impossible now, as if I didn't stand out enough as it is. Things are going to get more complicated. 1 week later. What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? Why are there so many people? For some reason, it's become easier to get the higher-ups' approval. The number of volunteers has suddenly increased too. It's probably thanks to the press cooperation and the coordination on the internet. Oh, I know I ran away during the conference. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. I did want to train mags, but I didn't want to stand out. Just give it up and strengthen your resolve. The world can't make its eyes off of you. Seriously, what a bother. I don't want to attract any more attention than this. I'll ask again. Tell me everything you know. About the Black Mage. I already told you everything. He's a young man who can cast crazy magic, that's all. A slash of violence erupts. Arg. I'm sure there's more than that. Please, it hurts. I remember now. The police are making their rounds at the Magic Academy to find the Black Mage. That's why there's a rumor that he could be a student. I don't know anything else. I swear. I see. It does seem you know nothing more. You'll release me now, right? Why? Of course, I will. From life's grasp, that is. G8. Ah. Your blood dirted my clothes. Filthy, 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 filthy. But, a student, huh? I'm sure a young man's agonizing screams sound terrific. Wait for me, Mr. Black Mage. This is an advertisement banner. 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 The cover art for The Black-Haired Prince Regrets His Past Life reveals its protagonist surrounded by whimsical companions. He's a young man with sharp features and a confident smirk, hinting at a story of redemption and power. A tender moment unfolds between a regal woman adorned in a wedding veil and a man with dark, piercing eyes. He holds a pomegranate, a symbol often associated with temptation and hidden truths, as their gazes meet in a silent, charged exchange. Chaos erupts in the city of Shinjuku. A figure cloaked in darkness unleashes a torrent of energy, their movements a blur against the night sky as they engage in a fierce battle. A lone figure, masked and hooded, stands over a defeated monstrous foe. The night is dark, but the silhouette of the victor is clear, a silent guardian in the urban landscape. Close-up on the masked individual's eyes, those piercing purple irises hint at a hidden depth, a keen awareness of their surroundings as they observe the night. In the city's shadows, a figure leaps through the air, surrounded by a vibrant green magical circle. Below, two civilians are engrossed in their phones, one attempting to capture the spectacle with a selfie stick, oblivious to the danger. The reflection on a phone screen shows a monstrous corpse and the astonished faces of two onlookers. One exclaims, "WHOA, there's a dead monster," while the other adds, "Must have been the work of the Black Mage." The masked figure, identified by the whispers as the Black Mage, observes the scene. "I guess the hype around the Black Mage would have cooled off by now," they muse. From a vantage point, the masked individual surveys the quiet residential streets. Yet here they are, searching for me. Even in these quiet residential areas, they observe a hint of weariness in their tone. Above, the masked figure continues their aerial patrol. Below, a group of police officers engage in conversation with civilians. The patrols have also increased, one officer states, while another notes, they seem to be dealing with monsters and disasters more efficiently now. Masked figure, contemplating the increased police presence, thinks perhaps they don't need the Black Mage anymore. A sudden shift in focus to the masked individual's intense gaze. A quiet, almost imperceptible escapes them, indicating a sudden realization or a new development. A tense confrontation erupts in a dark alley. Two thugs corner a man, demanding, "Pay you owe US 10 million yen. The other adds menacingly, "If you can't pay, then sell your organs." The man, trapped and desperate, protests, "But I only borrow 200,000, his voice filled with panic. The thugs unleash their magic. "That's what interest is for," they shout, conjuring fiery orbs and arcane circles. "We're gonna teach your body a lesson." Suddenly, the masked figure plummets from above, a blur of motion amidst the chaos. The debtor looks up in shock as the masked vigilante descends. An explosive clash of energies. A blinding yellow light erupts, engulfing the scene as magical forces collide. The debtor is caught in the periphery, witnessing the raw power. The debtor scrambles backward in terror, a startled eek escaping his lips as the impact of the fight sends shockwaves through the alley. The thugs, enraged by the intervention, turn their attention to the masked figure. "Interfering brat, how dare you?" one shouts, while the other sneers, "Think you're some kinda hero, HUH?" The masked figure, now facing the thugs directly, is met with a chilling threat. "Looks like you need a taste of pain to learn." The thugs, battered and defeated, whimper, "Wei shohi," as they collapse. The debtor, now free, adds, "We won't resist anymore." Observing the aftermath, the masked figure muses, "I guess the police still aren't dealing with the illegal magic users." Their gaze falls upon the defeated thugs. One of the thugs, still dazed, asks, "Could this guy be the Black Mage?" The other, remembering the rumors, adds, "Rumor has it that the underground syndicates are searching for him." The masked figure confronts the thugs, demanding, "The underground organization?" The thugs, now fearful, reveal more. "That means they found out we're dealing on their turf," one mutters. The thugs, intimidated, plead, "We know nothing about the underground organization, Black Rebellion. Please just let us go. We won't tell anyone about you." Masked figure probes further, asking, "How much do you know? If you talk, I might let you go." One of the thugs, seeing an opportunity, enthusiastically replies, "You got it." The thug, eager to please, elaborates, "Apparently, they're involved in all sorts of crimes, raking in the big bucks." He continues, "Whether it's the Yakuza or Mafia, they're always behind them. They've got captives in the media and politics and seem to do whatever they please." The other thug adds, "There's a branch nearby in Kabukicho." With a hopeful grin, they say, "We were hoping to get a foot in, or not." The confrontation ends with a sudden, brutal impact. The masked figure has swiftly neutralized the thugs, leaving them defeated on the ground. The masked figure stands amidst the defeated thugs, a faint green glow emanating from the magic circle beneath their feet. "Black Rebellion, here," they muse, while in the background, two figures lie unconscious. A closer look reveals the masked figure's striking purple eyes filled with a calculating intensity. I see. Interesting. Figure surveys the cityscape, the magic circle still active below. Perhaps dealing with disasters and monsters should be left to the Academy's Kuminato Kusanagi. They ponder, their voice a low murmur. The black mage should clean up the underworld. Turning away from the city lights, the masked figure's gaze is fixed on a distant objective. Alright, I guess it's time to take down that Kaburocho branch. The scene transitions to a bustling entertainment district indicated by the text Kabukicho above a neon-lit building. Two men in suits, laughing heartily, walk arm in arm through the vibrant streets. A crowd mills about in the background. Two women, one with long purple hair and the other with light blue hair, stand near the entrance of a building, their faces obscured. A man with green hair excitedly holds up a flyer, shouting, 8,000 yen for 60 minutes. Another man next to him exclaims, fancy a cabaret club? It's half the price for your first set. The masked figure walks through the crowded street, their expression unreadable behind the mask. Wow, modern entertainment districts are lively. It's blinding. From a higher vantage point, the masked figure observes the street below. I can sense magic everywhere, but I can't tell which ones belong to one organization. The masked figure spots a group of suspicious individuals. Maybe I should start by arresting some guys doing questionable things around here. Two men are talking. One, holding a bag, asks, good stuff, right? There's top quality. The other replies with a drawn-out, sheesh, this is gonna make me trip balls. The masked figure confronts the two men. One of them shouts, hey, what are you looking at? You asking to get killed or what? The masked figure observes the scene, noting the unconscious bodies of the two men. Seems like they didn't know anything. The masked figure pulls out a phone. I should report this and move on. The masked figure efficiently subdues another group of thugs, leaving them on the ground while a couple walks by, seemingly oblivious. The masked figure is seen on the phone with two defeated men and their guns on the ground nearby. The masked figure looks at their phone, their purple eyes visible. Western, huh? The masked figure interrogates one of the thugs. That's where the organization members are gathering. The thug, clearly terrified, pleads, you'll let me go now that I've given you the information, right? The masked figure turns and walks away from the defeated thug, leaving him on the ground. I hope what you told me is accurate, at the very least. The scene shifts to a brightly lit sign that reads Bar Western. Another Bar Western sign is visible next to a dark, imposing door. A flyer with handwritten text is posted on the wall next to another sign for Bar Western. Inside the bar, the purple-haired female, now dressed in a vest, is seen at a table with two men. The purple-haired female walks through the bar, passing by patrons seated at tables. She approaches the bar, where a man with a mustache is wiping down the counter. The man behind the bar looks up as she sits down. What can I get you? The purple-haired female leans forward, placing money on the counter. Do you have any information? The bartender looks at her, a hint of calculation in his eyes. What do you want to know? The purple-haired female replies, Black Rebellion's hideout. The bartender's expression shifts, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Wrong. You should be asking a different question. The purple-haired female looks confused, asking, excuse me. Purple-haired female, cornered, asks what's going to happen next. A man behind the bar, with a smirk, tells her she's asking the wrong question. A group of thugs barge in, one sneering, heard someone was sniffing around our business but didn't expect such a beauty. The purple-haired female, realizing she's in trouble, exclaims, oh, no, what have I done? She mutters, seems like I've been fed false information. The thugs unleash a barrage of magical attacks. One shouts, grab her, just keep her alive. The purple-haired female retaliates, conjuring a protective magical barrier that blasts bolts of energy. Desperate, she cries out, I need to escape. A searing blast hits her directly, causing her to scream in agony. Defeated, the purple-haired female collapses, groaning in pain. One of the thugs leers, I don't mind a tough woman. Imagine having a babe like you all to myself. The purple-haired female, tears welling up, apologizes to someone named Kai. I'm sorry, Kai, your sister couldn't do anything. A hand reaches out, about to touch the distressed woman. Suddenly, a masked figure in a black hoodie enters the scene, waving cautiously. The thugs are taken aback by the new arrival. Huh, what now? The bartender, Karasu Kachi, seems to be speaking with the masked figure. The masked figure asks Karasu Kachi, are the members of the underground magic organization here? The masked figure questions Karasu Kachi, asking if the members of the underground magic organization are present. This is an advertisement panel. This is a cover art 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 panel. The masked figure enters the room, waving cautiously. The thugs react with surprise, asking, "Huh? What now?" The masked figure questions Karasukachi, asking if the members of the underground magic organization are present. The masked figure asks Karasukachi, "Are the members of the underground magic organization here? This is a title card. Just go home and stay under your mommy's skirt, punk." A swift punch connects with brutal force, sending the attacker reeling. The impact sends him crashing through the wall, a testament to the overwhelming power. Mama goo. The onlookers stare in shock as the scene unfolds. No ordinary person could possibly send someone flying like that. Was it magic? But I didn't see him cast anything. Just who is he? Looks like my intel didn't mislead me. Quite the pile of low-level mags we have here. You're scum for ganging up on a woman. You Black Rebellion thugs are rotten to the core. Kill him. He's just one guy. If we gang up on him, there's no way we can lose. Blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful strike is unleashed. No matter how strong he is, numbers have the advantage indoors. He doesn't look like he can cast high-level spells, so magic is out of the question. He doesn't stand a chance. Run. An explosive burst of energy propels the student forward, a blur of motion. Good grief. A close-up on the student's intense eyes, partially obscured by a mask and hood, hints at a hidden power. He moves with incredible speed and agility, a fiery aura surrounding him. A lightning-fast kick connects, sending one of the thugs flying. Another precise strike lands, incapacitating an opponent. The fight is a whirlwind of motion as the student effortlessly takes down multiple opponents. Ah! The purple-haired woman watches in disbelief, her expression a mix of fear and awe. The student moves through the room like a phantom, leaving a trail of defeated foes. He moved too quickly for me to see. What kind of magic did he use? What the hell are you? Who are you? I am the Black Mage, the man who will annihilate Black Rebellion. The student, now revealed as the Black Mage, stands triumphant over his defeated foe. The Black Mage turns his back, his mission accomplished, leaving the defeated thugs behind. He took out everyone in an instant. He's an elite. No, could he be a legendary mage? Black Mage approaches the purple-haired woman, his masked face inches from hers. He looks about high school age, such striking eyes. The hooded figure strides forward, a stark contrast to the woman in the black dress and the man recoiling in the background. Masked and menacing, the hooded figure leans in, demanding answers. The man before him clutches his head in terror. The man's desperation is palpable. I can't. They'll kill me if I do. With a violent crack, the wooden structure splinters as the hooded figure looms over the terrified man. The hooded figure grabs the man's face, his eyes intense. This is your last chance. Tell me about the organization. The man breaks down, crying, I'll talk. Just don't cut me in half, please. A chilling presence emerges from the shadows, a map of Japan held in his hand. The organization's base is in Tokyo, with branches in places beyond Kabukicho. The man from before, now seemingly more composed, explains, the head of the Kabukicho branch is a real piece of work, or so I've heard. The leader is a mage with influence in the underworld, and there are even rumors he's manipulating Japan from behind the scenes. Hooded figure presses on. And where is this branch? The man throws his hands up in exasperation. I don't know. I swear. They don't tell us low-level guys. They just give us all the crap jobs. The hooded figure turns away, a cold realization dawning. He doesn't know where the branch is. I'm back to square one again. As he walks away, he muses, guess I'll hunt more illegal mags then. The purple-haired woman calls out, wait. Thank you for saving me. The hooded figure dismisses her gratitude. Don't sweat it. I just happened to be passing by. If you knew it was dangerous and still got yourself involved, you only have yourself to blame though. She retorts, you're quite harsh. Towards adults, yeah. She then asks directly, aren't you searching for Black Rebellion's branch? What are you planning to do once you find it? His gaze is unwavering as he states his intention, destroy it. Her eyes widen slightly. He's serious. He's dead set on obliterating Black Rebellion. She observes him, thinking, he's certainly powerful, but he can't do it alone. Neither can I. Perhaps. She proposes, hey, how about we join forces? The hooded figure questions, with you? She explains, I'm a detective. I have more access to information than you. Connections, too. But I don't have your strength. The Black Mage, he's more powerful than the rumors say. If I work with him, maybe I can also achieve my goals. Her expression shifts, a calculated glint in her eyes. So, you're offering your information in exchange for my strength. She smiles slyly. Sounds like an ideal partnership, doesn't it? She extends her hand, a confident smile on her face. Let's join forces, Mr. Black Mage. The hooded figure looks at her, his identity revealed by her address. This is the cover art for Seijo Mahu Wa Seikburu. This is the cover art for Yutsura Yunaru Regalia. This is the cover art for Dead Account 0202. This is the cover art for Dead Account 02. The cover art for Reincarnated as a Goblin. The cover art for Quest Unrivaled. The cover art for The Pig Prince Changes His Past Life. The cover art for The World Where the Beloved Sister Disappeared. Purple-haired female offers a handshake. Let's join forces. A masked figure in a hood addressed as Mr. Black Mage. The masked figure ponders. I need information, but can I trust her? If things go sideways, I can always cut ties. Purple-haired female and the Black Mage shake hands. She exclaims, fine, we'll work together. He replies, it's settled then. Purple-haired female introduces herself. My name is Leona. Leona states, I'm the Black Mage. The Black Mage asks, that's quite a mouthful. Don't you have a shorter name? The Black Mage curtly replies, no. He adds, call me whatever you like. Leona suggests, then how about Chrono? The Black Mage reluctantly agrees, fine by me. Leona questions, so, why were they attacking you? The Black Mage remains impassive as Leona explains, I was looking for the Black Rebel Lion's hideout. Black Mage retorts, that's careless. Leona defensively replies, I don't need you to tell me that. I know how to protect myself. Leona continues, but I had no choice. Nobody dares to stand against the Black Rebellion. The scene shifts to a busy street. A voiceover states, lately, rogue mags do as they please in Kabukicho. Apparently, the police are too tied up with the calamity. A woman remarks, on top of the calamity, monsters are appearing all over the world. Another adds, illegal weapons and underground syndicates are becoming more active. The situation is with a severe lack of manpower. The Black Mage recalls, I recall hearing about this. The Black Mage and Leona share a moment of quiet understanding. The Black Mage observes, sounds like you have quite the situation. Leona's expression hardens with a fierce resolve. Leona reveals with anger, my little brother, he was attacked by rogue mags. Leona looks down, her voice filled with sorrow. Ever since our parents died a few years ago, I've been taking care of him. Leona recalls her efforts, I was working like mad just to provide for him. Leona remembers her brother's resilience. He must have felt lonely, but he never complained, not even once. The narrative shifts. Then, one day, a burglar broke into our house. The scene shows a tense moment as burglars confront a frightened young boy. The young boy witnesses the intrusion, a magic circle erupting around him. Blast of fiery energy erupts, engulfing the scene. The purple-haired woman, her expression grim, inquires, was your brother injured? The hooded figure, Kusanagi, replies, he wasn't severely hurt, but he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Kusanagi continues, his voice low, so he's in a coma. Not even sacred magic can heal that. The woman gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief and anger, shouting, the doctor says there's no telling when he might wake up. He's only 9 years old. Her face contorts with fury as she adds, the perpetrators were Black Rebellion lackeys. They've been arrested, but that isn't enough. Kusanagi observes, so, you want revenge? The woman vehemently denies it, her voice strained, no, I want to correct things. The woman continues, her voice filled with desperation, I don't have power. Kusanagi questions, can't you? As he states, but you can stand against the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi muses, she doesn't seem to be lying. He then adds, she's a tough woman. He looks away, a hint of intrigue in his eyes, murmuring, but I don't hate the desperate types. Kusanagi turns to the woman, his gaze sharp, if you prove to be useful, yes. The woman, holding a phone, retorts, don't underestimate a detective's information network. She explains, I've located several potential hideouts. Kusanagi adds, they could be Yakuza or Mafia. That's why I've been proceeding carefully. The woman then demands, give me all the locations of their hideouts. Woman looks at Kusanagi, her expression a mixture of apprehension and concern, asking, what will you do? Kusanagi's gaze hardens as he declares, storm in. The woman recoils in shock, exclaiming, that's reckless. No matter how strong you are, that'd be like walking to your own death. Kusanagi stands tall, exuding an aura of confidence, stating, I won't die. I'm the Black Mage, after all. Woman, her expression softening slightly, concedes, fine, I'll go with you. She looks down, a hint of resignation in her voice, asking, "What about your brother?" Then, with a heavy sigh, she adds, "If I die, he'll get the life insurance money." The scene shifts to a desolate landscape of rubble and fallen figures, a stark contrast to the previous conversation. Kusunagi's gaze, however, remains focused. Kusanagi speaks with quiet conviction, "Money is worthless compared to family. Never say you're okay with dying." Purple-haired woman's eyes flash with intense emotion, her voice rising as she retorts, "Strong people like you wouldn't get it. How it feels to be weak." Tears stream down her face as she cries out, "To live righteously, only to be oppressed by scum, to be unable to fight back, even when being beaten." She looks down at Kusanagi, her voice choked with emotion. "My brother." Kusanagi, now on the ground, looks up and questions, "What did we do to deserve any of this?" Her cries echo in the tense silence, punctuated by sobs. The two stand facing each other, a palpable tension in the air. The woman looks at Kusanagi, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and desperation, asking, "What are you doing?" She leans against him, her voice a desperate plea, "Give me the locations of the hideouts." Kusanagi looks away, his expression unreadable behind his mask, and asks, "We're going to give them a beating, aren't we?" The woman wipes a tear from her eye, a small, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips. "Yes, of course." They walk down a dimly lit street. The woman remarks, "But it's quite a walk." Kusanagi replies, "We won't have to." The scene focuses on their feet as they walk, the sound of their footsteps echoing. "Just hang on." A hooded figure snatches the purple-haired female, pulling her into the shadows. Confused, the purple-haired female utters a bewildered "Her?" Inside a dimly lit room, two men are seated, one smoking and the other armed with a pickaxe. Another man stands by the window. Man by the window turns, asking, "What's up?" while the seated man, startled, inquires, what's that?" Chaos erupts as the hooded figure and the purple-haired female are thrown through a glass window, shattering it. The man with the pickaxe lunges forward in shock while the smoking man reacts with alarm. Man with the pickaxe, enraged, shouts, "Masa," as he attacks. The hooded figure, with the purple-haired female in tow, observes the scene. "So this is the Black Rebellion's hideout," he muses. The purple-haired female, still in shock, whispers, "I thought I was going to die." The two men from before confront the intruders, one with a gun, the other with a sword, demanding, "Who the hell are you? Do you even know where you are?" The hooded figure remarks, "Oh, the Yakuza haven't changed much." A burly man with sunglasses and a cigar confronts the group, asking, "Who the hell are you, punk?" The hooded figure reveals himself, the Black Mage. The burly man, enraged, shouts, "Have you lost your mind? You little shit, kill them." The scene shows promotional art for a series featuring a stylized bunny logo and company names. This is a cover for a manga titled Seikoku Mahu wa Hazukashi Jinei. This is a cover for a manga titled Utsuru Regalia, The Hollow Regalia. This is a cover for a manga titled Dead Account. This is a cover for a manga titled I Never Fall in Love with Komiyama. This is a cover for a manga titled Tensai Shitara Goblin ni Naramashita. This is a cover for a manga titled Quest Muzu or Date Guard Tsukairu Cheat Skill. This is a cover for a manga titled Kurabuta Uji wa Zensei o Kaishin Suru. This is a cover for a manhwa titled The Beloved Sister Has Disappeared. The burly man, clearly agitated, demands, "Who the hell are you, punk?" The hooded figure, identified as the Black Mage, stands calmly amidst the chaos. The burly man, furious, yells, "Have you lost your mind? You little shit, kill them." This is a title page for a manga featuring Japanese text and a chapter number. The hooded figure tells the purple-haired female, "Don't stray away from me." She responds, "Okay." The man with the pickaxe swings his weapon with fierce determination. The man with the pickaxe swings his weapon with fierce determination. Caught off guard, one of the assailants cries out, What is happening?" Meanwhile, two others draw their firearms, unleashing a barrage of bullets. "Shoot him down." The bullets fly, but the masked figures seem unfazed, their movements a blur as they evade the onslaught. Energy blasts erupt around them. The initial attackers realize their weapons are useless. "Guns and blades ain't working," they shout in disbelief. The pickaxe wielder, facing a terrifying reality, mutters, "Monsters." The masked assailant, Kusanagi, stands impassively while the purple-haired individual, purple-haired female, observes the scene. Kusanagi, his gaze intense, directly addresses the remaining opposition. "Are you the boss here?" he asks. Purple-haired female adds, "Is this group connected to?" The question hangs in the air as a man in sunglasses, Karasukachi, glares back, his expression a mixture of anger and suspicion. "Black Rebellion?" Karasukachi confronts Kusanagi, his demeanor menacing. Enraged, Karasu Kachi shouts, "You little brat, think you can get away alive? You're really underestimating the Yakuza like that." The remaining Yakuza members open fire, their bullets peppering the area. Amidst the chaos, Kusanagi and purple-haired female remain unharmed. "Good grief, stubborn bunch, aren't they?" Purple-haired female remarks. Kusanagi adds, "What did you expect? They're Yakuza, but how come we're unharmed?" A thought crosses Kusanagi's mind. Seems there's no mage here. Guess they're not related to them. Kusanagi, now fully focused, declares, "All right then, let's get this over with." Kusanagi confronts Karasu Kachi, his intent clear. "You're the one whose life is gonna be over. Die." With incredible speed, Kusanagi unleashes a devastating attack, overwhelming the Yakuza members. The force of Kusanagi's attack sends the Yakuza flying, crashing through furniture and walls. Their cries of pain echo. The room is in disarray as the Yakuza lie defeated. Kusanagi stands amidst the chaos, while purple-haired female surveys the scene. Purple-haired female, seemingly unimpressed, questions, "HUH? That's IT?" Purple-haired female observes their surroundings. "Seems like we drew a blank." Kusanagi, turning towards her, states, "Let's move on to the next one." Purple-haired female notes Kusanagi's strength. "He's so strong. So this is the Black Mage's strength." Kusanagi thinks he might just be able to bring down Black Rebellion for good. Kusanagi suddenly grabs purple-haired female. "Huh!" she exclaims. As Kusanagi carries purple-haired female, she nervously asks, "Wait, don't tell Emi we're." Kusanagi interrupts, "We're leaving." They escape through the shattered window. Purple-haired female cries out, "Not the SKY again, please ASE." The remaining Yakuza members look on in shock as Kusanagi and purple-haired female make their escape. Yakuza, defeated and humiliated, bow their heads in submission. Purple-haired female questions the situation. "Why do they always attack us? Are the Yakuza a bunch of idiots?" Kusanagi agrees, adding, "They're not the sharpest tools in the shed. You think they'd really listen to us?" Purple-haired female expresses her frustration. "Besides, could we please stop entering through the window? At this point we're just ambushing them, and I've had enough of heights." Kusanagi responds, "I see. I thought doing it was fine since they're Yakuza." Purple-haired female retorts, "What kind of logic is that?" "Fine. We'll do it by the book this time." The neon sign of a bank flickers, casting an eerie glow on the brick wall. A burly man, the old doctor, confronts the hooded figure and the purple-haired female. "Who might you be?" The student, promo art, and the purple-haired female stand their ground. "We'd like to ask about Black Rebellion." The old doctor reacts with aggression, slamming his hand against the door. "We don't know them. Get lost." The student, promo art, closes his eyes, seemingly unfazed, while the purple-haired female clutches her head in distress. Suddenly, chaos erupts. The student, promo art, moves with blinding speed, taking down the old doctor and his associates. A new threat emerges, a man with a knife, confronting the bald man. "Which clan are you from?" The student, promo art, and the purple-haired female reiterate their purpose. "We just wanna ask about Black Rebellion." Bald man, enraged, lunges at the student, promo art. "Beat it, kid." The student, promo art's eyes pierce through the mask. "Learn to listen when someone's talking." With a swift, powerful strike, the student, promo art, lands a devastating blow. The bald man is sent crashing into the wall, dazed. His companions look on in shock. Student, promo art, calmly asks, "Okay, then where's your boss?" A distinguished older man, Ushiro, steps forward. "That would be me, Ushiro." Ushiro regards them with a stern gaze. "What brings you here?" The student, promo art, poses the question directly. "Is this clan connected with the Black Rebellion?" Ushiro retorts, "Black Rebellion, you say?" The man with the knife, Karasu Kachi, becomes enraged. "Don't go around asking such disrespectful questions. Damn you." Ushiro, sensing the rising tension, interjects firmly, "Enough." Karasu Kachi protests, but Ushiro silences him. "Don't lay a finger on him. He's not someone you can handle." Ushiro addresses the student, promo art, directly. "As for your question, we have no relations with trash organizations like Black Rebellion." Ushiro states with pride, "This clan is all about honor." Student, promo art, inquires further, "So, do you know where their hideout is?" Ushiro replies, "Will you leave if I answer?" The student, promo art, promises, "I give you my word." A hand reaches for a cup of tea, the clinking sound echoing in the tense silence. The student, promo art, and the purple-haired female sit across from Ushiro and his associates, a room filled with anticipation. How did things turn out like this? Ushiro reintroduces himself. Once again, I am Ushiro. The student promo art reveals, I'm Chrono, the black mage. The purple-haired female adds, and I'm Leona. Ushiro spreads a map on the table. The hideout for Black Rebellion, or BR for short, is as far as I know. Ushiro finishes his statement, that's all. I don't know any other locations. The student promo art analyzes the information. It matches Leona's suggested hideout candidate. If we searched thoroughly, we might eventually find the right hideout. The masked figure retorts, we're not, they're an enemy force. The masked man continues, we're respectable people too, you know? The older man scoffs, I wouldn't call people who raid a Yakuza office respectable. The older man, clearly agitated, states, the Yakuza have principles too. Don't lump us in with trash. A thought bubble appears. It's interesting. He's someone who still exists in this day and age, even if he is Yakuza. Masked figure declares, we got what we came for. As promised, we'll leave. The older man asks, are you planning to pick a fight with BR? Rumor has it they're connected with some influential folks in this country. The masked figure replies, it won't be a walk in the park. The purple-haired woman, now held by the masked figure, asks, oh, opponents like those? The masked figure, carrying the purple-haired woman, states, I've already faced plenty of them. A panicked cry echoes, not again. The older man chuckles, not often you see a gutsy guy like him these days. If it's him. The masked figure, still carrying the woman, declares, he might just have a shot at wiping out BR. This panel is a promotional graphic with logos and text, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a cover art for a manga, not part of the narrative. This panel is a title card or promotional graphic, not part of the narrative. Group of men in suits and sunglasses stand in a sterile, industrial-looking environment. Another group, including one with red hair, faces them. The man with the red, spiky hair smirks as he faces another man in a hat and sunglasses. One of the men in suits opens a case revealing firearms, stating, no issues with their quality. Man in a suit hands a briefcase to another man. The briefcase is opened, revealing stacks of what appear to be money or valuable documents. Two men in suits exchange a handshake, one of them stating, deal's settled. The other replies, yeah, it was a good deal. The man in the hat exclaims, Japan is amazing, there's no other country so kind to criminals. The man with the red hair, smoking a cigarette, states, this place is filled with peace-addled folks. It's the best country ever. The man with the red hair, smoking a cigarette, states, this place is filled with peace-addled folks. It's the best country ever. Suddenly, a figure crashes through a window on the upper floor, tumbling down the side of the building. Below, the two men look up, startled. The commotion draws the attention of others. A man in a suit glares, while the red-haired man points aggressively at a cowering purple-haired female. The situation escalates as multiple men, some armed, surround the area. Two figures, one with purple eyes and the other with blue hair, prepare to use their abilities, indicated by glowing magical circles. A masked figure, cloaked in shadow, emerges from the chaos. Their voice, distorted by a mask, declares, finally found you. The masked figure, identified as Tadano, carries the unconscious purple-haired female, who is dressed in a formal outfit. Tadano announces, Black Rebellion. Group of people, including the purple-haired female, are gathered. The masked figure addresses them. All right. I wonder how many mags are here. The scene reveals several individuals preparing to unleash magical attacks, their power indicated by glowing circles. One voice muses, all the bad-looking guys are magic users, and about half from the nice-looking guys, The purple-haired female peeks from behind a container, holding a phone. She appears to be observing the unfolding events. Her eyes widen as she focuses intently on her phone, a mix of determination and perhaps fear on her face. The red-haired man confronts the masked figure, shouting, Who the hell are you? The masked figure, unfazed, retorts, Good grief. Villains always start with that line, don't they? The red-haired man, confused, questions, What was that? Masked figure reveals their identity. I'm the Black Mage. They continue, I came here to wipe out Black Rebellion. The man in the hat and the red-haired man react with disbelief. The man in the hat asks, The Black Mage? While the red-haired man exclaims, Wipe out BR? Laughter erupts from the group as they mock the black mage's claim. One man even draws a pistol. The red-haired man sneers, "A brat like you." The man in the hat adds, "What can you do alone?" Without warning, a blinding explosion of fiery energy engulfs the area, catching the men completely off guard. The blast sends several men flying, their surprised screams echoing through the chaos. The intensity of the explosion is overwhelming. The black mage, unfazed by the blast, extends a hand and declares, "I'll take you guys down." The man in the hat and the red-haired man exchange a look of grim determination, their expressions hardened. As the black mage prepares to attack, one of the men shouts, "You've got some guts. Kill him." Another unleashes a powerful beam of yellow energy, met by a fiery attack from the black mage. The black mage unleashes a barrage of colorful energy blasts, deflecting the incoming attacks with ease. The intensity of the magical combat is breathtaking. The black mage observes the situation, thinking, "You can only use level 2 magic indoors. Any level higher, and it'll destroy the warehouse. I could use combat spells, but their numbers are a pain to handle." Panic sets in among the attackers as they realize their efforts are futile. "Our attacks aren't working," one shouts. Another adds, "The bullets aren't hitting him either." The red-haired man, frustrated, demands, "How come he's unharmed?" The man in the hat, equally baffled, replies, "How should I know?" The black mage, with a calm demeanor, remarks, "It's not even magic." Still, their panic is noteworthy. The man in the hat suddenly remembers something, exclaiming, "We've still got that thing I brought, right?" The red-haired man excitedly confirms, "Oh, yeah, that thing." The black mage, sensing a shift in their demeanor, observes, "They seem to have perked up." The man in the hat smirks, "Heh, enjoy your confidence while you can, black mage or whoever you are." A figure wearing a gas mask emerges, holding a peculiar device that resembles a grenade. A shocked voice asks, "Is that what I think it is?" The black mage, seeing the danger, shouts a warning to the purple-haired female, "Leona, run outside, now." The purple-haired female bolts towards an exit, her expression a mix of fear and urgency. A figure in a gas mask lunges, kicking a canister towards the ground. Green energy field erupts from the canister, engulfing the area in a cloud of toxic gas. TSK. A hooded figure collapses, shielding their head as the noxious fumes swirl around them. Two figures, clad in gas masks and suits, observe the scene. Too late, dumb base. Two masked men watch the expanding gas cloud. Wahahahaha. Game over, one cackles. Finally bit the dust, has he? The other chimes in. They continue their advance through the toxic haze. Right, one says, "Let's see what his dead face looks like, shall we?" "I can't wait," the other replies. "Hey." One of the masked men stops, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. A close-up on the legs of a figure standing amidst the lingering gas. The two masked assailants approach the hooded figure, who stands unfazed. More masked individuals emerge from the smog surrounding the hooded figure. "Wait," one exclaims, "he's alive." How? The hooded figure, now revealed to be Tadano, stands amidst the gas, a faint green aura surrounding him. "But gas is gas," he states calmly. "If I circulate the air with wind magic, it's not a threat at all." Tadano's determined eyes pierce through the mask. "A superior mage like me can't be defeated by poison." The masked attackers exchange uneasy glances, their confidence wavering. Panic sets in as one of the attackers tries to call for backup. "See, call for backup," he shouts into his phone. Nobody's picking up. The other attacker, realizing the futility, responds grimly, "Of course they're not." Inside a building, several figures lie unconscious amidst overturned furniture. More defeated individuals litter the floor, the scene a testament to a swift and brutal encounter. "You're the only ones left." Tadano stands confidently, his hood casting a shadow over his face, his eyes sharp and observant. The remaining attackers, faces contorted in fear and disbelief, stare at Tadano. "Prepare yourselves." Tadano surveys the scene, the bodies of his defeated opponents scattered around him. Kabukicho's Black Rebellion is finished, Tadano declares, his voice echoing in the desolate space. "Time to call Leona." A sudden noise startles Tadano. "Who's there?" A shadowy figure emerges, looming over the purple-haired female, who clutches a knife defensively. "You did all that by yourself?" the figure questions, a hint of amusement in their voice. "Impressive, I must say." The purple-haired female glares, her grip tightening on the knife. The shadowy figure's gaze sharpens as he recognizes the young man. "Black Mage." The Black Mage smiles, his eyes glinting with malice, while the purple-haired female looks on with a mixture of fear and defiance. Promotional art for Hike Comic. Cover art for the manga Seikoku no Dragon Slayer. The cover art for the manga Seikoku no Dragon Slayer features a lone warrior poised and ready for battle. A charming young woman with bright eyes and a gentle smile graces the cover. Mystical figure crackles with otherworldly energy, arcane symbols swirling around him. Two students stand amidst a storm of energy, their powers clashing in a display of raw force. A young man with a confident wink is surrounded by whimsical companions, hinting at a story of reincarnation and ambition. Tender moment unfolds between a regal couple, a pomegranate symbolizing a fateful connection. The title The Great Sage of All Attribute Users is presented with dramatic flair, suggesting immense power. A tense standoff, the purple-haired female, cornered and holding a knife, faces a shadowy figure. You did all that by yourself, the figure's thought bubble asks. Impressive, I must say, it adds. Dare to negotiate, a new voice cuts in, its speech bubble looming. The newcomer, Kaga Shuji, reveals himself with a sinister grin. Black mage, he questions, his eyes glinting. From a distance, two figures are seen. One remarks, the distance between us is quite far. The other replies, I won't make it in time to use a magic combat technique, except if there's a gap, that is. A hooded figure, the presumed black mage, prepares to act. I'll just immediately activate my first level spell, he declares, a blue aura flaring around his hand, and make him drop his knife. Kaga Shuji, holding the purple-haired female hostage, warns, OOPS, please don't try to do anything reckless, unless you want to see this woman die. The black mage observes the situation. That guy's able to see my magic power, he notes. Looks like there are still mags who can perceive magic powers in modern times. The black mage analyzes Kaga Shuji's power. His magic power is about 40,000, he states. It seems like he's a high-level mage, although it's possible that he's restraining his magic power. The purple-haired female, her face etched with fear, apologizes. I'm sorry, because I followed you unreasonably. The black mage offers reassurance. Don't worry about it, he says, his gaze steady. I'll definitely save you. Kaga Shuji reacts with fury. Don't you dare ignore my presence, he bellows. Do you even understand what kind of situation you are in? I am the god of this place, Kaga Shuji declares, his grip tightening on the purple-haired female. If you dare to do anything reckless, I will kill you. The black mage calmly responds to the threat. I understand. I won't do anything, he assures. Kaga Shuji smiles, seemingly satisfied. That's good, he says. Apologies for the late introduction, Kaga Shuji states, his demeanor shifting. I am Kaga Shuji, the head of the Black Rebellion Kabukicho branch. The black mage reveals his mission. To tell you the truth, my boss ordered me to investigate the black mage, he explains. If possible, he told me to befriend him, but if that's impossible, then I am to eliminate him. I have tortured people who were involved with the black mage, Kaga Shuji admits, his expression hardening, and I was finally about to obtain information. Kaga Shuji's face contorts in disbelief, and yet, he begins. To think that he was just some bitch who aimed to destroy the branch, Kaga Shuji roars, his anger palpable. Purple-haired female cries out, the knife digging into her skin. The black mage maintains his calm, his expression resolute. OOPS, pardon me, Kaga Shuji mutters, a hint of regret in his voice. My apologies for getting too emotional. That was unlike me, Kaga Shuji says, holding the purple-haired female. Killing a hostage would be meaningless, wouldn't it? A glinting blade, stained with blood, reflects a pair of intense eyes. Still, what pretty blood you have, a voice muses. Knife, dripping with fresh blood, hovers over a person's head. Blood is truly beautiful indeed, the voice continues, a chilling observation. The old doctor, his glasses reflecting a sinister light, speaks with a twisted smile. When you are the one who's observing, that is. Tadano, holding the purple-haired female as a hostage, addresses the masked figure. So, what are the terms for this negotiation? He pauses, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Oops, I almost forgot. Well, it's simple. Tadano's eyes gleam with madness as he presses the knife against the purple-haired female's neck. Starting from now, I will torture you and kill you. Masked figure, bound by ropes and with knives pointed at him, remains defiant. Of course, you're expected to refuse and run away, but if that is the case, then this woman will die. Tadano raises the blooded knife triumphantly, the purple-haired female trembling in his grasp. Now then, what will you do, black mage? Between you or this woman, choose. The masked figure, his eyes piercing through the mask, calmly states, I'll accept the torture. Tadano, still holding the purple-haired female, faces the masked figure. Oh my, he remarks. The scene shifts to a close-up of Tadano, his smile widening as he looks down at the purple-haired female. "What a self-sacrificing spirit you have," he exclaims mockingly. Below, the purple-haired female looks up, a hint of resignation in her eyes. "How wonderful," she murmurs, "don't you think?" Masked figure's gaze is steady, unwavering. "Any kind of attack won't work on me, so torturing me won't mean anything." Tadano, with a dark grin, points his knife upwards as the masked figure lies on the ground. "Then, please restrain that enormous magic power of yours. There's no meaning if you have a magic barrier after all." The purple-haired female's eyes widen in surprise and fear. "A magic barrier?" she questions, her voice trembling. "That means he was able to block any attacks thanks to that." The masked figure stands, surrounded by a faint aura. "He even knows about my magic barrier," he says, a hint of regret in his tone. "He must have seen it from the battle just now. That was careless of me." The masked figure stands, a faint green and blue aura emanating from him, indicating a defensive stance or power activation. The masked figure stands confidently, a subtle aura of power surrounding him. The masked figure looks directly ahead, his expression unreadable behind the mask. "Are you satisfied?" he asks. Purple energy surges as Tadano unleashes a powerful attack, forcing the masked figure to brace himself against the onslaught. Tadano, with a manic grin, conjures a complex magic circle, preparing to strike. "Don't move," he bellows. The masked figure is engulfed in purple energy blasts, sparks flying as he endures the attack. "I won't kill you right away," Tadano's voice echoes. Focusing on the masked figure's feet, the dialogue box states, "I'm going to torture you using my first-level spell." As Tadano unleashes his magic, the purple-haired female cries out, "Stop." Tadano, however, revels in the chaos. "There's no way I can stop when I'm having this much fun." The masked figure collapses to the ground, the impact sending dust flying, as Tadano and the purple-haired female stand over him. The purple-haired female cries out Tadano's name, her eyes wide with terror and desperation. "Chrono." The purple-haired female's expression shifts from fear to grim determination. "This is all my fault," she whispers, then resolves, "I've already made up my mind to annihilate them even if it kills me. And yet..." Tadano, holding up his magic circle, laughs maniacally. "It's certainly a pity, but this is the end of you. Thank you for this. At least you have given me farewell, Black Mage." From the perspective of the fallen masked figure, a determined voice declares, "I won't let him kill Chrono." As Tadano prepares another attack, the purple-haired female's eyes blaze with resolve. She clutches a dark orb, her voice filled with conviction. "Because he is my only hope." Tadano lunges forward, his knife aimed at the purple-haired female, who cries out in pain, "I can see right through you." The purple-haired female lies defeated on the ground, the knife now held by Tadano. "If only you weren't here, he wouldn't have lost," she says weakly. Tadano scoffs, "A great man like him had to die because of a single small fry who doesn't know their place." A vicious upward strike from the masked assailant sends the man in glasses reeling. The masked fighter follows through with a powerful kick, connecting squarely with the opponent's face. Blood splatters as the man's head snaps back from the brutal impact. The downed man tumbles through the air, his body limp from the force of the attack. Standing over his defeated foe, the masked figure speaks, "The one who's pitiful here is you." The purple-haired female, still recovering, asks, "How are you all right?" Below her, another voice adds, "Didn't you restrain your magic barrier?" Masked fighter explains, It's simple. Just before his magic hit my body." He continues, "I put up a tiny magic barrier so that he wouldn't find out." The purple-haired female reacts with disbelief. That's not simple at all. Only you can do such tricks like that." The masked fighter reassures her, "Well anyways, you're safe now, so don't worry." Places a hand on her neck, activating a glowing magical circle. The purple-haired female sighs in relief, "Thank God." The man in glasses, now on his feet and enraged, shouts, "What do you mean thank God?" The masked fighter observes, Although I used a magic combat technique that emphasizes speed, he didn't faint. He's pretty good." The man in glasses clutches his head, furious, How dare you hurt me? Even torture is lukewarm for you." He unleashes a fiery attack, shouting, "Instead, I will burn you to death." Purple-haired female gasps, his magic power is increasing. The masked fighter remarks, "Just as I thought, he was hiding it." The man in glasses screams, surrounded by swirling magic circles, "Burn to ashes." A massive explosion of fire and lightning erupts, engulfing the area. The text reads, "Level 4 spell, fire, lightning compound magic, fire spark." This is an advertisement banner. 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 The tension spikes as a man sneers, mocking his opponent by claiming that even torture feels lukewarm compared to the fate he has in store. Kusanagi erupts in a blinding display of raw power, declaring he will burn his target to ashes instead. Tadano and his companion watch in alarm as the opponent's magic output surges, realizing their assumptions about his hidden strength were correct. The girl gasps, recognizing the terrifying scale of a 4th-level compound spell and questioning their ability to survive the blast. A massive torrent of fire and electrical energy engulfs them, threatening to consume everything in its path. A desperate cry rings out as the flames close in, pinning the pair against the wall. Tadano moves with lightning speed, his eyes locked on the incoming inferno as he prepares to intervene. In a split second, a golden hexagonal barrier manifests, shielding them from the lethal surge of magic. The attacker stares in disbelief, shocked that a simple 1st-level spell could effortlessly negate his powerful 4th-level assault. Tadano wonders at the sudden wave of relief washing over him, realizing he had subconsciously trusted in his own hidden potential. The girl stares at the masked savior, desperate to uncover the identity of the person who just saved her life. Kusanagi breaks into maniacal laughter, thrilled to find an opponent capable of standing against him. Acknowledging Tadano's strength, Kusanagi admits his magic failed but promises he has more tricks waiting to be unleashed. The girl watches the flames in confusion, wondering why the magical onslaught hasn't dissipated as it should. Tadano calmly explains that he is utilizing sustainable magic to maintain the barrier. He breaks down the mechanics. By reusing magic as it fades, he can create a continuous, self-sustaining effect. Tadano demonstrates the principle, showing how flight magic functions under the same logic of constant recasting. The girl snaps back, furious that he is lecturing her on technicalities while they are in the middle of a life-or-death battle. She stares at the barrier in disbelief, realizing it is holding steady despite the intense pressure. Tadano internalizes his logic, noting that if he can explain the process, he has mastered the ability to execute it. Confident, Tadano asserts that using sustainable magic is trivial for him, much to the girl's skepticism. Kusanagi is stunned, unable to fathom that his opponent has mastered such an advanced technique. The girl seizes the moment, taunting Kusanagi and urging him to surrender while he still has the chance. Kusanagi winces, clearly feeling the strain of the confrontation. Suddenly, Kusanagi's expression shifts into a twisted grin, revealing he was only toying with them. The girl recoils, sensing a shift in the atmosphere as Kusanagi prepares his next move. Kusanagi dismisses their confidence, reiterating that he has a final trick up his sleeve that they haven't accounted for. Girl gasps as the temperature inside the barrier spikes, making it difficult to draw a breath. Kusanagi gloats, pointing out that by sealing them in a barrier surrounded by fire, he is effectively suffocating them as the oxygen burns away. He asks with a cruel smile if they are prepared to suffocate to death within their own protection. The pressure mounts as the threat of incineration outside the barrier looms, forcing a desperate choice. Kusanagi demands an immediate decision, his voice cutting through the intense heat of the surrounding magical flames. Kusanagi remains stoic, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the chaotic energy of the environment. The opponent is visibly infuriated, shouting in disbelief that Kusanagi would dare to yawn in such a life-or-death situation. Kusanagi coolly retorts that he understands the gravity of the situation far better than his adversary does. The antagonist lashes out, accusing Kusanagi of foul play as he points to his ally who is struggling to survive. The ally notices the sudden shift, realizing the suffocating heat has been replaced by a cooling sensation. The antagonist is left reeling, completely caught off guard by the unexpected change in the magical barrier. Kusanagi explains that the atmosphere itself is saturated with magic, a fact the opponent clearly overlooked. Confused and panicked, the antagonist frantically manifests multiple magic circles to defend himself. Kusanagi breaks down the mechanics, revealing that a barrier is merely a fusion of the caster's power and ambient nature. The realization begins to dawn on the opponent as Kusanagi prepares to conclude his explanation. Powerful currents of magical energy surge through the air, vibrating with intense, raw power. Kusanagi manipulates the surrounding energy, forming a swirling vortex of air and defensive magic. With a flick of his wrist, Kusanagi commands the flow of energy, demonstrating his absolute control. The impact of the magical shift resonates through the space, creating a blinding flash of light. The environment reacts violently as Kusanagi proves that magic is both a weapon and a shield. Kusanagi looks down at his opponent, taunting him with the simplicity of his lesson. The antagonist collapses, his mind shattered by the impossibility of what he has just witnessed. Still in denial, the antagonist screams about the perfection of his lethal tactics. Kusanagi looms over the broken man, denying him the mercy of unconsciousness. He coldly sentences the antagonist to experience the very agony he inflicted upon others. Kusanagi extends his hand, activating a dark, restrictive spell directly onto his target. The antagonist breaks down into tears, overwhelmed by the sudden onset of psychological torment. Kusanagi whispers the name of his technique, sealing the fate of his prey within the dark zone. Total sensory deprivation sets in, leaving the antagonist trapped in a void of nothingness. Panic consumes him as he realizes he can no longer see, hear, or feel his own body. He reaches out into the darkness, begging for anyone to answer his desperate cries. Lost in the abyss, the antagonist finally succumbs to the crushing weight of his isolation. A hooded figure stands over the fallen man, delivering a cold ultimatum. He must pay for his past sins in the depths of darkness. The purple-haired female looks around the warehouse, realizing with dread that someone has reported this location. Tadano wastes no time, grabbing the purple-haired female as she desperately pleads not to be taken into the air again. With a green magic circle glowing beneath his feet, Tadano leaps into action, ignoring her protest as they vanish from the scene. High above the city, Tadano confirms the destruction of the Kabukicho base and sets his sights on cleaning out the next district. The purple-haired female turns to Tadano, formally requesting to become his ally. She admits her lack of raw power but insists that her network of information and connections will be invaluable to his cause. Tadano pauses, realizing that despite his cold exterior, he finds himself unable to turn away from a desperate request. He accepts the partnership, signaling the start of their new working relationship. Overjoyed by his consent, the purple-haired female eagerly agrees to the alliance. She promises to handle public relations and recruitment, leaving Tadano visibly stunned by the scope of her proposal. The media confirms that the Black Mage is currently under investigation following the mass arrests. A breaking news alert interrupts the broadcast, announcing a formal declaration from the anti-illegal mage group led by the Black Mage. The screen reveals the organization's name, Shadowbringer, as the Black Mage stands firm against the darkness. The Black Mage issues a final warning: any injustice committed by mags will be met with absolute intolerance. Karasu Kachi watches the declaration on screen, his expression hardening as he observes the rival's bold move. Enraged by the broadcast, Karasu Kachi slams his fist into the table, shattering it instantly. His fury boils over as he curses the Black Mage, unable to contain his hatred for the man who ruined his plans. Conversation turns heated, with a man expressing his deep-seated skepticism regarding the magic nobles. He argues that while they are entrusted with the protection of the people, their public conduct and press appearances have been nothing short of appalling. The listener, visibly unimpressed, agrees that their failure to respond during the recent calamity was truly outrageous. The criticism continues, pointing out that the special magic unit has proven to be far more efficient, leading to questions about the necessity of magic nobles at all. Dark, mocking laughter fills the room as a butler approaches with tea, his expression hidden in shadow. Suddenly, a vibrant green magic circle ignites, crackling with raw, unstable energy. With a cold, commanding tone, he orders his subordinate to bring Sho before him immediately. The atmosphere thickens with malice, as he clearly harbors a dangerous grudge against anyone who defies the magic nobility. Meanwhile, the streets of New York descend into absolute chaos as a thick, ominous smoke blankets the city skyline. Panic erupts on the ground. A man screams for others to move out of his way as he desperately tries to navigate the gridlock. Winged monsters descend from the red-tinted sky, forcing terrified citizens to flee for their lives. Police officers scramble to the scene, frantically reporting their arrival and promising to clear the area immediately. The officers desperately manifest defensive barriers to intercept the incoming aerial assault. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of hostiles, they cry out for the specialized support team. With the calamity spreading uncontrollably, they realize that reinforcements are nowhere near. A massive explosion obliterates the street, sending vehicles flying and throwing the officers into a state of shock. A hulking, demonic entity emerges from the purple inferno, its presence radiating pure destruction. The officers, now cornered and trembling, wonder how they could possibly stand a chance against such overwhelming power. The demon begins chanting, surrounding itself with multiple glowing red magic circles. It unleashes Level 5, Blazing Column, a torrent of fire that engulfs the entire city block. Just as the flames are about to consume them, a sudden shift in the air signals a new intervention. Defensive skill, level 5, Titanic Bubble, is activated, manifesting a massive protective barrier. The barrier expands rapidly, shielding the officers from the devastating heat of the column. Stunned, the survivors stare at the shimmering bubbles, completely bewildered by what just happened. A voice cuts through the comms, ordering all units to coordinate as a specialist has arrived on site. High above the ground, a solitary figure stands poised to initiate containment against the monster. The specialist is identified as Mizuha Tushiru, a high-ranking member of the Japanese magic nobility. With a graceful leap, Mizuha Tushiru descends into the fray, ready to end the destruction. He weaves multiple blue magic circles in the air, channeling his power to neutralize the encroaching chaos. Opposing him, a monstrous entity manifests, surrounded by malevolent red magic sigils that pulsate with raw, destructive energy. A massive torrent of water surges from Mizuha Tushiru's position, colliding head-on with the erupting inferno below in a spectacular display of elemental warfare. The two opposing forces clash violently, creating a turbulent vortex where water and fire fight for dominance. Mizuha Tushiru lands softly as the rain continues to fall, his work momentarily finished as the magical disturbance subsides. Nearby, two police officers watch the scene with wide-eyed shock, completely overwhelmed by the supernatural display they just witnessed. The officers scramble to maintain order, shouting in alarm as they realize the sheer scale of the power Mizuha Tushiru wields. An officer gestures emphatically, signaling the presence of Mizuha Tushiru, whose calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the frantic surroundings. High above the city, a private jet prepares for departure, carrying figures of significant influence away from the recent turmoil. Inside the terminal, Mizuha Tushiru engages in a formal handshake with an official, surrounded by cameras and security personnel documenting the exchange. The official expresses his gratitude, noting that Mizuha Tushiru's intervention successfully limited the damage. Mizuha Tushiru humbly dismisses the praise, claiming it was merely his duty. Nearby, observers whisper amongst themselves, remarking that while Mizuha Tushiru was once highly regarded, his reputation has waned. They speculate that his power level is insufficient compared to the magic nobles. Mizuha Tushiru remains silent, listening to the murmurs while keeping a composed expression. Mizuha Tushiru politely excuses himself, citing pressing matters back home while wishing the officials continued success. Internal thoughts weigh heavily on Mizuha Tushiru as he reflects on Japan's declining reputation and the precarious state of the magic nobles. He contemplates the involvement of his daughters in the special magic unit, realizing the situation has become unsustainable. Firm resolve sets in as Mizuha Tushiru decides that things cannot continue as they are. Elsewhere, a student exclaims in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer power Kusanagi displays during their training. The group discusses Kusanagi's unnatural strength, questioning if he truly is the strongest in all of Japan. Another student suggests that if they coordinate their efforts, they might stand a chance at defeating Kusanagi together. They agree, buoyed by the fact that their collective strength has increased and they have the numbers to overwhelm Kusanagi. Kusanagi approaches the group, calmly asking if they would like to test their theory. Caught off guard, the students nervously insist they were only having a casual conversation, trying to avoid the confrontation. Kusanagi questions their hesitation, his presence alone radiating an intimidating aura that leaves them visibly shaken. Declaring the break over, Kusanagi challenges them to defeat him, encouraging them to use everything they have. Students accept the challenge, determined to take Kusanagi down a peg, feeling he is underestimating them. They immediately activate their magic, preparing an all-out assault against Kusanagi. Kusanagi stands firm, effortlessly manifesting a defensive barrier to withstand their combined onslaught. The students shout that a single barrier won't be enough to protect Kusanagi from their full force. Kusanagi remains unfazed, simply activating his level 4 high magic barrier to repel their attacks with ease. The students are stunned, their eyes wide as they realize Kusanagi has deployed yet another defensive layer, forcing them to push their offensive to the absolute limit. A surge of raw magical energy crackles through the air as the group launches a desperate, high-intensity assault against Kusanagi's impenetrable defenses. A massive torrent of energy collides with the barrier, creating a blinding shockwave that threatens to consume the entire training ground. Every student watches in disbelief, their faces pale with shock as the dust begins to settle on the battlefield. Kusanagi stands completely unscathed, his composure radiating an overwhelming sense of dominance. Frustrated and exhausted, the students gasp for air, struggling to process how their strongest level 6 spells failed to leave even a scratch on him. A sinister grin spreads across Kusunagi's face as he channels a volatile purple aura, signaling that the real nightmare is just beginning. Group recoils in sheer terror, huddling together as they realize they are completely outmatched by his overwhelming power. With a cold, dismissive tone, Kusunagi declares the training session over, leaving his opponents scattered across the field in total defeat. Later, the blue-haired female student and her companion sit quietly on a bench, the atmosphere heavy with an unspoken tension. Their eyes lock onto their smartphones, faces draining of color as a sudden, alarming notification flashes on their screens. The news hits them like a physical blow. Their father is returning home, and the implications are clearly devastating. Inside a traditional room, the two students sit in formal silence across from Karasukachi, their posture stiff with apprehension. They keep their heads bowed, avoiding eye contact as the weight of the situation presses down on them. Karasukachi sits with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable and stern as he observes them. He breaks the silence, his voice calm but authoritative as he brings up their recent enrollment in the special magic squad. The girls exchange a nervous glance, their hearts racing as they prepare to answer his inquiry. Karasukachi demands a full report, his gaze intensifying as he waits for them to reveal the details. Suddenly, the tension breaks as the girls' expressions shift into bright, wide-eyed surprise, as if something unexpected has just occurred. The girls reflect on their significant growth, noting that their magical powers have more than doubled, allowing them to cast higher-level spells. They credit Kusunagi for their development, insisting that without his guidance, overcoming the recent calamities would have been nearly impossible. Karasukachi listens intently, acknowledging that this Kusunagi is indeed an exceptional individual. Reflecting on his potential, Karasukachi contemplates that Kusunagi might even rival a magic noble in raw power. Karasukachi takes a slow sip of tea, his expression unreadable as he processes the information. The stern tone, Karasukachi demands that they leave the special magic squad immediately. The girls stare back in utter confusion and shock, unable to comprehend the sudden ultimatum. Karasukachi explains that the declining reputation of magic nobles is creating serious negative implications for the nation. The girls argue back, asserting that the magic nobles are the pillars of the country and that the special magic squad is doing more harm than good. Karasukachi cuts them off, declaring that he will no longer permit any association with Kusunagi. Frustrated, the girls stand up, protesting that his decision is entirely one-sided and unfair. Karasukachi remains cold, reminding them that they have always obeyed him and that nothing should change now. Internal conflict surges as she realizes she has always been submissive to her father's will. But the silence hangs heavy, signaling that the breaking point has finally arrived. She refuses to back down, her voice echoing with newfound defiance. She vows to keep fighting, insisting that Kusunagi is the world's best hope and that they have trained hard to stand by his side. They maintain that their current path is the right one, offering cooperation but refusing to abandon their duties. Karasukachi coldly disowns them, forbidding them from ever claiming the title of magic noble again. With a heavy heart, she accepts the consequences of her choice. She declares that she will operate as an individual, leaving the noble title behind entirely. She turns and walks away, leaving the room and her past life behind. Karasukachi looks on in disbelief, acknowledging how drastically she has changed. She stands firm, confirming that she is no longer the person he once knew. Karasukachi delivers one final ultimatum, stripping her of their family name if she leaves. She bows one last time, offering a final expression of gratitude before departing. Karasukachi remains alone, lamenting their inability to see the true importance of the magic nobles. His face is etched with cold resolve and lingering disappointment. The atmosphere shifts as the sun breaks through the sky, marking a new beginning. Walking out into the world, they remain determined to move forward, regardless of the cost. Siblings navigate the city streets, their heavy luggage in tow as they weigh the gravity of leaving their family behind. A protective gaze settles over her as she reaffirms her commitment, refusing to let her younger sister face this path alone. Overwhelmed by the gesture, the younger sister can only manage a soft, tearful acknowledgement of their bond. They embrace, finding solace in each other's presence amidst the uncertainty of their new, independent life. The search for shelter leads them to a local hotel, but the front desk clerk greets them with a hesitant, professional barrier. Their attempt to secure a room meets a dead end, leaving them to explain their situation to a perplexed staff member. Defeated and exhausted, they retreat to a quiet corner, realizing that every viable option for lodging is slipping through their fingers. Harsh reality sets in. As minors, they are barred from the very places they need to survive the night. While she considers the possibility of deception to get them a room, she knows her sister's presence makes that plan impossible. It is a cruel irony. They possess the wealth earned from their dangerous magic squad missions, yet they remain powerless to use it for basic needs. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by two strangers who mistake them for celebrities, eager to draw them into their social circle. The intruders are relentless, ignoring the obvious tension as they push for the sisters to join them. Patience snaps. With a sharp, icy command, she warns them to back off before the situation turns violent. Terrified by the sudden shift in atmosphere, the two men scramble to apologize and retreat in a hurry. She scoffs at their cowardice, unimpressed by the display of incompetence. The younger sister brushes off the encounter, masking her anxiety with a bright, forced smile. Determined to reclaim the day, she drags her sister toward the exit, insisting they focus on having fun instead of their housing woes. They step out into the vibrant city, ready to lose themselves in the excitement of the moment. They dive into a shopping spree, trying on clothes and embracing a freedom they have never known before. The day becomes a blur of toys, games, and laughter as they savor the simple joys of being together. They hit the karaoke booth, pouring their hearts into every song, completely unburdened for the first time. As the sun sets, they walk through the streets, reflecting on a day that felt like a lifetime of memories. The exhaustion of the day finally catches up, but the bond between them only grows stronger. A heartfelt confession of gratitude passes between them, cementing their resolve to face whatever comes next. Despite the warmth of the moment, the looming question of where to sleep remains, casting a shadow over their joy. They stand on the sidewalk, contemplating their next move, hoping for a miracle to solve their housing dilemma. Sudden notification on her phone catches their attention, offering a glimmer of hope. They exchange a look of surprise, realizing an unexpected lifeline has just appeared. Tadano stands at the door, looking confused by the sudden and unexpected visit. With nowhere else to turn, the sisters nervously ask for a place to stay, hoping for his hospitality. The sisters sit in a modest room, the tension of their sudden decision hanging in the air as they face him. Crosses his arms, looking at them with concern while questioning the extremity of their choice to run away from home. The sisters exchange a weary glance, acknowledging they are fully aware of how drastic their actions appear. He observes them closely, noting a shift in their demeanor. They seem more honest and connected as sisters than before. With a desperate plea, they ask for his shelter, admitting they have nowhere else to turn. He considers their request, reasoning that while he views them as women, there is no romantic tension to complicate the situation. He sighs and relents, granting them permission to stay with him for the time being. Relief washes over the sisters, their faces brightening as they realize they have found a temporary sanctuary. He warns them that the space is quite cramped, but they insist they do not mind the conditions. He smiles faintly, remarking that the two of them are quite a handful to deal with. The reality of their situation sinks in, leaving the sisters flustered and blushing. She mutters to herself about how strange it feels to be living together, wondering if they have lost their minds. A sister clutches her chest, trying to calm her racing heart as the intimacy of the situation overwhelms her. He casually asks if they would like to shower, causing the sisters to react in shock. When he questions their hesitation, they stammer that they absolutely want to, trying to mask their embarrassment. The bathroom door stands closed, revealing only a silhouette behind the frosted glass. Inside, she stands under the warm spray, letting the steam envelop her. Back in the room, he acknowledges their bravery, surprised they dared to defy their father. She explains that their father has always been strict and expects his crusade against the monsters to intensify. He rubs his neck, worried that their father's poor opinion of the special magic team could lead to trouble. She stretches, feeling refreshed and exclaiming that it felt great. She tells her sister that she can go next, and she receives a polite thanks in return. Steam fills the air as she finishes her shower, the atmosphere warm and quiet. She admits to Tadano that it feels strange to be in his room like this, noting it is the first time anyone has been in his house. She expresses her gratitude to Tadano, stating that if it weren't for him, they would likely still be on the streets. Tadano dismisses her concern, telling her not to worry about it because it is not a big deal. She giggles, prompting Tadano to ask her what is so funny. She explains that it is just because he always says that, a recurring kindness she appreciates. Tadano reassures her that they are both his squad members and friends, promising he will not abandon them and will help them through anything. She looks up, her face flushing with a sudden, intense blush. Her heart begins to pound rapidly as she wonders what this strange, overwhelming feeling is. The door clicks open, causing her to jump in surprise as someone enters the room. The newcomer announces that she is done with her shower. Tadano suggests that he will go next, and she confirms with a simple agreement. The two share a brief, silent moment of acknowledgement as the room settles down. She stands quietly, lost in her own thoughts while clutching her towel. Tadano presents the training schedule, confirming that there are no problems with the plan. Once the regular meeting concludes, Tadano mentions that he has something important to report. Tadano reveals that the two girls have started living with him, leaving his companion shocked at the news. His companion is internally baffled, questioning why Tadano is so calm about living with two girls and wondering if he needs to teach him some common sense. His companion reminds Tadano that Japan does not practice polygamy, asking if this is some new trend. Tadano reflects on the situation, admitting that having 3 people in that room is cramped and that he should consider moving. A student practices her magic, casting a glowing circular spell. Breathing heavily from the exertion, she is asked if she is still training. Tadano stands before her, observing her progress. She explains that she has been lagging behind, but she is finally at the level where she can use offensive spells. She insists that Tadano is their leader and there is no need for formalities, promising to talk more casually from now on. She smiles brightly under the clear sky, content with the new dynamic. Tadano tells her to try firing an offensive spell to test her new capabilities. Tadano urges the student to hurry up, offering a piece of advice as they prepare for the next step of the training. A bright, magical circle manifests as the student channels energy, successfully firing off an offensive spell. Observing the display, Kusanagi praises the student for the significant improvement, encouraging them to keep pushing forward. Despite the praise, the student remains humble, feeling that their current power is still far too weak compared to the rest of the squad. Tadano dismisses the self-doubt, insisting that the student is underestimating their own potential and hard work. The student reflects on their past, explaining how they only joined the police because holy mags were considered rare, doubting they could ever stand on equal ground with others. With a pained expression, the student admits to being the weakest in the unit and confesses how much they despise that feeling. Caught in the emotional moment, the student apologizes to Kusanagi, fearing that this display of vulnerability is making things awkward. Kusanagi looks on, curious and slightly confused, questioning why the student chose to join the police force in the first place. The student reveals that their grandmother was a holy mage who saved many lives during past calamities, sparking a desire to follow in those footsteps. A flashback shows the student's grandmother in action during a disaster, a legacy that ultimately led the student to join the force, even though she has since passed away. The student sighs, labeling their own motivation as mediocre and lacking the grand ambitions that drive everyone else. Staring at the ground, the student concludes that they are simply no good and incapable of accomplishing anything meaningful. Kusanagi challenges that perspective directly, questioning if the student truly believes they have nothing to offer. Kusanagi insists that the student possesses unique strengths, noting their ability to heal others and their recent success in mastering offensive spells. Kusanagi emphasizes that the effort put into training is what truly counts in the end. With a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Kusanagi tells the student that their progress is clearly visible and significant. Overwhelmed by the sudden kindness and validation, the student bursts into tears. The student apologizes for the emotional outburst, feeling embarrassed to appear so pathetic in front of Kusanagi, who gently dismisses the importance of age. The student offers a heartfelt thank you to Kusanagi for the support. Looking up at Kusanagi, the student declares that Kusanagi is a hero for repeatedly coming to their rescue. Night falls over the city, casting a quiet, moonlit glow over the towering buildings. A mysterious figure in a hoodie and mask stands on a rooftop, wondering about the reason for the sudden call. Leona arrives on the scene, her presence commanding attention as she addresses the hooded figure. Leona confirms she has successfully obtained the information regarding the dark rumors surrounding the magic nobles. The hooded figure listens intently, eyes narrowing with focused intensity as the gravity of the situation sets in. Purple-haired female confirms she has successfully gathered the intel Tadano was seeking regarding the ominous rumors surrounding the magic nobles. Tadano listens intently, eyes narrowing with focused intensity as the gravity of the situation sets in. Impressed by the findings, Tadano urges purple-haired female to continue with her report. Purple-haired female directs Tadano to wear his Shadowbringer uniform, playfully noting she worked hard on it while he questions the practicality of daily wear. Purple-haired female explains that her investigation into illegal mags and shadowy organizations led her straight to the dark secrets of the magic nobles. The investigation reveals a web of money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement, specifically pointing toward the Fukas and their ties to the organization known as BR. Tadano inquires about the leadership of BR, and purple-haired female identifies the former magic noble, Karasukachi, as the one pulling the strings. Karasukachi was notorious for his unruly behavior, leading to his eventual ousting, a scandal that dominated the news cycle for quite some time. Tadano notes that these connections make the magic nobles even more suspicious, though purple-haired female laments the lack of concrete evidence. Purple-haired female warns that everyone is being threatened into silence, advising Tadano to exercise extreme caution if he decides to pursue the matter further. Tadano demands that all the gathered information be sent to his phone, already deciding on his next move. With a firm resolve, Tadano declares that justice must be served. Tadano takes to the night sky, his movement empowered by a glowing green magical aura. Tadano asserts that he has many ways to achieve his goals. Descending with lethal intent, Tadano vows that he will show no mercy when dealing with villains. Back in the room, Tadano reviews his phone while blue-haired female student meditates and another companion works on her notes. Blue-haired female student remains in deep meditation, focusing on her magical training. The companion continues to diligently document information in her notebook. Tadano decides to research Ichikami Minato, the calamities, and the last 50 years of history, noting his newfound proficiency with a smartphone. Tadano fumbles slightly with the device as he navigates the interface. Tadano successfully pulls up the profile of Ichikami Minato, the Great Sage, confirming his background as a mage from Minato Ward. Tadano observes that while the historical data matches, modern mags are depicted as significantly weaker, and he dismisses rumors of ancient magic nobles as fake news. They discuss how the available information on magic nobles is frustratingly vague, lacking any details on their true power levels or training methods. Tadano laments that if his magic tome were still around, the decline of mags might have been avoided, but according to their research, such knowledge has been lost to time. Tadano ponders the suspicious nature of the mags' decline, wondering if some unseen force intentionally weakened them. He considers if the head of the Mizuha family might hold the answers, though meeting them now seems impossible given the lack of information on these calamities. The mystery deepens as Tadano questions the origins and the very nature of these recurring calamities. Blue-haired female student watches in confusion as Tadano remains lost in his thoughts, unable to grasp the full picture. The next day, the team stands ready on the field, their auras flaring as they prepare for deployment. Tadano receives a direct alert, a calamity has been detected, and all units are ordered to the site immediately. With a sharp command to move out, Tadano and his team activate their magic, surging forward with a green energy signature. Mid-flight, Tadano pauses, sensing a familiar and unsettling presence nearby. Karasukachi mocks their arrival, stepping over the carcass of a defeated creature with a condescending smirk. Karasukachi taunts the team, claiming he has already finished off the boss's subordinates and questioning their competence. He dismissively assures them that no civilians were harmed, clearly relishing his superior position. Karasukachi continues to berate them, questioning what would have become of the city if his group hadn't intervened. Tadano maintains his composure, offering a cold and indifferent response to the provocation. Blue-haired female student watches the exchange with visible frustration, her expression hardening. The scene shifts, showing the ongoing chaos of the city as another day brings more destruction. Karasukachi continues his verbal assault, calling the team useless for their delayed response. Frustrated, the team members grit their teeth, struggling to keep their anger in check. The insult hangs in the air, questioning the very purpose of the special magic squad. Karasukachi flaunts his status, declaring that the world clearly still depends on the magic nobles. Blue-haired female student snaps, noting that this is the 5th time this has happened and suspecting foul play. A team member reports their suspicion of sabotage, noting that their intelligence is being intentionally delayed. Tadano admits that while he can sense nearby threats, his detection range falters when the calamity is further away. Blue-haired female student explodes in rage, infuriated that the demon-level boss is being completely ignored. They notice a sudden, suspicious surge of online support for the Fukas, despite the heavy criticism they faced earlier. The team learns that a press conference is about to begin, hosted by Fuka to address the situation. They watch the broadcast on a screen, seeing a room packed with reporters. Man addresses the crowd, stating that the conference was convened to discuss the recent failings of the magic nobles. He specifically calls out his son, Sho, for the public criticism regarding his recent actions and demeanor. Reporters aggressively demand to know how the magic nobles will address the danger they have posed to civilians. The man bows deeply before the microphones, offering a public and dramatic apology for the controversy. The public is in absolute shock. A magic noble is actually bowing before the cameras, offering a public and dramatic apology for the controversy. He laments his failures as a parent, yet insists that his son is actively making amends and handling the recent calamities. Whispers ripple through the crowd. They admit the son has been resolving issues before the special magic squad even arrives on the scene. Behind the scenes, the man hides a twisted, sinister grin, his true intentions completely masked by the performance. He claims that recent disasters and the unexpected overseas expeditions of other magic nobles have left them short-handed, worsening the crisis. Tadano and the student watch the news, noting that the press conference is trending and public opinion is shifting in his favor. The internet is a battlefield of confusion. Some are swayed by the apology, while others question the competence of the special magic squad. The student is frustrated, asking if all their hard work was just to be ridiculed by the public like this. Tadano gently places a hand on her head, telling her to calm down and stay focused, as their mission remains unchanged. With a calm gaze, Tadano assures her that he will handle the situation personally. Elsewhere, a high-ranking official confronts his subordinate, demanding to know what is happening to the team. The official warns that at this rate, the special magic squad's very existence is in serious jeopardy. He points out that complaints are mounting and the conflict with the magic nobles has become a major issue. The subordinate tries to defend the team, but the official cuts him off, blaming the team's antagonistic behavior. The official demands to know if the subordinate has any insights on how to fix the mess they have created. The ultimatum is clear: improve public perception and mend relations with the magic nobles, or the team is finished. Back in his private office, the magic noble relaxes, satisfied that everything is going exactly as planned. He laughs, noting that the public is easily swayed by a bit of acting and will believe anything they are told. With the public on his side, he vows to crush the special magic squad in no time. His laughter echoes, dark and triumphant, while the weight of his scheme begins to press down on his enemies. The team finds themselves in an unusual lull, questioning why they haven't been deployed for a full week. Tadano notes that the recent chaos is being managed by Fuka, while internal sabotage within the police force continues to hinder the special magic team. Tadano continues, suggesting that elements within the police are likely working in league with the magic nobles, viewing their team as an obstacle. Confused by the accusation, the blue-haired female student questions why they would be seen as a threat, to which Tadano explains that their very actions are tarnishing the magic nobles' reputation. Tadano adds that many of these figures are colluding with external forces, making their growing influence a major inconvenience. Frustrated, the blue-haired female student retorts that if they are so worried about their reputation, they should simply work harder. The conversation shifts to a more personal concern as they wonder if their own father might be involved in this web of corruption. Determined to get answers, Tadano decides they should stop wasting time and go find out the truth for themselves. Though they are currently on poor terms with him, the group agrees to proceed, with Tadano offering them the choice to stay behind. Standing firm, the blue-haired female student declares they are coming regardless, as they are his daughters after all. Refusing to back down, the blue-haired female student pleads for an exception, insisting they only want to talk. The rejection lands heavily on the sisters, who look visibly shaken by the cold dismissal. Tadano steps forward, introducing himself as the captain of the special magic team and demanding an audience with Master Mizuha. The staff curtly tells him that interviews require an appointment, but Tadano persists, clarifying he is there for questions, not an interview. Growing visibly irritated by the runaround, Tadano contemplates simply forcing his way inside. Before he can act, a voice from within interrupts the standoff, demanding to know what is happening. Karasukachi makes his presence known, stepping out with an air of absolute authority. Karasukachi studies the intruders with a sharp, calculating gaze. Tadano meets his stare, unfazed by the powerful aura radiating from the man. The group is led through the traditional corridors of the estate, the atmosphere thick with tension. Confused by his youthful appearance, one of the group mistakes Karasukachi for a brother, only to be corrected that he is indeed their father. Karasukachi leads them forward, his expression unreadable and cold. They are ushered into a formal room, forced to kneel before him in a display of traditional hierarchy. Karasu Kachi stands over them, his posture radiating dominance and disdain. The sisters sit in silence, visibly uncomfortable under their father's scrutiny. Karasu Kachi breaks the silence, accusing Tadano of being the one who has led his daughters astray. Tadano maintains a calm, almost mocking smile, brushing off the accusation by suggesting that blaming others for the independence of the younger generation is a classic parental flaw. Karasu Kachi looms over Tadano, his presence heavy and radiating a dark, ominous aura that contrasts sharply with the nonchalant demeanor of his counterpart. Cutting through the tension, Tadano demands to know if Karasu Kachi is the one exerting pressure on the special magic team. Karasu Kachi denies any involvement or orders, claiming that magic nobles rarely collaborate and that Fuka acts entirely on his own accord. Tadano expresses surprise at the directness of the answer, noting that he respects such resolve. Karasu Kachi admits he has heard stories of Tadano, a student possessing the power of a magic noble and hailed as a hero for stopping multiple calamities. Karasu Kachi bluntly confesses that he finds these tales highly suspicious. A massive surge of blue mana erupts, shaking the room as Karasu Kachi unleashes a display of raw, overwhelming power. Tadano remains unfazed, his own aura rising to meet the challenge with a subtle, knowing smile. The others present are paralyzed, gasping in terror as they struggle to breathe under the crushing weight of the competing magic energies. The air crackles with intense magical discharge, lighting the room in a blinding, electric blue hue. The pressure mounts, vibrating through the tatami mats as the standoff between the two reaches a boiling point. Karasu Kachi acknowledges the feat, admitting that few mags can match his power, though he reminds Tadano that sensing and controlling mana is basic knowledge. Tadano retorts calmly, noting that Karasu Kachi wasn't even releasing his full potential anyway. Karasu Kachi scoffs, unimpressed by the boastful tone of his guest. Karasu Kachi internally analyzes the situation, noting that Tadano's mana control and volume are leagues ahead of anyone else in the current era. The suspicion deepens as Karasu Kachi concludes that there is clearly more to Tadano than meets the eye. Tadano pivots to his final inquiry, questioning why mags have grown weaker compared to the past. Tadano declares that he knows the truth behind the events of 50 years ago. Karasu Kachi cryptically explains that certain measures are in place for restraint and regulation, promising that Tadano will understand in due time. Karasu Kachi insists that despite everything, the existence of magic nobles remains a necessity. Tadano questions if that necessity extends even to families like the Fukas. Karasu Kachi falls into a tense, heavy silence, choosing not to answer. Tadano stands up, deciding it is time to leave and thanking Karasu Kachi for the information. The companions are left struggling, unable to move due to the severe magical recoil they suffered earlier. Tadano assists his companion in standing, preparing to depart as Karasu Kachi watches them go. Tadano remarks that he might have hesitated to act if the Mizuha family had been involved, expressing relief that they were not. Tadano offers a final, enigmatic look back, his expression unreadable. Karasu Kachi is left confused, asking what Tadano is talking about, to which Tadano simply replies with a cryptic, "Who knows?" The logistics are finally falling into place as the team celebrates the arrival of their new anti-monster uniforms, specialized gear capable of resisting magical interference. Kusanagi looks on, acknowledging that with this equipment secured, they can finally move from planning to active operations. Tadano confirms that his own preparations are complete, leaving Kusanagi to wonder exactly what he has been planning behind the scenes. Tadano shifts his focus, declaring it is time to move out and settle the score once and for all. Inside a lavish office, a man named Fuka Jin gloats, convinced that the special magic team is on the brink of collapse and that he will soon control Japan with his allies. Fuka Jin laughs manically, boasting that wealth and fame are destined for his family while the commoners are forced to bow before him. The sound of heavy, urgent footsteps echoes through the halls as the authorities make their move. Suddenly, the police reach the room, their voices ringing out with a sharp command for everyone to freeze. Fuka Jin is caught completely off guard, stammering in disbelief and demanding to know why they are invading his private residence. News helicopters circle overhead, broadcasting the unprecedented arrest of a magic noble for corruption and criminal conduct. The lead officer presents the warrant, formally placing Fuka Jin under arrest for bribery, intimidation, and the blatant misuse of his authority. Outraged, Fuka Jin slams his hand on the desk, refusing to accept that a noble could be treated like a common criminal without proof. The officers stand firm, coldly informing him that they have all the evidence they need. Tadano and his team step forward, holding up the definitive proof of the crimes committed. Fuka Jin continues to rage, demanding proof while his composure completely unravels. The officers don't back down, confirming that their evidence is absolute. Tadano and his team hold their ground, ready to expose the truth behind the bribery. Fuka Jin is stunned to see Kusanagi present, realizing that his schemes have finally been brought to light. A digital screen displays the undeniable proof of the bribery, sealing Fuka Jin's fate once and for all. The accused man points a trembling finger, his face twisted in desperation as he screams that the evidence is completely fabricated. Tadano remains cold and composed, presenting the document as he challenges the man to explain how such clear evidence could be faked. The butler stands firm, his voice steady as he urges the man to finally step up and use his authority to combat the looming calamity. With a wave of his hand, the man dismisses the plea, his arrogance showing no signs of wavering despite the mounting pressure. The man doubles down on his refusal, insisting that the police are more than capable of handling minor threats without noble intervention. Panic erupts as the man demands to know who breached his security, realizing his private room has been compromised. The butler steps forward, calmly admitting his role in the surveillance, effectively sealing the man's fate. Enraged by the betrayal, the man lunges at the butler, his composure shattering as he demands to know why a servant would defy him. The butler closes his eyes, accepting the assault without resistance, his expression one of grim duty. A mysterious figure in a dark hood confronts the butler, acknowledging his unwavering loyalty to his true master. The hooded figure questions the butler, probing whether such loyalty is truly worth protecting a family that has fallen into such deep corruption. The butler says nothing, his eyes reflecting the heavy weight of his internal conflict. The hooded figure offers a final ultimatum: continue to ignore the rot within or endure the pain necessary to save the nobility. The man continues his tirade, screaming that the butler is utterly unfit to serve as a magic noble. Driven by pure malice, the man declares that the butler must be eliminated for his insubordination. Green magic circles materialize in the air as the man prepares a lethal strike, his intent to kill clear. The man's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer magnitude of the power he is about to unleash. A massive beam of energy erupts, shattering the furniture and sending the butler flying backward. Tadano steps forward with his allies, their magic already active, cutting off any chance of escape for the corrupt noble. The man collapses, his mind racing as he watches his wealth and status crumble into nothingness. Tadano looks down at the man with cold indifference, stating plainly that this outcome was of his own making. The man lets out a manic, broken laugh, his sanity finally snapping under the weight of his defeat. He shouts into the void, clinging to the hope of his secret overseas bases, the only sanctuary he has left. With a final, desperate roar, he attempts to channel his remaining magic to take everyone down with him. A defensive barrier glows intensely, neutralizing the man's wild magical assault before it can do harm. Tadano commands the special magic squad to move in and secure the area, effectively ending the resistance. From the sky, the situation is broadcasted as the Fuka family's desperate resistance is laid bare for the world to see. A reporter delivers the breaking news, questioning the morality of the magic nobles in these dark times. Citizens watch the broadcast in shock, their faith in the noble class rapidly dissolving. Despite the public outcry, the truth begins to surface, offering a glimmer of hope that not all nobles are corrupt. The special magic squad stands tall, ready to enforce their authority. Tadano and the blue-haired female student remain vigilant, their eyes locked on the opposition. Kusanagi enters the fray, his presence shifting the tide of the confrontation. A tense standoff erupts as the opposing force makes their move. The battlefield is swarmed by multiple combatants, each channeling raw magical energy. The opposing leader scoffs, questioning if they truly believe they can win with such small numbers. The blue-haired female student retorts, declaring that they are not idle like the lazy magic nobles, having dispatched others to handle calamities. Enraged, the green-haired combatant screams that they are annoying and vows to stop holding back, threatening to kill them all. The blue-haired female student fires back, calling the opponent a disgrace to the magic nobles. Kusanagi dismisses the taunts, stating he sees no reason to lose to such small fry. The green-haired combatant challenges him, ready to see how the fight unfolds. A powerful green magical barrier manifests, intercepting the incoming aerial strike. Kusanagi questions the opponent's low morals, only for the man to admit he will do anything for money. Blue-haired female student activates her magic, ready to counter the assault. A flurry of magical projectiles fills the air as both sides unleash their power. A direct hit lands, forcing a cry of pain from the combatant. The green-haired combatant recoils, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden counterattack. Another member of the squad is sent flying, struggling to maintain their footing. Disbelief washes over the green-haired combatant as the situation spirals out of his control. Panic sets in as the magic nobles realize they are being overpowered. Refusing to accept defeat, the green-haired combatant screams that he cannot be inferior to them. Desperation takes hold as he orders his subordinates to kill them all at any cost. He commands his team to unleash their most powerful magic. The blue-haired female student and her sister prepare a joint technique. They chant in unison, activating level 6 Grand Water Magic Burst Stream. A massive torrent of water crashes down, obliterating the enemy's formation. The squad lies defeated, groaning under the weight of the overwhelming assault. The green-haired combatant cowers in absolute terror as his opponents loom over him. The sisters stand firm, their victory absolute and their resolve unshaken. Broken and humbled, the squad begs for forgiveness, promising to change their ways. The blue-haired female student looks down at the defeated squad, her voice cold as she tells them that if they truly intend to change, they might have no choice but to forgive them. The squad members immediately drop their act, screaming that they would never do such a thing and calling her a fool. Tadano and his companions instantly react, manifesting glowing magic circles in the air as they prepare for a counterattack. One of the squad members cries out in desperation, demanding to know why they are attacking after promising forgiveness. The blue-haired female student stares down at them with sharp eyes, asking if they honestly believed they would be forgiven without any genuine intent to change. The squad continues to wail and shout, their faces twisted in pathetic frustration. Tadano watches the scene unfold, noting with a smirk that the situation seems to have been settled. Tadano gestures dismissively, remarking that it appears the pride and joy of a son has finally met his match against his comrades. Karasu Kachi grits his teeth, his face contorted in pure rage as he snarls, "Bastard." Kusanagi stands on the balcony, his expression calm as he surveys the battlefield. Karasu Kachi looms over the window, his eyes burning with intense malice as he prepares to strike. Karasu Kachi activates level 1 aerial, a green magic circle pulsing as he launches a high-speed projectile toward Kusanagi. Kusanagi deftly dodges the incoming blast, his movements fluid and precise as he leaps through the air. Karasu Kachi immediately follows up with level 2 wind spear, creating twin magic circles that fire piercing projectiles. Kusanagi moves with incredible speed, weaving through the wind spears while maintaining his focus on his opponent. Karasu Kachi shouts as he triggers level 3 wind cutter, summoning multiple spinning blades of air to slice through the space around Kusanagi. Kusanagi twists his body in mid-air, narrowly avoiding the lethal wind blades by a hair's breadth. An observer watches in awe, remarking on the astounding magic being displayed and noting that the magic noble is completely on the defensive. Karasu Kachi unleashes his ultimate technique, level 4 Tempest, creating a massive vortex of wind that threatens to consume everything in its path. Karasu Kachi raises his hand, manifesting multiple glowing green magic circles in the air, each pulsing with intense energy. With a flick of his wrist, Karasu Kachi unleashes Grand Typhoon, a colossal green vortex that spirals violently across the battlefield. Kusanagi remains suspended in mid-air, his calm demeanor contrasting with the chaotic, swirling winds of the typhoon. Tadano and the blue-haired female student watch in horror, shouting out to Kusanagi as the destructive spell closes in. The massive wind vortex intensifies, its emerald light consuming the entire area as Kusanagi holds his ground. The sky above turns into a blur of green energy as the sheer force of the magic tears through the atmosphere. Suddenly, a brilliant golden barrier manifests, shielding Kusanagi from the overwhelming impact of the vortex. Kusanagi stands unfazed within the hexagonal layers of his defensive barrier, his eyes locked forward with cold precision. Tadano and the blue-haired female student stare in disbelief, stunned that Kusanagi successfully neutralized such a lethal spell. Two onlookers watch the battle unfold on their mobile device, their faces pale with shock at the display of raw power. Inside a restaurant, patrons whisper in awe, unable to comprehend how Kusanagi managed to withstand the magic. Commentator watches the live feed, her voice trembling as she reports on the stalemate between the two fighters. Karasu Kachi observes Kusanagi, concluding that the defensive tactic is merely a stall for reinforcements. A mocking grin spreads across the face of Karasu Kachi as he taunts Kusanagi, questioning his inability to strike back. Kusanagi remains calm, retorting that while he could end the fight instantly, he prefers to see the full extent of his opponent's power. With a confident smirk, Kusanagi gestures for Karasukachi to bring his best, promising to overcome whatever he throws. Karasukachi scoffs at the arrogance, his eyes burning with frustration as he prepares to escalate the conflict. Karasukachi prepares for a final display, warning Kusanagi that the upcoming power levels will be beyond anything he has faced. Karasukachi boasts that his magic power has reached a staggering 200,000, his expression twisted in manic delight. The observers gasp in total shock, realizing that such a power level is unheard of in Japan and surely a bluff. Tadano and the others decide they can no longer stand by and must intervene to assist Kusanagi. Kusanagi glances back, his expression shifting as he senses the group attempting to join the fray. The group surges forward, their magic circles activating as they prepare to engage Karasukachi. Karasukachi waves his hand dismissively, creating a barrier that forces the group to halt their advance. Karasukachi sneers at them, gloating that they were lucky to be at a distance, otherwise he would have killed them. The group recoils in terror, feeling the crushing weight of the magic emanating from their opponent. Karasukachi screams as his body begins to glow with an intense, uncontrollable surge of energy. The onlookers watch as the sheer pressure of the magic causes Karasukachi to radiate light, realizing the danger is real. Kusanagi sighs, his composure momentarily broken by the absurdity of the situation. Karasukachi reaches out, preparing to unleash his full power to force the realization of his superiority upon everyone present. Karasukachi unleashes his magic circles, his face twisted in a manic grin as he commands everyone to behold and drown in despair. A massive, swirling vortex of green energy erupts as Karasukachi declares the manifestation of neo-magic. Tadano observes the display with a calm curiosity, noting that he has never encountered such a spell before. The environment shatters under the crushing force of the spell, turning stone pillars into debris. Karasukachi gloats, identifying his technique as atmosphere magic, a power capable of flattening a human in an instant. Tadano remains unfazed, standing his ground as he tells Karasukachi that he would like to see him try. Karasukachi erupts in maniacal laughter, convinced that his opponent has already perished in the chaos. Blue-haired female student and her companions watch in horror, refusing to believe that Kusanagi could fall to such an attack. Desperate for an answer, blue-haired female student calls out into the dust, begging for a sign that Kusanagi is still there. Her voice trembling, blue-haired female student screams his name, overwhelmed by the possibility of loss. Kusanagi emerges from the wreckage completely unscathed, casually asking what all the fuss is about. Blue-haired female student stares in disbelief, demanding to know how he survived the lethal pressure. Karasukachi loses his composure, his eyes bulging as he shouts in shock at Kusanagi's immunity. Kusanagi explains that he balanced his internal and external pressures, likening the technique to the physiology of deep-sea creatures. Karasukachi is beside himself with rage, unable to fathom how Kusanagi could replicate his signature spell. Kusanagi simply smiles, revealing that he mastered the technique by watching and learning during the fight. Karasukachi stammers in disbelief, horrified that his opponent learned his secret just by observing him. Kusanagi taunts him, admitting that the spell might have hurt if used sooner, but the explanation made it easy to counter. With a flick of his finger, Kusanagi manifests a magic circle, claiming he can use the technique too. Karasukachi clutches his head, writhing in pain as a sudden, intense pressure strikes him. Kusanagi reveals he applied sound magic, yet another variation of wind power, to incapacitate his foe. Blue-haired female student recalls a past realization, connecting the dots of Kusanagi's hidden potential. Karasukachi trembles, his mind reeling as he desperately asks how this is even possible. Enraged by the mockery, Karasukachi drops all restraint, vowing to kill Kusanagi with his full power. Karasukachi screams that his previous output was a mere fraction, preparing to unleash 500,000 in magic power. Tadano and his companion realize with dread that Karasukachi is not bluffing about his immense power. Karasukachi prepares to deliver absolute despair, his energy flooding the entire chamber. Karasukachi prepares to deliver absolute despair, his energy flooding the entire chamber. With a guttural roar, Karasukachi unleashes his overwhelming magical pressure. The sheer force of the energy blast engulfs the entire structure, threatening to tear it apart. Karasukachi stands at the center of the storm, his eyes gleaming with a twisted, predatory light. Tadano and the others recoil in terror, realizing the true, terrifying scale of the magic noble's power. Panic sets in as Tadano realizes they are completely outmatched by the raw magical output. Karasu Kachi mocks their fear, declaring that it is already far too late to beg for mercy. Tadano lets out a desperate, pained cry, bracing for the inevitable impact. Karasu Kachi sneers, mocking Tadano for failing to even gauge the depth of his magical reserves. With a maniacal grin, Karasu Kachi begins forming his ultimate spell, the air crackling with lethal energy. The energy swirls violently in his palm, expanding into a blinding sphere of destruction. Karasu Kachi grunts with exertion, his face contorted in a display of pure, unadulterated malice. Multiple glowing magic circles manifest around Karasu Kachi, converging into a single, devastating point. The complex formation locks into place, signaling the activation of a high-tier spell. Tadano watches in horror, recognizing the spell as a level 7 technique that Kusanagi cannot possibly withstand. Blue-haired female student cries out in desperation, pleading for Kusanagi to find a way to overcome this nightmare. Karasu Kachi laughs, mocking their fleeting hope and declaring that their chance to act has passed. Kusanagi remains calm, coolly asking if the opponent is finally ready to finish this. Enraged, Karasu Kachi screams that he will leave nothing but dust behind. Atmosphere Magic Level 7 Plasma Break is unleashed, a blinding surge of raw energy. A piercing scream echoes as the energy tears through the air, creating a violent vortex. Tadano is left stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the incoming attack. Blue-haired female student desperately screams for Kusanagi to run, knowing the attack is fatal. As the plasma wave engulfs the area, blue-haired female student cries out in final, agonizing realization. The antagonist looms, hands raised as multiple green magic circles manifest in the air, threatening to strike down the protagonist's friends if he dares to flee. With a twisted expression, the antagonist demands a final choice. Will the protagonist run, or will he stand his ground and face death? The protagonist remains calm, his form bathed in a brilliant green energy surge as he prepares to counter the incoming magical assault. The protagonist reaches out, his eyes locked on the threat as he declares his intention to intercept the magic head-on. The protagonist manifests a small crystal in his palm, surrounded by intricate magic circles. Mocking the display, the antagonist laughs, questioning how such a simple object could possibly resist his powerful magic. The protagonist stands firm, channeling his energy as he commands his opponent's spell to shatter into nothingness. The crystal begins to glow with a violet hue, actively absorbing the surrounding magical energy. A massive green vortex of magic collapses, drawn uncontrollably into the small, singular point of the crystal. The magical energy implodes in a blinding flash of light, completely neutralizing the antagonist's assault. The antagonist stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as his connection to his own magic suddenly vanishes. The surrounding allies watch in awe as the once threatening magical pressure dissipates into the sky. The antagonist panics, frantically searching for the source of his lost power as the ground cracks beneath him. The protagonist coolly explains that his opponent's wind magic was easily neutralized by his earth attribute technique. Protagonist mocks the antagonist, questioning if those who call themselves magic nobles are truly this ignorant of the basics. The antagonist clutches his head in despair, refusing to accept that his superior magic could be defeated by such a simple spell. The protagonist reveals the true nature of his technique. It lacks attack power, but possesses a high-density magic capacity capable of absorbing opposing elements. The protagonist smiles confidently, pointing out that this absorption works regardless of any rank difference. The antagonist screams in frustration, demanding to know why the protagonist would waste his time on such a seemingly useless spell. The protagonist shrugs, casually admitting that he created the original magic just for the sake of having fun. The antagonist collapses to his knees, utterly crushed by the realization that his arrogance was undone by a whim. The protagonist looms over the defeated antagonist, coldly declaring that the lesson is over and it is time for punishment. Terrified, the antagonist desperately surrenders, claiming his magic is completely depleted and he can no longer fight back. The protagonist flashes a peace sign, insisting he has no desire to continue beating an opponent who has already lost. The antagonist tries to lash out one last time, but the protagonist easily flicks him away with a dismissive gesture. With a single, effortless motion, the protagonist sends the antagonist flying backward across the battlefield. The antagonist screams as he is launched through the air, completely overwhelmed by the disparity in their strength. The onlookers watch in stunned silence as the antagonist lies motionless, unable to comprehend that he was defeated with just a flick. Authorities rush in to apprehend the fallen antagonist, securing him with magic-dampening handcuffs. A broadcast operator cheers from her station, announcing the victory of the Special Magic Squad. The news spreads like wildfire as students excitedly share the update, stunned that he actually defeated the Magic Noble. Across the city, people are losing their minds, cheering in disbelief that the impossible has truly happened. Amidst the aftermath, the squad gathers around Kusanagi, praising his decisive victory while he calmly acknowledges their collective effort. Kusanagi sighs, unimpressed by the supposed elite, and openly criticizes the current state of Japan's magic nobility. Turning to the defeated party, Kusanagi coldly demands an explanation, his gaze piercing through their arrogance. He presses for the truth about the ancient tome, questioning why it was destroyed 50 years ago following the death of Ichikami Minato. The noble scoffs, dismissing Kusanagi with the claim that commoners could never grasp the lofty ideals of their kind. Refusing to provide a straight answer, the noble leaves Kusanagi to piece the mystery together on his own. The noble turns away, his expression hardening as he retreats from the confrontation. Kusanagi watches them leave, the weight of the unanswered questions lingering in the air. Kusanagi prepares himself, knowing that the public scrutiny is only just beginning. Formal press conference is convened, with Kusanagi stepping into the spotlight to address the nation. Headlines flood the media, hailing Kusanagi as the hero of the hour and the potential successor to a legendary legacy. Kusanagi wakes up, bewildered to find himself in an unfamiliar, tropical setting. He notices someone approaching, the sound of sandals clicking against the floor drawing his attention. Blue-haired female student leans over him, her expression filled with concern as she asks what is troubling him. Back in the present, the team is stunned by the suggestion that they should head to Hawaii. The squad laments their newfound popularity, feeling completely overwhelmed by the constant public attention. They discover a viral video of themselves, realizing that they have been secretly filmed while at school. The group realizes with dread that the media is non-stop and they are becoming the center of national attention. A man steps in, deciding to grant everyone a much-needed break. He insists they head to Hawaii to relax while he works to resolve the mounting pressure behind the scenes. He notes how Kusanagi has bolstered the team's strength while the Mizuha clan manages the disaster response, leaving them fully prepared for any monster threat. Acknowledging their hard work, he encourages them to take the opportunity to rest. Tadano wakes up disoriented, wondering why he finds himself in such an unfamiliar location. He hears the distinct sound of footsteps approaching and looks up to see someone standing over him. The blue-haired female student appears, looking down at him with concern, asking what is wrong and why he is calling her name. Tadano quickly covers, claiming he was just lost in thought while the others watch on. He shifts the conversation, asking for her opinion on how she looks. He offers a simple, honest compliment, telling her it is cute. The blue-haired female student is caught completely off guard, her face flushing bright red at the sudden praise. Tadano continues, noting how the look perfectly matches her hair color and style, reinforcing that it is truly cute. Flustered and shy, the blue-haired female student stammers out a quiet thank you. Homura Himata suddenly arrives, announcing she has finally tracked him down. Tadano looks up, confused by her sudden appearance, and asking if she has something she needs to tell him. He doesn't hesitate, bluntly telling her that he was just thinking about how gorgeous she looks. Homura Himata stares at him, clearly stunned and taken aback by his forwardness. He doubles down, comparing her to a model and praising her clear, pale skin. He claims that her features make the swimsuit stand out, calling her the most beautiful girl on the beach. Homura Himata is left speechless, trying to process his direct and unabashed compliments. A bystander watches in awe, amazed by how Tadano shows no shyness or hesitation in his genuine compliments. Suddenly, a new girl makes her entrance, apologizing for keeping them waiting. The observer panics, realizing that the girl who just arrived has immense, hidden destructive power. He notes that he never could have sensed that power while she was in her school uniform. She shyly asks Tadano for his opinion on her swimsuit. The observer frantically tries to stop Tadano from commenting on her bust, begging him to hold back. Tadano simply tells her that she has a nice style. The observer sighs in relief, glad that Tadano chose a safe phrase. The purple-haired female looks at Tadano, surprised and touched by his words. Kusanagi stands shirtless on the beach, his lean muscles tensed as he tells Tadano that he is seriously amazing. Tadano looks up, genuinely puzzled by the praise, and asks why he shouldn't speak his mind if he thinks someone deserves a compliment. Tadano gestures openly, explaining that he simply complimented the 3 girls because he thought they were all beautiful. The girls nearby blush deeply, feeling awkward under the sudden, earnest attention from Tadano. Tadano turns his focus to Kusanagi, complimenting his well-proportioned physique and telling him to be proud of his appearance. Kusanagi's face flushes a deep red, completely flustered by the unexpected and direct praise. Kusanagi shouts for Tadano to stop showering everyone with such intense praise. The group continues their beach day, with Tadano accidentally spiking the ball directly into Kusanagi's face. The group shifts to water sports, riding jet skis across the waves as the sun shines brightly overhead. Relaxing under a large red umbrella, the group enjoys cold drinks and takes selfies to commemorate their time together. As night falls, Tadano wanders through the resort, his throat parched from the long day of activities. Tadano pauses, his expression shifting into a look of deep, contemplative thought. He finds himself walking alongside the blue-haired female student under the starry night sky. Tadano remarks on how fun the day was, noting that he never expected them to be able to relax like this given their constant fighting. The blue-haired female student walks in silence, her expression turning serious as she recalls a memory. She thinks back to seeing her sister wearing a ring, wondering if she could possibly be dating someone like Minato. She shakes her head, dismissing the thought, reminding herself that Minato claimed he wasn't dating anyone. Tadano interrupts her thoughts, asking if she wants to question him about his powers again, to which she quickly denies. Instead, she asks Tadano what type of person he likes, and he admits he hasn't really thought about it. She probes further, awkwardly asking if he likes anyone among the 3 of them. Tadano replies casually that he likes all of them, leaving her completely stunned. Tadano explains that they are all cute, attractive, and hardworking, and he has a soft spot for people who put in effort. The blue-haired female student questions if his feelings for them aren't just romantic ones, feeling confused by his logic. Tadano looks at her and admits perhaps he likes her the most, Yuika. Yuika freezes in place, her eyes wide with shock at his sudden confession. Tadano continues, praising her for being honest, serious, and kind since the day they met. He smiles warmly, looking directly at her as he declares that he really likes her. Yuika stands under the starlight, her heart racing as she processes his words. Overwhelmed, she sinks to the ground, and Tadano crouches down to ask if she is okay. He knows he shouldn't be feeling this way, fully aware that his actions aren't meant to be interpreted as romantic, yet the internal conflict lingers. Her heart races with a newfound realization, admitting that despite everything, the happiness he brings is undeniable. Tadano looks on with concern, noting that the situation is rapidly escalating into something far more intense. Public opinion is shifting as the magic nobles face heavy backlash, with a growing demand for the special magic team to intervene against the mounting monster threats. As the public turns their eyes toward the rising fame of Kusanagi, the tension between the special magic team and the mysterious Shadowbringer reaches a boiling point. This is an advertisement banner. Homura Himata vents her frustration, clearly annoyed that things spiraled out of control while she was away. Karasu Kachi watches the chaos unfold with a cold, unimpressed gaze, dismissing everyone involved as a spineless lot. Homura Himata strikes an energetic pose, boasting that she could have resolved the entire mess if she had been on the scene. Karasu Kachi sighs, clearly finding the entire display of posturing and shouting to be nothing more than a nuisance. This is an advertisement banner. 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 This is an advertisement banner.